With a thunderous voice, the dragon declared his own majesty to Eugene, the legendary hero, then spoke of Lord Venmazar, who defeated foes with astonishing grace and was destined to become the greatest hero in history. Nodding in agreement, the bleeding man fell silent. The dragon observed Eugene with a sharp, knowing gaze, remarking that joy was absent from his face. Eugene quietly replied, confessing that fulfilling this was his grandfather's deepest desire. Driven by ambition to become a Dark Lord, he fueled his own spirit. The dragon, curious and skeptical, asked if he meant to die here just to fulfill his grandfather's grand plan. Silence hung between them, as Eugene offered no reply. The dragon, reading the unspoken answer in his eyes, let a note of disappointment slip into his voice. Claiming his due, he announced that the hero he had conquered would be claimed as his prize. The dragon declared that before he breathed his last, the boy was granted a single wish, anything his heart desired, and it would be done. Eugene blinked in astonishment, utterly baffled by the dragon's words, and demanded an explanation. Expressing his heartfelt desire for a family, he was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant radiance. The air shimmered, and beneath his feet, a glowing magic circle sprang to life. He cried out in outrage, accusing his opponent of using a forbidden technique, but the dragon revealed it was an ancient secret art. There was no chance for retreat or even a moment to catch their breath. Curious, Eugene inquired about the nature of this mysterious art. The dragon replied, its voice heavy with ancient knowledge, that these abilities were a legacy, passed down through the bloodline of the Dark Lord from one generation to the next. Fixing his gaze on Eugene, he revealed that this was a secret woven into the very fabric of nature itself. With solemn conviction, he assured the hero that their journey was about far more than the simple desire to grant a grandfather's final wish. According to him, the man would soon awaken in a new body, his legend echoing through the ages. These words were the final sounds that reached his ears. Gradually emerging from the shadows, the boy blinked his eyes open to find a man looming directly over him. A stranger stepped forward, his eyes searching as he inquired about Eugene's brother. Confusion clouded Eugene's mind. He couldn't comprehend the situation, nor did he have any inkling of the man's identity or the intent behind his concern. Hearing hurried footsteps, the maids approached, concerned, and asked about the commotion. The young man explained, blaming his brother's fall down the stairs, while the girls sighed, calling it an unfortunate mishap. Eugene stood up, confused, asking where he was, as a menacing demon castle loomed nearby. The young man beside him joked about his brother's head injury, while the maid assured them a doctor would arrive soon. Rising to his feet, Eugene gazed into the mirror, only to reel back in astonishment at the reflection staring back at him. Eugene tugged his cheek in disbelief, wondering if this was a prank. Before him stood a tiny boy. For a moment, he thought he'd traveled to his childhood, until, noting his changed eyes and hair, he realized he'd been reborn. After a while, the young man wandered in for breakfast, only to find himself facing an enormous table. To his astonishment, everything seemed to have grown inexplicably larger since the break of dawn. In that moment, the boy realized Julius von Carlyle was more than a name. He was his new home, future, and family. Across the room, the patriarch watched with quiet pride as Gaius achieved another perfect exam score. Mother beamed with pride, saying he was at his best, her heart full of admiration. Meanwhile, Gaius, Eugene's new brother, dismissed the praise, insisting it was nothing special and no reason for ongoing celebration. Seated at the table, alongside his new father, mother, and younger brother, the boy's mind whirled with uncertainty as he pondered his next move. In his estimation, Eugene, still an infant at the time of reincarnation, had his own consciousness and identity wiped clean, replaced seamlessly by those of the man he was now. The situation struck him as utterly bizarre, his memory a complete blank before his 15th birthday. Resolving to take action, his first instinct was to survey his surroundings. Gaius basked in his parents' praise, their voices filled with pride as they declared him the shining star of the family. Without warning, the father's expression hardened. He spun around, his tone sharpening as he addressed Julius, the elder son. With a furrowed brow, he questioned how the boy could just fall down the stairs that morning without reason. Julius struggled for words, silenced, as his father relayed the teacher's grim news. Such grades meant little hope of finishing school. With a heavy sigh, he demanded whether Julius even grasped the depth of his shame. Disgust colored his words as he labeled the man utterly pathetic, confessing that simply sharing the same air made him feel ill. With a cold sneer, the man called the boy a disgrace to their family. Julius, confused, wondered if this was really his father. How could anyone say that to their child? To Julius, the man seemed more pitiable than he did. With a sudden movement, Gaius sprang to his feet, declaring his utter disgust at what he was hearing. Concern etched across their faces. His parents questioned him, insisting their conversation was only out of care for his well-being. Relief flooded Julius as his younger brother rose to defend him. Yet the air shifted when Gaius abruptly declared that in his heart he had no elder brother at all. He wished to stand alone in the world as an only child. Julius froze in disbelief at his sudden invisibility. As Gaia briskly announced he was leaving for school and headed out, Julius desperately called after him, urging him to wait so they could walk together. Out of the blue, Guy announced he wouldn't be joining him and insisted he find another cart. Julius couldn't help but feel that was rather heartless. Time slipped by, and soon he found himself traveling to school in a carriage. Although this place was meant to be his new family, warmth and affection were nowhere to be found. In due course, Julius found himself at the prestigious Royal School Ain. At 15, he attended alongside his twin brother, though his reputation among the students amounted to little more than that of a bumbling daydreamer. The school was as predictable as any, routine everywhere. Suddenly, sharp laughter came from the backyard. Bullies were surrounding a boy, demanding to know if he had brought any money. The others warned him to empty his pockets before taking a blow. Astonishment filled his face as he realized that Julius endured these beatings on a regular basis. The hooligans demanded an explanation, scoffed at his response, claimed it didn't matter, and as always, ordered him to empty his pockets before he started crying. Mired in self-pity, Julius couldn't help but question whether this sort of misfortune was his constant companion. Just then, Guy S. strode past, catching his attention. The boy shouted to announce his presence to his brother, making the gang tense, fearing reinforcements. Gaius glanced briefly at the boy, then silently turned and walked away. The hooligans erupted in laughter, jeering at Julius as his brother ignored him and walked away. Disbelief filled Julius's face. Gaia had seen his brother robbed and did nothing. Here, Julius was clearly an unwelcome outsider. With a greedy glint in his eye, the bully lunged at Julius, fists swinging in a bid to extort money. In the blink of an eye, Julius summoned strengthening magic, his body surging with newfound power. The bullies struck Julius's head with their weapons, expecting him to fall, but he didn't flinch. Moments later, they screamed in pain, clutching their hands, stunned by just how tough Julius truly was. Curiosity flickered among the other bullies as they demanded to know what was going on. With a calm confidence, Julia explained that he'd anticipated the pain of getting hit, so he fortified himself in advance with strengthening magic. The hooligans jeered, accusing him of spinning lies. After all, someone with no magic couldn't possibly wield a spell of that caliber. Julius raised his voice, urging everyone to settle down. The hooligan lunged with another wild swing, roaring that he would never forgive such an offense and vowing to kill Julius on the spot. Julius thrust his hand forward, stopping any advance. Declaring this world had just given him a second chance, he refused to lose it. Determined, he struck his opponent without hesitation. The hooligan was knocked far back from his spot, while bystanders spun in shock, their faces stunned as if he should have easily foreseen such an outcome. Cries for help erupted as the monster closed in on them, its murderous intent clear. Yet Julius revealed the bitter irony. They had initially plotted to end his life. Approaching his fallen opponent, he announced the necessity of healing him. With swift precision, he unleashed a restorative spell. Astonishment flickered across the bully's face as the pain ebbed away. Curiosity piqued, they demanded to know what Julius had done. With a calm demeanor, he revealed that he had used healing magic. Sneering, the bully demanded whether Julius truly believed they were fools, given that not even elite magicians possess such extraordinary power. With a mocking grin, he claimed that even the brat next door could pull off a trick like that. The bully gasped in disbelief, insisting it couldn't happen. The group scattered, shouting for help as they fled. Watching them go, Julius wryly wondered if anyone would thank him for patching up their friend. He found their astonishment odd. Where he came from, healing magic was basic. Yet here, even simple spells evoked wonder. Perhaps this world had secrets that made it different from his own. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Was he still in his own era or in a parallel world? Though his magic remained potent, caution warned that using his strongest spells in such a crowd could bring more trouble than success. Amidst the bustling corridors, Gaius strolled with effortless composure. Each passerby offered cheerful greetings and words of praise, their admiration for him undeniable. Upon catching sight of Julius, they wasted no time in branding him a loser, their voices dripping with disdain as they muttered that he was anything but pleasant company. Unease gnawed at the boy. When the bell chimed and Julius strode into the classroom, curious glances darted his way and whispers circled. Something about him seemed off today. It dawned on the boy that Julius, despite lacking friends at school, wasn't truly isolated from the rest of the class. Just then, someone unexpectedly addressed him. The girl, her hair veiling her face, told Julius he'd taken her seat. Realizing his mistake due to recent memory loss, he quickly apologized. She smiled and assured him it was no trouble. Smiling, the boy introduced himself and offered friendship, welcoming her to the new place. His unexpected gesture astonished her. Noticing her hesitation, Julius asked if she really didn't want to be friends. A rosy flush crept across the girl's cheeks as she insisted that wasn't the case at all. In truth, she was nothing more than an outcast, invisible and unacknowledged by her classmates. Curiosity piqued, Julius inquired, his words tinged with disbelief at her unfailing sweetness. The girl's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, betraying her shy delight. Moments later, the teacher entered and started the lesson. The boy hurried to his seat, while the girl, visibly flustered, couldn't stop thinking about words she'd never heard directed at her before. With a hint of excitement, the teacher announced that their very first lesson would delve into a legend dating back 2 millennia, the enchanting tale of the magician Eugene. At those words, Julius sprang up, disbelief on his face. Had 2,000 years really passed? Realizing his outburst, he felt its weight and flushed awkwardly, aware of the scene he'd caused. With a furrowed brow, the teacher inquired about the reason behind Julius's booming shout. Shrugging it off as nothing noteworthy, Julius offered a nervous smile before sinking awkwardly back into his seat. The truth crashed down on Julius. He recognized the world he'd been reborn into. A wave of astonishment hit him as he comprehended the staggering reality. 2 millennia had slipped by since his victory over the demon. During the second lesson, a different instructor announced that the focus would be on practicing magic. The day unfolded with an intriguing exercise. Everyone's magical power was to be measured. According to him, everyone was already familiar with the crystal that gauged magical power. By simply placing a hand upon its surface, the crystal would unveil the depths and nature of their inner magic for all to see. Julius wondered if such a crystal once truly existed. At that moment, the teacher announced it was time to begin the measurements. Whoever's name he called would step forward to the shimmering sphere. Stepping forward with a determined air, the first student awaited the teacher's signal. At a nod, he channeled his magic into the waiting orb. Moments later, the number 15 shimmered boldly at its apex. Astonishment flickered across Julius's face as he realized how frail the boy truly was. Back in his youth, hitting 4 digits by the age of 15 had been the norm. Convinced that such a dismal score would surely get the guy expelled, he watched in disbelief as the teacher suddenly broke into praise and announced that the guy had actually passed. Astonishment flooded Julius's mind. Could this truly be the secret passage? Doubt gnawed at him. Nothing about this seemed ordinary. Was the crystal perhaps broken? Curiosity spread among the crowd behind Julius as they questioned any possible harm, since magical power had always matched age, and they viewed this as an acceptable outcome. Scores plummeted after that round, with most barely scraping by. Even a contestant who managed 21 points found little to celebrate, as the result still left much to be desired. Julius guessed the man was barely 20, yet everyone admired him. Julius found this world's values strange. In his own era, even babies like himself showed such talent. Eugene, for instance, had a magical power of 100 at birth. Gaius von Carlyle, Julius's brother, was summoned next. As he strode to the front, whispers spread. He was rumored to be the mightiest Carlyle. Everyone watched intently, eager to see how he would perform. Curiosity sparkled in Julius's eyes as he waited to see how his younger brother would fare. In a dazzling burst of light summoned by Gaius's power, the screen flickered to life, boldly displaying the number 50. Undeterred, Gaius strode forward, basking in the applause as the crowd marveled. 3 times the usual amount, they cried, hailing Gaius as nothing short of a genius. A weary sigh escaped Julius as the words reached him. Immediately, the teacher's voice rang out, summoning Julius von Carlyle. Straightening his posture, the boy strode confidently to the front. Meanwhile, murmurs rippled through the crowd as sympathy for the so-called failure surfaced, pity for someone utterly devoid of magic, and curiosity about what it must be like to have such an unusual elder brother. Confusion clouded Julius's mind, the weight of his past as a former hero leaving him uncertain of his next move. Suddenly, Gaius strode over, his presence unwavering, and urged the young man to abandon school and relinquish these futile pursuits. An overwhelming realization struck Julius. Nothing he did could thaw the icy disdain radiating from his family, classmates, or even his little brother. In that bleak moment, a memory flickered to life in his mind. Memories of solitude flickered through his mind. With a raspy cough, the old man confessed that his time was nearly up. In a trembling voice, he pleaded with Eugene. "Don't end up like me." With a puzzled look, the boy inquired about his grandfather's cryptic words. The elderly man sighed deeply, confessing that all he could offer was an apology, burdened by the weight of the trouble he had caused. Eugene's grandfather, the greatest hero, fell to the demon lord by Venom's art. After his defeat, hope faded, and people lost faith in heroes, abandoning the title as none forgave a hero who failed to defeat the darkness. Exiled from the city, he lived in lonely disgrace among distant mountains, yet still offered shelter and kindness to a young boy orphaned by disaster, providing care where fate had not. In the end, Eugene made his grandfather's dearest dream come true. With a gentle smile, the old man urged Eugene to embrace a life of tranquility and contentment. His greatest wish was for the boy to lead an ordinary life, to find a family of his own, and ultimately discover true happiness. In this foreign land, Eugene felt he'd found belonging, almost like a new family. But his brother's unwavering confidence cast a shadow, his condescending gaze making him seem above everyone else. Resolving to embody the gravity befitting an elder brother, Julius straightened with newfound determination. Channeling his resolve, he delved into his magical training, and soon a radiant aura shimmered into existence around him. Astonishment swept the crowd as Julius stood glowing with ethereal light, a display of power unseen in this 2 millennia-old world, whose once advanced magic had long declined, leaving the present era far less advanced. This secret remains unknown to the world, a unique breathing technique that draws in and converts the magical elements swirling through the air. This is the essence of magical training. Astonishment swept the crowd as whispers spread, everyone eager to witness the extraordinary. Meanwhile, the man stood bewildered, silently wondering which form the Demon King had cast him into this time. Channeling his powers, he cast a glance at Gaius, whose face was frozen in disbelief. The realization struck him. He could unleash such abilities before his newfound brother. The astonishment that rippled through the crowd was unmistakable. Suddenly, the room erupted with a thunderous bang. Shock swept through everyone present. Julius had shattered the magic measuring board. Emerging from the smoke, the young man admitted he'd gone too far. Though composed, the device had exploded. Julius tried to see his opponent's number, but failed. With the machine ruined, he wondered what to do next. Doubt gnawed at Dias. Accepting that his powerless brother could shatter the measuring board seemed utterly inconceivable. The very idea defied all logic. Julius turned to Gaius, curiosity in his eyes, and asked his thoughts. Gaius confidently raised his hand, declaring this was his true strength, leaving Julius watching in awe, completely stunned by the revelation. In the following lesson, the teacher challenged the class, gesturing toward the intricate magic circle he had drawn on the board, and asked if anyone could identify its purpose. With a silent plea, Julius wished the teacher's gaze would pass him by, but fortune turned its back. His name was called. Laughter rippled through the classroom as classmates scoffed, insisting that their Julius could never conquer such challenging questions. It was simply far beyond his abilities. His name now shone as Julius von Carlyle, granted new life through the forbidden sorcery woven by the Dark Lord himself. Rising to his feet, the young man declared that the spell was nothing more than a basic fireball, something any novice could handle. With a hint of uncertainty, he inquired if that response was sufficient. Gasps filled the room as the correct answer was revealed. No one else knew it. Though Julius returned to life after 2 millennia, he sensed that magic's once mighty pulse now felt faint and diminished in this new era. Julius strode to the board and declared the original magic circle cluttered. He wiped away the excess, then sketched a new design, narrating each careful addition and erasure as he worked. With the magic circle drawn, Julia confidently declared the task simple. Students exchanged uneasy glances, uncertain if she meant to rewrite the textbook or throw the lesson into chaos, as they'd never seen anything like this before. They looked bewildered, struggling to understand how he erased the lines and tripled the magic circle's strength. Calmly, he explained he'd pushed the circle to its limit, then asked curiously about the source of Julius's knowledge. Grinning, the boy declared the task was easy as pie. Across the room, a classmate protested Julius couldn't know that. Confused and anxious, Gaius snapped his pencil in half as he struggled to understand Julius's situation. Once classes ended, Julius wandered through the grand halls of Royal Academy. A lingering yawn escaped his lips as he mused aloud. Rebirth or not, the urge for a midday nap after lunch refused to let go. Stepping into the classroom where his next lesson was scheduled, Julius paused in astonishment at the unexpected scene that greeted him. A noisy commotion erupted where a throng of students had clustered together. Puzzled by the uproar, Julius questioned the cause of such clamor filling the classroom. It so happened that Julie's new girlfriend found herself backed into a corner, surrounded by sneers as her long hair became the target of cruel laughter and taunts, dismissed as something revolting. A girl nearby burst out laughing, staring at the way the girl's hair fell over her ears. They mocked her dreadful hairstyle. Then suddenly, one of them blurted, "Why not just cut her hair?" Grasping the scissors, she advanced toward the girl. Trapped with nowhere to escape, the victim pleaded desperately for mercy, but her assailants insisted their actions were for her own good. Clutching the girl's hair tightly, she declared with a chilling determination that they would tear it out themselves and discard it without a second thought. The girl's anguished cry rang out, protesting the pain. Intent on exposing the girl's true heritage, the hooligan planned to forcibly shave her head, eager to reveal her long, elfin ears for all to see. A desperate cry for help tore from the girl's lips. Julius, witnessing the chaos, drew a steadying breath. In the blink of an eye, the girl vanished from the clutches of the hooligans. Emerging quietly behind the girl, Julius cradled his girlfriend gently in his arms. With a weary sigh, he admitted that his vision had blurred, the result of a long day spent rushing from one task to another since dawn. Noticing Julius, the hooligans demanded to know what he was doing since she hadn't looked at them. Julius, holding scissors, coolly replied it was too risky for a girl to wander around with something so dangerous. Staring at his own hands, the bully was utterly bewildered as he took hold of the scissors. Words tumbled out as he admitted acting on impulse. He'd snatched them up before realizing it, convinced that his sluggish pace was somehow to blame. A noticeable decline in speed, down by 10 seconds, reveals the current physical limitations. Evidently, this newly reborn body has yet to reach its full potential. The bully, eyes narrowed, demanded the cause of the ruckus and slyly reminded them that bangs were against school rules. Unfazed, Julius cheerfully offered to give his friend a stylish haircut on the spot. With scissors poised in his hands, Julius glanced over and wondered aloud if it looked any better now. The girl nodded in agreement, preparing to speak, but Julius was quicker, cutting her off before she could utter a word. Julius quickly and precisely cut most of his girlfriend's hair, letting it fall in a messy pile. Anxious, she asked what happened. Smiling reassuringly, Julius told her the result was a success. With her fresh haircut, the girl seemed transformed, almost unrecognizable. The school bully scoffed, calling it an act of defiance, while the rest of the classmates couldn't help but gush over how charming and delightful she looked. Julius confronted the bully and asked for objections. When the girl hesitated, Julius urged her to find confidence so powerful that everyone in class would see her true strength. Introducing herself as Eliza, the girl offered heartfelt thanks to the young man who had come to her rescue. A flutter of unfamiliar feelings stirred within her. She realized she might actually enjoy this newfound connection. A gentle smile spread across his face as he remarked how simple it truly was. Half-elves, he explained, had long been targets of scorn, a truth that lingered stubbornly even after 2 millennia. In the next lesson, the teacher announced a test of magical power. Each student would aim at a scarecrow, and the force of their blast would instantly reveal their magical strength. If the target resists, students shouldn't worry. They should regroup and try again with determination. Julius watched, noting the process was very different from before, yet found it just as intriguing. When the teacher asked who wanted to go first, someone excitedly called out Gaius's name. At that moment, a girl hugged Gaius and confessed her love for him was as strong as ever. With a teasing smile, she mused how he stayed so handsome compared to his dull brother. Boldly, she confessed her love, but Gaius replied his heart belonged to someone else, a girl named Historia. In the hush that settled over the room, the young couple boldly shared a kiss, undeterred by their silent audience. Julius stared in disbelief, stunned that they would dare to act so brazenly right in the middle of class. The teacher faltered, momentarily lost for words. Just then, the student chimed in, remarking how striking those two appeared, so reminiscent of each other that even the teacher couldn't help but be drawn away from his train of thought. Gazing at the scene before him, Julius mused that men tended to be drawn to girls like Aya. Out of nowhere, the historian caught Julius's wandering eyes and remarked with a wry smile that envy had gotten the better of him. With a smug grin, Gaius Grandin boasted about his popularity among the girls, then turned to his brother and teasingly asked if there were any objections. Bewilderment flickered across Julius's face before he quietly assured them that he had no objections. This was a separate issue entirely. With that, his words faded into silence. Curious, he asked about the mysterious issue they were discussing and wondered if his brother was involved. Eliza, confused, turned to her friend and asked what he meant. Introducing Historia, she revealed, his beloved and the distinguished 8th princess of their realm. In high society, her name echoed with admiration, her popularity unrivaled among the nobility. She clarified that the princess was not Julius's wife. The young man, surprised, apologized for forgetting such an important detail, while Eliza gave him a disbelieving look at his oversight. Certain that he wasn't the one in question, Julius puzzled over what might link Yer and Gaius. Just then, Historia swung around to face him, her eyes sharp and voice clear as she addressed him. Insipid, with an arched brow, the princess demanded to know why the ugly girl and the loser dared stare at her so intently. Flustered, Eliza rushed to apologize, but Julius challenged her words, asking just what she meant by that. With serene confidence, Julius remarked that Eliza would effortlessly outshine even the princess in beauty. Besides, being a half-elf herself, she possessed those charming, delicate ears that added to her allure. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she inquired about Julius's words, yet despite any uncertainty, she confessed that hearing them brought her genuine happiness. Historia's eyes flashed as she demanded clarification. Flustered, the young man insisted being engaged didn't mean showing affection publicly. Puzzled, Historia pressed Julius to explain what he was talking about. She said the parents were responsible for choosing such a headstrong daughter-in-law, and everyone saw her as Gaius's devoted wife. With a spark, Historia said Julius could only dream of such a union. Gaius smiled in agreement. Laughter echoed from another student, pity mingling with mockery. "Looks rough for Julius," they mused, eyes flickering with sympathy as he realized, with crushing clarity, Historia had chosen his brother Gaius over him. Julius greeted him warmly with a serene sigh, expressing his pleasure at their meeting. Historia, surprised, demanded clarification, while Gaius turned to his brother, questioning if he had lost his senses. Curious, he urged his brother to share his thoughts during the struggle. His brother, bewildered, replied, "She's my older brother's fiancée. I can't understand it. There wasn't even an argument between us." Curiosity flickered in Historia's eyes as she inquired about the situation, reminding Julius that both he and Gaius were bound by a mutual love, one that Julius himself had openly blessed. A light-hearted chuckle escaped Julius as he remarked to Eliza that her gesture was rather endearing. Just then, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Historia's eyes. She had spotted something out of the ordinary. Scowling, the young man demanded how much longer this nonsense would last. The girl stiffened, anxiety in her eyes. Suddenly, the teacher's stern voice cut in, asking why they were causing a scene during the lesson. With a sly grin playing on her lips, Historia turned to the teacher and inquired about her task for the lesson. She wanted to confirm. Was she right in thinking they were expected to measure magical power using their own magic? With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, she swung the weapon toward Julius and inquired whether she could use him for target practice. The request clearly caught him off guard. Responding to their curiosity, the teacher proposed a challenge. Let's find out who would emerge victorious and who would face defeat. The moment anyone lost consciousness, they would be declared the loser, promptly ending the competition. With a weary sigh, Julius admitted they were in a realm ruled by magic and saw no reason to fight history's weight. As his words faded, the girl sharply shouted, demanding he be silent. With a hint of irritation in her voice, she confessed that he was already starting to get on her nerves. Historia chimed in, hoping that would suffice as justification. She described Julius as a reserved, impeccably mannered boy. A weary sigh escaped Julius as he brooded over the way his tale had been twisted and tarnished. Meanwhile, the girl's mind raced with mischievous delight, plotting how best to humiliate Julius before Gaius. Ready to teach the guy a lesson, she knew her boyfriend would watch and brim with pride. Spotting Gaius, she waved cheerfully and announced her arrival. Silence lingered as the boy stayed quiet. Suddenly, the teacher began the duel. Historia grabbed a small crystal, her voice sharp, as she told Julius to swallow his threats and accept what was coming. With a swift motion, she hurled the stone skyward, declaring her summons to the mightiest and unseen forces. Suspended mid-air, the crystal gleamed brilliantly, immediately capturing Julius's gaze. A shout erupted from the crowd, disbelief etched in their voices as they exclaimed that such a feat was unthinkable. They simply couldn't fathom how anyone could summon him with such ease. Countless magic circles flare to life in the air, swirling with arcane energy, and from their midst bursts forth a colossal monster, its massive form dominating the landscape in an instant. The sight left me utterly speechless, while a ripple of barely suppressed laughter began to spread among the guys, as if everyone sensed the impending chaos. The beast quickly broke free from the magic circle and stepped onto solid ground. As dust settled, Historia began a tale, revealing this creature had loyally guarded her family for countless generations. A level 30 salamander appeared, its scales glinting menacingly. Suddenly, it spewed fire, scorching the air as terrified screams echoed throughout the hall, blending with the roar of the flames. Stunned disbelief swept through the hall as an imposing level 30 monster appeared before their eyes. Whispers surged among the onlookers. Clearly, Historia truly intended to put an end to Julius. Meanwhile, Julius observed the unfolding scene with composed detachment. A sly grin played on Historius's lips as he commanded Salamander to strike. A swirling orb of magical energy began to crackle and grow within the monster's gaping maw. In the next instant, it unleashed a devastating blast, hurling the concentrated power straight at Julius. A worried cry escaped Eliza's lips, Julius's name hanging in the air, just as the teacher's stern voice thundered at Princess Historia, forbidding any acts of killing within these walls. With a playful laugh, the girl confessed her complete ignorance on the matter, quickly adding that, if anything, the blame rested squarely on that feeble boy's shoulders. Flames devoured the ground below, casting a fierce glow. Tilting her head, Historia asked how Salamander's hellfire tasted to Julius, but with a wistful sigh, lamented that he could no longer answer. Historia's voice rang out in fury, her outrage at Julius unmistakable. She demanded an apology at once, threatening that if he didn't hurry, he'd find himself reduced to nothing but a pile of ash. From the billowing smoke, Julius calmly emerged, paused to clear his throat, and remarked, "That dragon sure knows how to fill the air with smoke," unfazed by the chaos he had just walked through. Astonishment filled the princess's eyes as the young man strode forth from the swirling dust, composed and unscathed. The sight struck her as nothing short of impossible. With unruffled composure, Julius remarked that even a rookie hero could withstand flames this meager. Historia immediately protested, insisting that such confidence was misplaced. After all, this dragon boasted an intimidating level 30. Julius found the hero's status impressive enough to face a level 30 monster. Curious, he asked the girl if she wanted more, and Historia admitted her choice was a deeply ingrained habit from past experiences. With unwavering resolve, she commanded Salamander to strike with a truly fatal attack. Witnessing the scene unfold, the teacher could do nothing but cry out, insisting that this exact outcome was why my death had always been forbidden. Salamander fired condensed spheres, but Julius, calm and still, effortlessly dodged each without moving his legs. Historia, amazed, wondered aloud how he could move without appearing to move at all. Amazement swept through the audience, their curiosity erupting into a chorus of voices, all clamoring to know how Julius could possibly execute such remarkable moves. Questions buzzed through the crowd, each more eager than the last. With a gentle smile playing on his lips, Julius remarked that deciphering the monster's movements was rather straightforward. His calm confidence only deepened the crowd's confusion, prompting a chorus of curious voices eager to uncover his secret. As the creature's fury faded and silence fell, whispers spread. Was this the end? Had Julius survived the inferno? With a weary breath, Historia steadied herself and resolved to take the final path. Biting her finger in determination, she declared she would handle everything herself. Without hesitation, the girl commanded Salamander to ascend. In response, the creature leapt fearlessly, launching itself directly at Julius. With a commanding gesture, The girl unleashed her dragon on Julius. In an instant, the massive beast landed where he'd just been, the ground trembling and cracking as it crumbled under the monster's tremendous weight. The screen's chilling confirmation of Julius's demise sent a shudder through the audience. Witnessing this grim revelation, Eliza's voice rang out in a desperate scream, dread clawing at her heart for her fallen friend. A broad grin spread across Historia's face as she declared with certainty, "That's surely the end. There can't be anything left of Julius now." From beneath the hulking beast, a young man's voice rang out, laced with an apologetic tone as he admitted to being surprisingly unscathed. Julius's Historia could only stare in stunned silence, utterly at a loss for words. Gasps echoed as disbelief swept the crowd. None could believe their eyes. With ease, Julius gripped the colossal salamander in one hand. Despite its menacing, towering size, he stood unshaken on the ground below. History stood perplexed, unable to fathom how matters could unfold with such effortless simplicity. Meanwhile, astonishment lit up Eliza's eyes, while Gaius, incredulous, refused to accept that his own brother could achieve something so remarkable. Cries of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could anyone possibly lift a salamander? Bewilderment swept over the spectators as they struggled to grasp the marvel unfolding before their very eyes. With unwavering composure, Julius explained that he drew solely upon his body's aura, a bountiful wellspring of natural energy woven into his very being, generously bestowed from within. Within every individual lies an aura, an extraordinary force capable of unleashing power on par with multiple explosives. This remarkable inner instrument radiates immense potential, transforming its bearer into a being of awe-inspiring might. The surprise in his tale made it clear. She was truly hearing this for the very first time. Julius found himself uncertain, unable to discern if the girl's astonishment was genuine or merely a clever act. Julius, acting nonchalant, began his tale, saying he was just returning the princess's beloved pet. As soon as he spoke, he hurled salamander at the startled girl, giving her no time to process his explanation. With a thunderous crash, the monster toppled before Historia, its immense form shaking the earth. Terror erupted from the girl's lips in a piercing scream, while fissures splintered the ground at her feet under the creature's crushing weight. Desperately attempting to shield herself with trembling hands, the girl found her efforts futile as an unseen force hurled her skyward, lifting her clear off the ground. With swift reflexes, Julius closed the distance between them and caught the struggling girl in his arms, preventing her from collapsing. With a warm, gentle smile, the young man inquired softly if all was well. The sight of his sweet expression sent a rush of color to the princess's cheeks, leaving her momentarily speechless. Unease crept over Eliza as she observed the scene, prompting a heavy sigh to escape her lips. Meanwhile, Historia erupted in protest, her voice rising as she demanded to know just how much longer Julius intended to keep her in his grasp. She impatiently ordered her captor to release her. Wounded, Julius indignantly claimed he had saved her. Murmurs spread as onlookers wondered if this was truly Gaia's disgraced brother before them. Their eyes lingered on him, admiration clear in their gazes. Seated side by side, two men exchanged glances. One let out a hearty laugh, remarking that even amidst the formidable presence of Julius, Gaius would never fade into the background. A firm pat landed on his shoulder as his friend urged him to cut it out. Spinning around, laughter bubbling up, he shot back a teasing question, wondering what the fuss was about. Without warning, Gaius appeared before him, radiating a turbulent, oppressive force, brimming with fury and bitterness. The young man observed the unfolding events in the arena in utter silence, his gaze intense and unyielding. Tranquility finally settled over the academy, its bustling halls now hushed. In a secluded corridor, Gaius and Historia engaged in quiet conversation, their voices blending with the gentle silence that had descended. A gentle smile touched the young man's lips as he calmly told the princess their paths would part. Stunned, she stared at him in disbelief, struggling to understand and demanding an explanation for his sudden decision. Confused and desperate to understand her mistake, she urged Diaz to explain. Calmly, he said that though their time together was brief, it was meaningful. Historia reached out, urgently trying to stop him from leaving. As Julius strolled by, he was drawn into the heated dispute and asked Gaius about it. But before Gaius could answer, Historia curtly told Julius to mind his own business and move on, as the matter didn't concern him. With a solemn tone, Gaius reflected on all he and Historia had endured together, acknowledging that the time had come for their paths to diverge. Julius stared in shock, struggling to understand his brother. They'd been close lately. He never expected this. Historia protested, telling him to stay quiet, declaring Gaius unworthy of brother, calling him trash, leaving Julius reeling. As Gaia was leaving, she paused, curiosity in her eyes, and asked about her brother's cryptic words. He, conflicted, admitted, "From the beginning, my story was tied to Julius as his fiancé." Astonishment flickered across the young man's face before melting into a beaming grin. With unwavering conviction, he declared that the bond with his cherished brother far outweighed any marriage or promised bride. At those merciless words, history paled in disbelief. Julius couldn't mean it. She screamed, accusing him of breaking their engagement and warning his father would never forgive him, vowing a terrible price for such betrayal. She claimed that man once trembled at Gaius's name, insisting a true man laughs off a woman's teasing and forgives. As she spoke, she gripped Julius's shoulders tightly, not letting him escape her hold. The young man remarked that if she truly had no feelings for him, she could simply turn a blind eye. But Historia shook her head, insisting such indifference was impossible, and Julius, of all people, would never be capable of that. Excitedly, she said her master spoke of the child in the prophecy. Julius instantly realized something, grew puzzled, scratched his head, and pressed her. What did it mean, and who exactly was this mysterious prophesied child? The young man said he'd heard about this both from his own experiences and his brother's stories. Suddenly, the tale came to life behind Julius, prompting him to turn instinctively to see what was there. Without warning, Historia clung to Julius's leg and pleaded for forgiveness, insisting he was a man of integrity. Desperate, she begged him not to jeopardize her bond with Gaius, revealing she was the eighth An family princess. With unwavering conviction, she declared that Julius was obligated to take care of her. Julius, however, glanced at the girl with a defeated expression, awkwardly squirming in an attempt to slip free from her hold. A deep, heavy sigh escaped Julia as she pondered the certainty that even in a new life, trouble would undoubtedly find him. Striding briskly through the school's halls, Gaius struggled to contain the simmering fury within him. An oppressive silence clung to the corridor as he nearly stormed down its length, footsteps echoing his suppressed outrage. In a sudden frenzy, his fist crashed into the wall, shattering everything nearby. Veins bulged furiously across his forehead and face, throbbing with pure rage. "I'm not letting this go," he shouted, his voice echoing with unyielding determination. As morning light streamed through the curtains at Carlisle Estate, Julius stretched contentedly in bed, then sighed and declared, The hero enjoyed a truly restful sleep today. Stepping out onto his balcony, a colossal yawn escaped him as he questioned whether dawn was still so far off. An unexpected sound suddenly drifted to his ears, breaking the morning silence. From the courtyard below, the sharp clang of clashing swords rang out, a clear sign of a duel underway. Intrigued by the commotion, the young man leaned closer, curiosity sparking in his eyes as he tried to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. In the courtyard, a Carlisle family member sparred with Gaius, astonished at the young master's drastically improved swordplay, expressing admiration for how refined and formidable it had become in just a few days. Admiringly, the man praised Gaius's talent, but insisted there were greater heights to reach. Gaius, sword trembling and breath ragged, nodded gratefully and thanked him for the encouragement. Understanding the situation, Julius broke into a broad grin as his gaze landed on his cherished younger brother, Gaius, out in the yard. The sight of Gaius diligently training at such an early hour filled Julius with admiration. The man bellowed at Gaius, declaring the boy far surpassed his mediocre brother, and that mastery was near, urging Gaius to redouble his efforts and devote even more dedication to his training. A sudden curiosity struck Julius. Who was this man before him, armed with useless techniques, lacking strength and spirit? His baffling actions left Julius utterly perplexed, unable to grasp their purpose. Julius entertained the thought that perhaps this encounter was nothing more than a cordial duel, a chance for Gaius to sharpen his skills. With barely a pause, he vaulted from the balcony, determined to offer his brother support. Harnessing arcane energy, he enveloped himself in a shimmering aura that gently lowered him to the ground. As he landed, a pristine towel appeared in his hand, which he immediately offered to his brother with authority. Gaius panted and nodded, struggling to breathe. As soon as a towel landed on his head, Julius grinned proudly, saying he gave his all, leaving Gaius utterly astonished by the unexpected praise. Astonished and curious, Julius asked how long his brother had stayed. Had Gaius truly been here since dawn? Smiling in approval, Julius praised his brother's dedication, pleased by his eagerness to improve his skills. A smile played on Julius's lips as he proposed a different diversion, offering to teach Gaius the art of swordsmanship in place of these usual amusements. Indicating the man who had mentored Gaius, he offered the same opportunity, saying, "If you wish, I can train you as well." The man stared back, astonished, scarcely able to believe what he'd just heard. The idea that Julius would instruct him, especially in the sacred art of swordsmanship, wounded his pride deeply, for he carried the honor of the royal bloodline and saw himself as a born warrior. Gaius, indignant, demanded why his brother acted so rude. Didn't Julius recognize the man before them? The younger boy scoffed, saying he'd know that odd fighting style anywhere. It was their neighbor's eccentric uncle. Insulted by his technique being mocked and his identity belittled, the man snapped, drew his sword with blazing eyes, and vowed to teach the insolent youth a harsh lesson in humility. Announcing himself as a true knight, he vowed that Julius would answer immediately for besmirching his sacred honor. Without missing a beat, Gaius spun around and implored his mentor to regain his composure. The man charged at Julius, weapon drawn, eyes furious, insisting some insults were unforgivable. Julius, detached and composed, wondered if this was real or just an elaborate act, but remained unsettlingly calm. Gaius's teacher launched a direct assault on Julius, but the boy evaded every blow with nimble precision, weaving through the attacks and laughing aloud at the absurdity of the knight's attempts. Amazement froze Gaius in place as the scene unfolded before him. The notion of anyone evading the blade of a true master had always seemed an utter impossibility to him. With a weary grin, Julius remarked that the evening dragged on so sluggishly he felt a yawn creeping up. He then advised Gaius to seek out a master truly versed in his trade, someone capable of instructing him well. Meanwhile, the knight pressed on with his clumsy strikes, desperately trying to land a blow on his nimble opponent, who slipped past each attack with lightning-fast agility. With a swift motion, Julius reached for his sword, poised for an assault against the old man. As his fingers wrapped around the hilt, he uttered a phrase, invoking the return of the dreaded black magic. Astonishment swept over the teacher as Julius worked his mysterious craft. In the wake of his actions, a brilliant flash erupted in the air, illuminating the scene in dazzling light. With swift precision, Julius intercepted the blow aimed at the boy, halting the aggressor mid-strike. The sheer power unleashed by both swordsmen ignited the air, casting radiant sparks that illuminated their surroundings. Clinging desperately to the earth, Gaius struggled to hold his ground, every muscle strained as the force threatened to tear him away, his body on the verge of losing its grip entirely. Without warning, the tip of one of the swords snapped off, sending the rest of the weapon plummeting to the earth, where its blade drove deep into the soil. Sword in hand, Julius stood tall as his teacher lay defeated on the ground. Behind Julius, half of the shattered blade glinted, his sword now broken in two. Staring in disbelief at his sword's hilt, the man struggled to comprehend the impossible turn of events. Gaius breathed raggedly, relief mixed with pain as he confessed his agony. The sword's brilliance overwhelmed him, and for the first time, his mentors pushed him back. Confused, he wondered what strange fate had befallen his brother. Julius casually slung his sword over his shoulder and sighed. "What do you mean, Gaius?" "That move's just a basic attack reflex," he said, puzzled. The instructor jumped up, incredulous. "What reflex? That's not in any fencing manual." With a burst of excitement, he declared that this phenomenon ranked among the greatest mysteries of all time. Julius, however, scoffed at such claims, dismissing them as utter nonsense. After all, this was the very foundation upon which fencing stood. Julius ruefully noted the decline of swordsmanship and magic over 2 millennia. Gaius, puzzled, couldn't grasp his brother's blade mastery. Julius wondered if this magical attack had only emerged in this era. Staring at the shattered blade, the teacher murmured in disbelief. This sword, his family's oldest and most resilient heirloom, had survived generations and was believed to be unbreakable, making its destruction unimaginable. Julius, shocked at breaking the precious sword, bowed and apologized to his teacher. He then focused his magic, forming a gleaming blade, and declared his resolve to restore the sword with creation magic, determination in his eyes. News of this astonished the teacher beyond measure. The concept of creation magic was entirely foreign to him, leaving him utterly baffled as to how such a feat could exist. Without warning, Julius returned the sword to the stunned teacher, who marveled at how effortlessly it seemed repaired. Gaius, witnessing this surprising scene, couldn't resist asking for an explanation. With a puzzled look, the boy turned to Julius, remarking how bizarre everything seemed. Julius, sensing his brother's confusion, asked if he was referring to the sudden transformation that had overtaken him. With a hint of fear in her voice, Gaia remarked that it was as if she stood before an entirely different person. Her brother could never possess such overwhelming strength. Julius struggled to speak, unsure and hesitant. Convincing Guy he was Eugene, the hero reborn in his older brother's body, seemed impossible. as doubt would cloud any explanation, no matter how sincerely he tried. Julius hopefully invited Gaius to breakfast and, despite disliking pancakes, suggested a compromise. Gaius, however, shouted a fierce, "Shut up!" making it clear he wanted nothing to do with his brother that morning. Fury blazing in his eyes, Gaia whirled around and declared he would never acknowledge Julius as his elder brother. Without waiting for a response, he stormed off in a huff. Eyes narrowed in quiet scrutiny, Julius stared at him for a long, silent moment. At last, a weary sigh slipped from his lips as he remarked that Gaius's conduct was hardly fitting for a younger brother. Some time later, Julius found himself back at the academy. The instructor announced that today's lessons would delve into the art of summoning a magical servant, setting an air of anticipation throughout the room. Julius, eyebrows raised in astonishment, demanded to know what sort of servant she meant. Eliza calmly explained that even first-year students take part in a ritual, summoning monsters to become their loyal familiars. Astonishment flickered across Julius's face. Was this truly what they considered a program for school children? Having never set foot in a classroom himself, the concept remained utterly foreign to him. Out of the blue, the young man turned to Eliza and asked if she realized just how adorable she was. Flustered, Eliza blushed and insisted that wasn't true at all. With a knowing smile, the teacher explained that each student would face a summoned familiar reflecting their innermost abilities, a unique monster designed to truly test their individual strengths. According to the teacher, channeling one's inner power into a magic circle is the key to summoning a familiar. Julius found himself recalling that things had been quite different 2,000 years ago. At the teacher's invitation, the first volunteer stepped boldly into the circle, prompting a student to eagerly move forward without hesitation. Intrigued by the daring student's decision to step into the magic circle alone, Julius watched intently. As the young man unleashed his magic within the circle, a brilliant flash suddenly illuminated the entire space. A level 15 white wolf appeared in the magic circle. The teacher approved, declaring the boy had passed, but Julius was astonished by how weak the summoned creature seemed. An uneasy feeling crept over him as concern for his fate took root. Clearly, his internal reservoir of magical energy had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former strength. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing the teacher's attention as Gaius boldly volunteered next. Excitement rippled through students, amid whispers and rumors that something extraordinary might happen, intrigued by his lone approach. Without warning, Gaius spun on his heel, his gaze locking onto Julius. In a gruff tone, the stern man ordered his brother to avert his eyes. A warm smile spread across Julius's face as he offered a few encouraging words, urging his brother to set an example for everyone. However, this well-meant gesture only seemed to fan the flames of Gaius's irritation. As the boy stepped closer to the glowing magic circle, his teacher signaled for him to begin. With a silent nod, the boy acknowledged the command, determination flickering in his eyes. Guyus dramatically extended his hands, summoning a burst of magic that crackled with brilliant light. The students watched in awe, their faces aglow with wonder, and even Julius stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the spectacle. With a weary sigh, Guy stepped back just as a colossal beast started materializing from the swirling magic circle. A level 50 griffin, majestic and menacing, took form before their eyes. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as voices rose in awe, proclaiming the arrival of the celestial commander of the armies. No one could fathom how this young man had managed to call forth a level 50 familiar. Guy laughed, teasing Julius about his feelings on the situation and proudly claiming this as his strength. Julius, unfazed, replied calmly, "It's just a rather tiny bird." The young man balked at the notion that Gaia could receive such a dismal score, insisting that a retake was in order. Gaia stood frozen, utterly floored by the unexpected turn of events. Curiosity buzzed through the crowd as questions flew about the meaning of the two tiny birds. Whispers recalled ancient tales of celestial guardians, yet confusion lingered. No one understood what he was trying to say. According to Julius, these griffins were fit only for walking, as flight seemed an arduous challenge for them. Eliza's eyes widened in astonishment. Such creatures, she insisted, were a rarity beyond compare. With fierce determination, Julius declared to his brother that greater feats were within his reach and urged him to try once more. Gaius could only watch in astonishment. Bitterness already sharpening his words, Gaius challenged his brother outright. If this solution failed to satisfy him, then let him step forward and prove his own worth. A flicker of hesitation crossed Julius's face. Back in his days as a hero, answering the call was instinctive. Never once had he been forced to summon another. Laughter rippled through the crowd as onlookers convinced themselves that Julius was trembling with fear. Whispers buzzed. After all, as the older brother, surely he dreaded the prospect of receiving only the most basic rank. With a deep sigh, Julius strode toward the shimmering magic circle. Although he'd faced rituals like this in the past, something about this moment felt different, unfamiliar. Curiosity piqued. He resolved to see what fate had in store this time. Magic shimmered around Julius, cloaking him in a luminous aura. Sensing the critical moment, he focused intently, determined to collect every ounce of his power and channel it directly into the waiting circle. The moment he resolved to act on his thoughts, a powerful burst of magic suddenly erupted right before his eyes. The heavens themselves seemed to split open as Julius's magic soared far beyond the clouds, leaving everyone below utterly awestruck. Staggering to stay upright, Gaius was nearly swept away by the awestruck chorus as the heavens shattered above, powerful magic dazzling all and leaving them stunned that a single person could summon such an unbelievable phenomenon. Julius gazed in silence at the aftermath of his own actions. Without warning, an enormous reptilian beast began to emerge from the writhing mass of flesh. Onlookers gasped in awe, questioning what tier of sorcery could conjure such a marvel. From within the shimmering magic circle emerged a breathtaking dragon, an awe-inspiring creature whose very name had yet to grace the world's tongues. Its power surpassed all known limits, astonishing even veteran adventurers. As it spread its massive wings, anxious whispers rose. What was this beast, and just how formidable could its level truly be? Bewilderment flashed across Guy's face, unable to fathom how such a thing was possible. Never before had he witnessed anything so extraordinary. Eyes wide, he demanded to know what kind of magic this could possibly be. With unwavering composure, Julius extended his finger toward the dragon, casually inquiring if anyone recognized this peculiar creature. The stunned dragon, caught off guard, could only blurt out in disbelief that such a thing was impossible. Gasps rippled through the crowd at the monster's appearance, but the dragon's astonished, denying roar was loudest, declaring such a being could not exist, as it was a creature of impossible rarity. As soon as Julius spoke, terror drained the students' faces. Shocked he could talk, they stared in disbelief. Julius, confused, asked why, and they whispered that magical creatures had never been known to speak. With the awareness to understand language and the ability to speak, these beings are completely unknown, unseen, unheard, immeasurable, and even assigning them a ranking is impossible. Astonishment flickered across the teacher's face, mirroring the awe of everyone present. Eager for answers, he turned to the boy and inquired how such a feat had been accomplished single-handedly. Spinning on his heel, Julius demanded to know what was being discussed. With a dismissive wave, he insisted there was nothing remarkable about whatever had captured their attention. In ancient times, the mighty dragon Clyphon ruled supreme, feared and revered as the absolute monarch. His shadow loomed over the land, inspiring awe and terror in every creature beneath the sky. Gaius was astonished to see the dragon's eyes shimmer with an ethereal glow, proof its master wielded immense magic. As the dragon's eyelids opened, its luminous gaze froze the terrified crowd, unable to look away. A creature of unparalleled danger, his mere appearance struck terror so profound that witnesses often perished, their spirits shattered by fear. Dragons like him loom as dire threats to all life. Called the Lord of Dark Forces, the dragon summoned the legendary hero. Julius smiled warmly, recognizing his old friend, and curiously asked if this was the dragon's first appearance in 2 millennia. Horror-stricken and weakened by pain, the students collapsed one by one. Alarmed, Julius spun around and demanded to know what was wrong, but the dragon just shrugged indifferently, saying such scenes were nothing unusual. Suddenly, the students realized they were trapped by a vast magical force. The Demon King's power filled the air, and as the shockwave hit, the weaker ones collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The dragon gazed at Julius, observing his calm despite the intense magic. Smiling warmly, it expressed joy that the mighty spirit of the reincarnated hero still blazed within him. With bravado, the boy told the Lord of Dark Forces that such power deserved praise, urging the dragon to notice its effect on all, but also suggested the energy was too menacing and should perhaps be toned down a bit. With a humble bow, the Lord of the Dark Forces sincerely apologized, admitting the thought never occurred to him. Instantly, his body radiated intense, blinding light. The process of reincarnation had begun. Julius squeezed his eyes shut, wincing in pain. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's massive form compressed, scales vanishing as it swiftly transformed into a human shape. In an instant, the formidable Lord of the Dark Forces transformed into a strikingly beautiful young girl, elegantly clad in exquisite black attire. With a mischievous smirk, the girl teased, wondering if such an appearance suited her. The students blushed in shock. None had guessed the fearsome dragon before them was actually a strikingly beautiful girl. With a hint of pride, the Dark Lord asked if Julius approved of the new form. Julius admired it, noticed her power had lessened, and sincerely thanked her for such thoughtful consideration. A sudden tremor of rage sounded behind Julius as an indignant voice protested, while Gaius, clearly hurt, pointed at Julius, insisting no ordinary person could summon a servant of such exceptional caliber. With a shout of disbelief, Gaius insisted that no one capable of such a feat could possibly be his useless older brother. Fury blazed in his eyes. Julius grinned slyly, pointing at the girl and telling his brother she was just a servant. But the Lord of the Dark Forces sighed and reminded him only her true master could call her that. Gaius bristled with anger at the accusation, and voice thunderous insisted it was mere coincidence. Mounting his powerful griffin, he declared that only a duel could prove whose magical power truly reigned supreme. With a thunderous cry, he summoned Julius to a clash they both knew well. Witnessing this challenge, the Dark Lord inhaled deeply, preparing himself for what was to come. In an instant, her eyes blazed a fierce scarlet, gleaming with an almost otherworldly intensity. Urgently, she called out, demanding the others repeat their words for her in just a moment. Stunned by the girl's power, Gaius's terrified griffin fled instantly, leaving him bewildered and unable to understand why his loyal companion had suddenly disappeared. With a haughty sigh and disdainful voice, the proud girl looked away, calling it degrading to be compared to a weak servant. Unfazed, Julius calmly confirmed his suspicion. It was the Eye of Blinding, a deadly, arcane technique. Gaia dropped to his knees in despair, barely able to grasp what had happened. How could Julius wield such power? The boy had summoned a servant beyond belief, leaving Gaia overwhelmed, hopeless, and lost in disbelief. Astonished, Gaius stared at the familiar conjured by his brother's potential, unable to believe Julius had so vastly surpassed him. He was left bewildered, unable to grasp when or how his brother became so much greater. Overwhelmed, Gaius knelt and, voice shaking, demanded how Julius could surpass him. Turning to the dragon, he admitted feeling hollow and asked what true power was being discussed, pressing for answers with genuine curiosity. The Dark Lord's loyal servant dismissed Gaius as tedious company, her words laced with indifference toward the wider world. In her eyes, nothing held meaning except the thrill of battle for the sake of her beloved master. Curiosity glinted in Julius's eyes as he wondered aloud if all this was truly her magic. In response, the girl's lips curled into a gentle smile, affirming his suspicion with a quiet nod. According to her, it appeared to be a genuine body, yet something about it still failed to embody the essence of a true demon king. According to the girl, the call wasn't genuine, nor was it part of any ritual for recognizing imitators. Furthermore, she mentioned that the servant appeared to be tightly bound by an unbreakable code, a law demanding absolute obedience to the master. Julius blinked in astonishment, demanding an explanation for her cryptic words. Calmly, the girl clarified. This was no longer the Demon King's vessel. Now, she existed solely as the hero's devoted attendant. A rosy flush spread across Julius's cheeks as he assured them he understood. Suddenly, the girl focused on swirling dark energy. Nearby students recoiled in terror, faces pale, as startled screams filled the air. In an instant, everyone collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Bewilderment flickered across Julius's face as he turned to the girl, demanding an explanation for her abrupt actions. The girl calmly reassured Julius there was nothing to fear. She had simply put the others to sleep to avoid interruptions. Despite her explanation, Julius remained silent, uneasy with her methods. Clenching her hand with palpable emotion, the girl turned to face the hero. A heartfelt smile brightened her face as she declared how truly happy she was that fate had finally brought them together again. Smiling radiantly, she joyfully declared that after 2,000 years, fate had reunited them. Looking at Eugene, she confessed she'd waited countless ages for his return, her hope unwavering through the centuries. Confusion flickered on Julius's face as he pressed for clarity about the battles. Was the girl saying she obeyed her master without question? She nodded matter-of-factly, calling herself versatile and capable in many roles. At Julia's words, a heavy sigh escaped him. Eyes fixed on the floor, he confessed in a low voice that he was simply overcome with boredom. Delighted by his words, the girl gazed at her master with sparkling eyes. Suddenly, a powerful energy barrier flared to life around Julius, shimmering with intensity. Suddenly, he announced that he knew a game. Channeling his energy into his hands, he suggested they should give something a try while in this heightened state. Julius and the Lord of the Dark Forces faced each other, magic swirling. The girl glanced at her master, smiled hopefully, and suggested celebrating their first reunion in 2 millennia. Julius faced Vensmart, informing her that once their discussion concluded, she would be free to go wherever her heart desired. Meanwhile, every student lay sprawled across the ground, rendered unconscious by the overwhelming surge of magical energy. Summoning every ounce of resolve she possessed, the girl clenched her fists and declared her assent, promising that she would come back. In a flash, she sprang from her seat and hurtled toward Julius, intercepting him just as he readied himself to strike the girl. Enveloped in a shimmering aura of his own magic, Julius lifted his hands, ready to unleash the power of his innate magic. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Vensmart found himself within striking range of Julius, poised to unleash his assault. An assault drew near him, unleashing a barrage of dazzling flashes and thunderous explosions that tore through the sky. With flawless swordsmanship, Julius unleashed a brilliant counter, skillfully reflecting Vensmart's fierce assault. In a fluid motion, he sidestepped the deadly strike, turning his opponent's full-force attack against him. The moment the boy unleashed his attack reflection, every ounce of the girl's power rushed back into her. A piercing scream tore from her lips, and startled by the surge, she instinctively recoiled from Julius. A sudden burst of light flared beside Julius's weapon, granting him the force to effortlessly send the girl soaring high into the sky. Suspended above the ground, Vensmart burst into laughter, exhilarated by meeting someone who so easily deflected her attacks. Only one possessed such power: the hero. In a heartbeat, Julius appeared behind the girl, sword poised and ready to strike. Acknowledging the accuracy of the man's observations, he offered a quick word of thanks to the startled girl. Vensmart realized the ambush at the last possible moment, whirling around and thrusting her hand out in a desperate attempt to intercept the oncoming strike. The sheer force behind Julius's strike sent the girl hurtling backward through the air. Vensmart skidded across the ground, sliding a considerable distance before she finally came to a halt. Rising to her feet with a weary sigh, the girl's smile remained undiminished even as blood trickled down her lips. With a bold, ringing voice, she declared that the might of Julius the hero's sword had managed to rip away her right arm. "That's absolutely amazing," the girl burst out, her eyes shining with delight. Julius, catching her reaction, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. Her shoulder lifted, marking the spot where her right hand had just been moments ago. In an instant, the scattered fragments of her hand whirled through the air, spiraling closer together in a swirling vortex. In an instant, Ben's clever hand reformed itself, materializing from scattered particles. Flashing a mischievous grin, the girl declared with confidence, "This isn't over yet." With a measured step, Julius drew closer, remarking that she must have employed instant regeneration. The girl merely answered with a tinkling laugh, undisturbed. In that instant, a fresh surge of magic flickered to life within the girl's hands. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she urged Julius to be patient, hinting that the most thrilling wonders were just around the corner. Eyes fixed intently on Vensmart, the young man readied himself for the impending assault. Meanwhile, a wide grin spread across the girl's face as she encouraged Julius to brace himself and counter the next strike. Without hesitation, she unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, her fists crackling with magical energy. Each blow carried the force of her spell, Hard Fist channeling her formidable magic into every strike. Relentlessly, the girl unleashed a torrent of blows, her strikes cascading like a storm. All the while, Julius remained immovable, his aura shielding him as he calmly parried her furious assault. Meanwhile, inside the fortune-teller's house, a mysterious figure scrutinized the crystal ball with keen interest. The woman declared with certainty, "That's Econ." A bright-eyed girl approached the elderly woman, calling her Grandma. The old woman warned in a low, urgent voice of a wild magical force growing rapidly beneath the western sky and spreading alarmingly fast. The woman confessed her fear, rattled by sensations utterly unknown to her. To her, it could only be an omen, an unmistakable signal of the end. Deep within, she sensed it with chilling certainty. Gazing into the swirling depths of the magic ball, she witnessed the fierce clash between Julius and Vensmard. The sheer intensity of their confrontation struck her as the very power destined to bring their world to ruin. In that instant, the girl unleashed another powerful swing, her fist hurtling toward her opponent with renewed force. Julius took a punch to the face and, reeling, suggested to the demon lord they call it quits. The girl, surprised, blinked and asked in astonishment, "What do you mean by that?" Slightly miffed, the young man pressed a hand to his cheek, wincing as he remarked on the lingering sting and itch. With a grudging nod of respect, he admitted, "Vensmard sure packs one hell of a punch." Astonishment lit up the girl's face as she realized Julius had deflected every one of her attacks, all while uttering such confounding words. In that tense moment, she couldn't fathom how he managed to remain so composed. Without warning, Julius remarked that such feeble strikes were hardly fitting for a Dark Lord. After all, she reigned supreme as the Mistress of Shadow. Stunned, the girl stared at Julius as he quietly confessed that in 2,000 years, little had changed for him. Only now did he feel a faint decline in the demon lord's power. Turning to her, he wondered if that seemed odd. At these words, the girl burst into laughter, her laughter ringing out and throwing Julius into disarray. Flustered, he scrambled to ask what had caused such amusement, uncertain whether he had actually uttered something hilarious. Curiosity sparking in her eyes, the girl inquired whether the gentleman truly remained oblivious. The man glanced at Vensmard, his face a mask of confusion. With a radiant grin, the girl announced that an enchanted path now linked them together. Puzzled, Julius turned to her, seeking clarification about the mysterious magical path Vensmar had mentioned. With a knowing smile, the girl explained the magical path was a spiritual link weaving master and follower's fates. Through this bond, one could easily transform and channel the mighty power of the Demon King. Julius, surprised by her words, wondered what would happen to him. The girl proudly assured him that if she granted him her power, his strength would double, making him far stronger than before. With unwavering confidence, Vensmord declared she was far from weak. In fact, her power would make him almost unbearably strong. Julius absorbed her words in thoughtful silence. Although the young man claimed to understand, doubt showed in his eyes. Was he right or mistaken? Meanwhile, the girl accepted nothing could be done. The gap between their abilities was simply too wide to cross. With a sly smirk, she remarked that Julius had it all wrong. Confidently, she declared she'd prove her point to the guy herself. Julius looked at Vensmart, surprised as she summoned all her power. Lightning crackled around her, energizing her form. With a confident warning, she urged Julius to go beyond his limits. She would now test his true strength. Radiant beams instantly enveloped the girl as immense energy surged around her. The magic sphere swelled with each heartbeat, while Julius watched in stunned astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Mysterious markings began to surface across Vensmar's body. As the girl transcended into her dragon god form, A radiant orb enveloped her, its brilliant glow undiminished throughout her awe-inspiring transformation. Observing the scene, Julius realized that the Demon King's power lingered yet. A sly smile played across the girl's lips as she extended her hands before her, preparing to strike. Fingers curled tightly into fists, she summoned an intense energy that crackled in the air around her hands. With determination blazing in her eyes, the girl declared that the moment had come to forge her own strength. Astonishment flickered across Julius's face as he watched Vensmert, her hands swirling with the formidable dragon power she wielded at her peak. Channeling an immense reservoir of magic into her palms, Vensmart unleashed a torrent skyward, her dragon's breath acting as the conduit. In the very next moment, a colossal explosion reverberated through the air. A colossal surge of blazing energy swept across the sky above the besieged city, eclipsing more than half its heavens in a torrent of fire. Fear swept through the city's residents, prompting them to abandon their homes in search of answers about the mysterious events unfolding around them. A wave of fear swept through the city as horrifying events unfolded right above the school. No one had the faintest idea of what sinister happenings were taking place in that mysterious place. Even now, the girl maintained her defensive stance, hands poised and unwavering. Only moments before, the last flickers of fire had faded, finally granting her a fragile sense of calm. Gazing intently at the towering plume of smoke billowing from her recent strike, she remained motionless, anticipation flickering in her eyes as she awaited what might emerge from the haze. With a startled laugh, she insisted that such a thing was utterly unthinkable. Yet Julius, engulfed moments before in that thick cloud of smoke, managed to emerge without a scratch. Bewilderment gripped Vensmart. How could this be? The boy had never even been taught a single lesson. Yet, with serene confidence, Julius balanced his sword in one hand and thrust the other forward, conjuring a luminous barrier of light. With a trace of disappointment in his voice, Julius questioned whether this was truly the same Demon King's pride, the fearsome, destructive beam that had once been such a menace to him. He wondered aloud if Vensmart also found it lacking in power. Bursting into even more laughter at his words, the girl admitted he had countered her overwhelming assault with remarkable wit. With sparkling eyes, she declared, "That's my master." Eagerly, she urged him to press on and continue their playful duel. Swinging his sword effortlessly over his shoulder, Julius glanced over with a smirk and asked if the fight was truly over. Vensmart couldn't hide his astonishment at the question. With a scrutinizing gaze, the young man inquired whether any changes had caught her attention yet. In an instant, a searing force sliced through the air beside her, so swift and close that it stole her breath away. A shocked gasp escaped her lips as, in an uncanny moment, her entire form was cleaved in two. In that moment, Smart was at a loss, unable to grasp what had just unfolded. Bewildered, the girl turned to Julius, her voice trembling with curiosity as she demanded to know when he had managed to pull this off. In a swift, headlong descent, Vensmart plummeted while Julius observed in silence. A weary sigh escaped him as he declared to the Demon King that the spectacle had grown tiresome. As Vensmart came crashing down onto the magic circle from which she had been summoned, Julius touched down beside her in silence, his arrival swift and unobtrusive. Amazed, the young man confessed his disbelief at how effortlessly he had vanquished the Demon King, a foe who had unleashed every trick in a desperate bid to end his life. Such an unexpected victory, he admitted, could easily shake anyone's composure. A bright, radiant grin spread across the girl's face, quickly giving way to bursts of laughter that left Julius utterly bewildered. Vensmar quietly fused her two severed halves, undoing Julius's work. With awe and resignation, she confessed total defeat, admitting she'd never claimed to be the mightiest in history. Julius asked if these two conditions were acceptable. Smiling, the girl said she was happy to serve him. Curious, he asked if she truly wanted to stay. She nodded, assuring him she would, since he had summoned her. With passion blazing, she insisted he take responsibility, vowing devotion to the master until death. Julius, contemplative, quietly reminded her that what she spoke of had fallen to ruin 2,000 years ago. With a courteous gesture, the boy reached out to Vensmar, asking for permission to convey his heartfelt thanks. The unexpected display of gratitude caught the girl off guard, leaving her momentarily astonished. Gratitude filled Julius as he thanked her for changing his life. Even amid those grim days, he found moments of joy and laughter. A broad grin lit up the young man's face the moment he expressed his gratitude to the girl. Witnessing this unexpected reaction, Vensmar couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. A gentle sigh escaped her lips as she declared his features radiated kindness. Taking his hand, she rose gracefully to her feet and, with bright enthusiasm, proclaimed her eagerness to serve him. Grateful for her assistance, the young man offered his thanks. Nearby, a bespectacled stranger, who had been quietly observing the scene, could not contain his astonishment. "Incredible," he whispered in awe. "Simply unbelievable." In the end, as the prophecy unfolded just as foretold, astonishment flooded the man's face. Witnessing such overwhelming power left him utterly speechless, awestruck by the sheer magnitude he had seen. A sudden clarity swept over the man. He must have already reached full awareness. In that instant, the truth dawned on him. Julius von Carlyle stood before him, none other than the legendary hero Eugene. With a sly smirk, the man remarked that he needed to quickly determine whether Julius could truly serve as the perfect tool for the unfolding events. Once more, a faint burst of light flickered across the tranquil expanse above the city. High overhead, a figure shot swiftly through the serene sky. In a blur of motion, so swift he seemed to vanish from sight, Julius scoured the area, muttering with confidence that the object of his search had to be nearby. At that moment, exactly what he had been searching for all this time caught his eye. Joy lighting up his face, he swooped down to the ground, thrilled by his discovery. A warm smile spread across his face as he remarked that even after 2,000 years it remained in remarkable condition, an enduring testament to the magic that had shielded it from the ravages of time. Eyes shining with excitement, the young man gazed up at the tidy building before him. With a burst of joy, he declared, "This is my home." In days long past, a man named Aaron walked the earth, renowned for mastering every martial art, wielding magical prowess that left even the gods in awe, and possessing healing abilities said to rival the very king of spirits. Throughout history, none could rival his strength or nobility. Yet even a hero of such legendary stature found himself powerless before the might of the demon king, Venom. Bearing the weight of humanity's hopes proved too great for one man, so he retreated in self-imposed exile to the solitude of the mountains. Amid the silent peaks, he resolved to nurture a single orphan, dedicating himself to shaping a new future. Tranquility filled the man's days as he devoted himself to teaching the child everything he knew: mastery of the blade, the art of combat, and the secrets of restorative magic. This very child would one day rise to vanquish the Demon King. Hailed as the legendary hero who brought an end to the Dark Ages, he became known to all as the godlike savior, Eugene. Clutching a bottle of liquor, Julius launched into a rant about how this sort of thing now passes for history class curriculum. With a crooked grin, he wondered aloud if anyone else found it amusing. A wistful smile crossed the boy's lips as he gazed at his grandfather's grave, hands joined in silent prayer, whispering gratitude for being reborn into this world rather than some distant, unknown place. A quiet satisfaction filled him, grateful for the chance to pay tribute at his grandfather's grave. Taken aback for a moment, the young man then remarked with surprise that their paths truly lay along the same world line. With a swift motion, Julius thrust one hand forward, channeling magical energy with precision. At the same moment, he summoned his creation magic, skillfully crafting a sword into existence. In a flash, two swords materialized in the young man's grip. One gleamed with a delicate, almost ethereal lightness, while the other exuded darkness. Its pitch-black blade arched menacingly, veins of crimson etched along its edge. Julius gripped both swords, crossed their blades carefully, and steadied himself with deep breaths before channeling magic into the sword of emptiness, a weapon granted by the spirit through a focused incantation. Suddenly, dazzling bursts of light erupted before Julius's eyes, each accompanied by a faint, discordant noise that set his nerves on edge. Suddenly, a colossal cross blazed into existence in the night sky before Julius, casting a radiant glow that swept across the darkness and illuminated everything in its path. Without warning, the cross swelled, rapidly stretching outward and ballooning in every direction. From within the heart of the cross, the image of an elderly man gradually emerged. With a gentle smile playing on his lips, the mysterious figure quietly remarked on how truly extraordinary it all was. Julius smiled as he faced the man. At that moment, the elder remarked on his feet, wielding both the sacred and enchanted blades to cut through the barrier separating the living from the world beyond. Emerging quickly from the cross, the man materialized, torso, then legs, until he stood on solid ground. With a nod, he commented that the young man's clever way of contacting the dead was truly intriguing. Astonishingly, the man was the long-forgotten hero Aaron. His radiant ethereal form appeared before Julius, noting with a weary smile that only a rare few could achieve what had just occurred. Curious about his cherished grandson's thoughts, he turned to Eugene for his opinion. The sight of the man brought a wide, joyful grin to Julius's face. Relief and happiness flooded him at the chance to finally encounter his grandfather. Nearly 2 millennia ago, within these walls, one person quietly handed another a small envelope, explaining in a low voice that it contained instructions to be followed only after his own death. With a sigh, the old man extended a small envelope toward Eugene, whose discomfort was plain. Eugene pleaded with his grandfather to stop, insisting that the matter was no longer amusing. With a weary sigh, the old man admitted things weren't as they seemed, and he didn't have much time left, a truth that weighed on him. Meanwhile, Eugene opened the envelope, and confusion filled his face as he looked inside. Slumped on the edge of the bed, Aaron's voice wavered as he spoke. When his time came, he explained, Eugene was to head straight to the orphanage, its address carefully provided in the letter. There, every belonging meant for Eugene would await him. The elder advised Eugene to let the boy lead a simple, unremarkable life, assuring him there was no need for heroics. He explained that the child need not become the kind of avenger Aaron longed for, a champion, rising up against the Demon King. In the present, Aaron swirled his glass of wine with deliberate intensity, memories flickering in his eyes. The words he had once spoken echoed in his mind, yet now, with Julius beside him, everything felt irrevocably changed. Once hailed as the hero who banished the Demon King and restored order to a world shrouded in darkness, Julius now found himself chuckling at his grandfather's remarks. Aaron praised Eugene's seemingly endless talents, saying that with practice, defeating the Demon King would be easy. Hearing this high praise, Julius couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Lowering his wineglass, the man sighed and admitted with remorse that things weren't as they seemed. He had unknowingly trapped the boy in an ancient curse that had haunted his family for generations. Haunted by the memory of hurting Eugene, old Aaron lowered his gaze in regret. Overcome with remorse, he finally murmured an apology, his voice heavy with genuine sorrow for his actions. Julius sprang up, insisting everyone misunderstood. He only wanted to spare his grandfather sorrow. He firmly stated he chose the sense of duty from Aaron himself, entirely of his own free will. With a booming voice, Julius declared to his grandson that he harbored not a single regret about his actions. Without warning, the old man's voice turned severe as he declared that Eugene's sole ambition was to overthrow the Demon King, a feat he had pursued within the Demon King's own castle 2,000 years before. Tension radiated from Julius as he shifted uneasily, his voice betraying a hint of anxiety when he questioned Aaron. Had Aaron truly witnessed the events that unfolded in the Demon King's castle that day? At the elder's side, a heavy silence settled before he finally revealed the truth to Julius, confessing that it was his own hand that had orchestrated Julius's reincarnation on that fateful day. With a subdued tone and downcast eyes, the boy recoiled, murmuring that he owed his grandfather an apology for all that had transpired. Yet Aaron merely shook his head, insisting that, in truth, it was he who truly needed to ask for forgiveness. After Julius spoke, silence filled the room and anxiety weighed on him. Gathering courage, he faced his grandfather and, voice trembling with regret, confessed the painful truth. Aaron was gone, lost to another world. Anxiety manifesting in restless hands, Julius turned to his grandfather, voice trembling as he questioned the safety of their plan. A gentle smile spread across the old man's face, followed by a deep, calming sigh. Lifting his glass and the wine bottle with a flourish, Aaron announced there was something else he needed to take care of. Julius, caught off guard, blinked in surprise and wondered aloud if Aaron was about to reveal yet another lesson. Lifting his glass, the old man took a slow sip of wine, then remarked that the matter was, in fact, linked to Julius. The boy's eyes widened with astonishment as he demanded to know what business the old man had with him. If Julius finds contentment in the second stage of life, he needn't worry. The boy admitted this was hard to accept, so the old man advised him to pursue whatever his heart truly desired. Nerves frayed, the boy's voice trembled as he dared to ask what Aaron intended. With a slow and deliberate gesture, the old man lifted his hand, urging the boy to lift his gaze and meet whatever fate awaited above. He spread his arms, proclaiming that, like the countless stars above, Julius held endless potential. He wished only for his grandson to find his path, and in 2 years, the world would know this remarkable young man's name. Aaron's sole wish hung in the air, resonating with an unexpected intensity. Julius, stunned by what he'd just heard, turned to his grandfather, his eyes wide with disbelief. With determination, he promised to do everything within his power The old man paused in thought, then questioned whether this meant Julius wouldn't be visiting for a while. The boy offered a quiet nod, confirming his absence. Suddenly, Julius admitted he regretted leaving Aaron near the end and said he'd barely lived in their old home. The old man just chuckled, dismissing it as unimportant. With a gentle hand, the man ruffled Eugene's hair, reminding him that, in the end, they were family. The sincerity in those words struck a chord in Julius, deeply moving him. He admitted with a heartfelt nod that Aaron truly had a point. 2 millennia passed, Aaron revealed a startling truth to Eugene. The boy's parents had not perished, but lived still. The revelation left Eugene utterly astonished. According to the old man, a massive fire had broken out several years ago. Amidst the chaos, he rescued a child, Eugene. Yet since no lives were lost in the blaze, there is a real possibility that the boy's parents survived. Essentially, Aaron revealed that they were not related by blood. This revelation prompted Eugene to face his grandfather, expressing sincere gratitude that it was him who had raised him all these years. A gentle smile played on the boy's lips as he declared that, in his eyes, this man was his one and only family. Those words now echoed in the present as Julius spoke them anew. At those heartfelt words, emotion flickered across Aaron's face. A gentle smile broke through as he declared Julius a grandson to be proud of. Once their conversation ended, Julius fell into a deep, contemplative silence that lingered long after. Weighed down by his thoughts, Julius von Carlyle pondered his next move. No longer the man once known as Eugene, he resolved to seize every opportunity this new life offered, determined to savor each moment to its fullest. A torrent of curses echoed through the castle as the king, voice trembling with dreadful news, revealed with a heavy sigh that she had called off her engagement to the eldest son of the esteemed Carlyle family. Additionally, the king remarked that the young woman appeared to share a close bond with their second son. The tale left him utterly astonished. Shaken but resolute, the princess promised she would reveal the whole truth. Outraged, the man declared he would hear no more of it, scandalized by the king's daughter and her disgraceful affair. He insisted that Rev break off the engagement with the Carlyles without delay. Despair washed over Historia. Walking down the academy's corridor, the girl was determined. Julius wouldn't earn her forgiveness easily. Her father's stern decree echoed. She was exiled from the castle until she proved her innocence and could return. A horrified scream tore from Historia's lips. The entire ordeal felt unbearable. Confusion clouded her mind. Why on earth was she expected to bow before Julius and mend their fractured bond? The memory of Julius behaving like someone entirely different resurfaced in her mind. In a sudden flash, she recalled the moment he had caught her in his arms after the competition. A flush spread over the girl's cheeks as sudden realization caught her off guard. Flustered, Historia waved her hands, insisting to herself her thoughts hadn't strayed to him. She was sure she was above such things. Reflecting on her father's advice, the princess realized she could use her charm to control Julius, deciding that coaxing him into obedience would be far easier than openly restraining or shaming him. Braced for whatever awaited her, the girl strode boldly into the office, her voice ringing out as she inquired whether Julius was present. Inside the office, Eliza glanced toward Julius, admitting her confusion about the subject at hand. With a hopeful tone, she asked if he could lend her his insight. The boys gathered in the office erupted in joyous shouts, unable to contain their excitement, as thoughts of Eliza's radiant beauty filled their minds. With her enchanting half-elf charm, she truly was irresistibly adorable. Among the crowd stood Bensmart, her eyes alight with excitement as she chatted animatedly about the school's many wonders. Each new discovery, she admitted, made her grow fonder of the place. Cheers erupted from the boys as they declared Venom stunning once again. In their eyes, she shattered every conventional standard of beauty. Venom hugged Julius, grinned, and said lunch was near, suggesting they go to the cafeteria. Julius looked annoyed. Venom added the former Demon Queen seemed at home now, drawing jealous stares. Eliza soon caught up, eager to join. Off to the side, Princess Historia burned with indignation, silently questioning the identities of these mysterious girls. A suspicion took root. Could they be yet another faction, vying for the same prize as herself? The princess was bewildered at how the young man had gathered so many impressive women. Meanwhile, Venom, nearby, boasted about his cooking and urged her to take some food he'd prepared that day. Crashing to the floor, the princess felt the sting of defeat wash over her. One glance at Venom and Eliza, radiant in their elegance, made it painfully clear. These captivating women had stolen Julius's heart before she ever had a chance. Tears streamed down her face as the crowd quietly dispersed for dinner prep. Amid the bustle, Julius set his tempting lunch on the table, ready to enjoy it despite the changing atmosphere. Venom savored a bite, his eyes lighting up as he called it unbelievably delicious. Compared to his people's sandwiches, this meal made them seem like scraps. Even Eliza agreed, praising the dish as truly exceptional. As the girls savored each bite, grins spread across their faces. With cheerful conviction, they declared Julius the finest chef in the world. The guide let out a warm chuckle, remarking that if such praise came from them, it simply had to be true. They said only a true hero could create such a delicious dish so quickly. The aroma drained her will to fight, and Julius watched in shock, never thinking a mere sandwich could so easily extinguish her fierce resolve. With a mix of curiosity and awe, Eliza inquired whether Venom truly reigned as the Demon Queen. Venom grinned slyly, laced her hands behind her head, and teased Eliza, boasting she could plunge the cafeteria into chaos in seconds. Before things escalated, Julius interjected, insisting causing trouble was a bad idea. Eliza confirmed with pride that she was the legendary dragon, while Venom savored each bite of the feast, completely absorbed by the flavors. Nothing else mattered as long as she could taste such delights. Anxious, Eliza demanded the boy's true identity. How could he command the Demon Queen? The boy only smiled mysteriously, while Julius assured them he was simply an ordinary man, nothing more or less. Meeting his gaze with a playful sparkle, Eliza let out a soft laugh and teased that, truth be told, he was the one who kept shrouding himself in mystery. Venom fixed his gaze on her, grinning slyly as he wondered aloud if Eliza had ever meddled in others' affairs. Eliza shook her head emphatically, insisting she would never dream of interfering. With a gentle grace, she crossed her arms over her chest and declared that Julius, whoever he might be, meant nothing to her. Friendship alone was all she desired. Nothing more, nothing less. Julius stood frozen in astonishment as the young man, voice trembling with excitement and awe, quietly reaffirmed their friendship and, with hesitant eagerness, gently clasped Eliza's hand. A world of meaning in that gesture. Overflowing with gratitude, he thanked Eliza and promised they'd become friends. Surprised by his honesty, Eliza said she wasn't quite like that, but sincerely wanted to keep building their friendship. Stepping into the dining room, the teacher's voice carried across the chatter as she beckoned Mr. Carlyle closer. With a quiet firmness, she announced his presence was required. He had been summoned to the rector's office. Julius initially wondered if the conversation was about him, then saw Guy leap up and confidently claim he understood everything. Still unsure, Julius asked his brother if he really was the topic of their discussion. With a casual sweep of his hand through his hair, Guy declared that whenever the headmaster summoned a Carlyle to the academy office, it was invariably about him. A sly grin played across his lips as he shot a teasing glance at his brother, Julius. With a gentle smile, the teacher paused in the aisle and gently corrected Guy's assumption. Julius, not he, was the one she needed. Eliza's eyes widened in astonishment at this unexpected revelation. Outraged, Guy erupted at his brother, his frustration boiling over. Across the room, Julius reveled in self-satisfaction, displaying not the slightest hint of remorse for his smug demeanor. With a quiet apology to his brother, Julie rose from the table and strode toward the door. His brother trailed behind, mind swirling with questions about the director's abrupt summons. With uncertainty flickering in his eyes, Yulei ventured to ask the teacher what mistake he might have made. The woman offered an apologetic smile, confessing that she, too, had no idea why the boy had been summoned. Thoughts whirred restlessly in Julius's mind. Although this wasn't his inaugural day at the academy, an inexplicable sense of unease shadowed his every step toward the director's office. That odd anxiety clung to him, refusing to let go. Descending several flights of stairs, they at last reached the correct floor. The teacher led the way down a lengthy corridor before pausing at a doorway, turning back with a nod to let Julius know he could enter. The young man nodded in understanding and walked to the door. After a few gentle knocks, Julius apologized, introduced himself, and as the door opened, the director beckoned him and the boy inside. As Julius and Nora stepped inside, a piercing scream tore from the girl's lips. Her wide eyes locked onto something horrifying clinging to the wall. Julius, too, registered the shock, though his response was far more composed. The director scanned his guests, then gently but firmly asked the visibly shaken teacher about the commotion. Julius, hands trembling, nervously pointed to the wall and stammered that an adorable lizard had suddenly appeared. A grin spread across the man's face as Julia lavished praise on the creature. He silently acknowledged the cleverness of her remark, a surprisingly good-natured jest, especially given Nora's current predicament. As it turned out, the so-called lizard was actually a green dragon, a creature the director described as one of the world's rarest breeds. With a fierce glare, the dragon parted its jaws wide, unleashing a display of raw power. Covered in tough scales, razor claws, and fangs, the beast breathed fire, terrifying all who saw it. No one ever called it cute. Julius marveled that a lizard could inspire such awe, prompting the amused director to call him a character. Introducing himself as Asilis, the man revealed his position as the principal of the school. With a courteous nod, he offered an apology to Julius for summoning him so abruptly. At last, Julius believed he'd glimpsed the elusive headmaster in person. With unwavering certainty, the young man acknowledged that the headmaster must have summoned him for an important purpose. A hearty laugh bubbled from the director, who leaned forward and asked if the boy truly believed that. Julius, caught off guard, confessed that all he wanted was a peaceful existence. This sudden summons had taken him completely by surprise. Still wearing a pleasant smile, the director retrieved his handkerchief and lifted an item from the table. Holding it up for all to see, he turned to Julius and inquired if the object was familiar to him. After a pause, the young man suggested it might be rubbish. The director examined it, then agreed, clarifying it was actually a part from a device used to measure magical energy. In the aftermath, the man remarked that chaos had erupted because of Yule, equipment destroyed, the place overturned. A cold wave of horror swept over Yule as the truth dawned. He truly was the one responsible. Moments later, Eliza leaned over him, astonishment coloring her voice as she questioned whether he truly intended to venture into the dungeon beneath the school, completely on his own, and right now, of all times. After an awkward pause, Julius scratched his head and said, "The orders were from the director." The boy needed a chance to prove himself, and with the measuring device broken, this unusual method was the only option left. Excitement lit up Eliza's eyes as curiosity took over. She pressed Julius about the strange dungeon, eager for answers, but he shook his head, admitting he knew nothing about it and was completely in the dark. Laughter rang out from close by. Spinning around, Julius spotted his brother, Gaius, grinning with mischief. With a mocking glint in his eye, Gaius declared that, as expected, his elder sibling truly was both an ignoramus and a fool. With a grave look, Guy revealed a vast labyrinth beneath the academy, with a magical cave overrun by monsters. No explorer survived, so the sealed entrance has stayed locked for years, forbidding entry to the cursed place. Guy laughed, noting the director's skill. Being sent there was like a death sentence. Still, if his brother apologized, Guy might forgive him and help, choosing mercy over anger. Fingers intertwined, Julius listened intently as his younger brother poured out his thoughts. Every word sank in, and at last, true comprehension dawned. He finally grasped the meaning behind the director's message. Julius grinned, spun, and waved at his brother, saying he'd just go himself if needed. They'd meet soon anyway. Meanwhile, Gaius, frustrated, demanded to know if Julius was even listening to him. Julius suspected his brother remained utterly unaware of his presence in the dungeon. Amusement bubbled up within him, and he chuckled, musing aloud about his adorable little brother, one clearly harboring a burgeoning brother complex. Descending at last, Julius found himself facing a massive stone door, its surface marked with a striking red pentagram. There could be no mistaking it. With steady steps, Julius drew nearer and revealed the truth. He himself was the key, the very gateway within. Spinning on his heel, the man mused how the heroes of the lodge seemed drawn to descending into these shadowy depths. Maybe, in some forgotten existence, he too had shared their peculiar fascination. Out of nowhere, a tiny, venomous creature materialized before him, its expression twisted in annoyance. Suspicion flickered in the demon queen's eyes. She sensed that this Icarus was surely plotting some mischief. Julius smiled in surprise, noting Venom had no obligation to join him. Venom's loyal eyes shone. "A servant's bound by duty and heart. I could never leave my master's side," she replied softly. With a playful wink aimed at Yule, she reassured him that the boy had nothing to fear. She had no intention of troubling him. Grinning in response, Yule remarked that, as far as he could recall, the director never banned a bit of friendly assistance. According to Julius, the objective awaited at the labyrinth's farthest depths. Only by reaching the end and retrieving certain items, tangible evidence of their journey, could they prove they had conquered its twists and turns. With a lively stride, the young man remarked how long it had been since he'd visited a place like this, admitting a flicker of excitement danced within him. Venom responded warmly, expressing her delight at seeing her master so genuinely happy. Their journey had barely begun when the first obstacle loomed into view, a ragtag band of club-wielding monsters. Goblins, unmistakably. Julius couldn't help but notice the raw vitality radiating from their wiry bodies. An eruption of laughter burst from the armed mob, before they charged forward, shrieking vile taunts. Julius darted into their midst, protesting that the attack had come without warning. Yet, with a single devastating strike, he brought them all crashing down. With all adversaries obliterated, Julius lifted his hands in bewilderment. Was this truly the extent of the challenge before him? The guy voiced his disbelief, seeking confirmation. Venom nodded, remarking that it did indeed appear to be the case. Venom went on to explain that the sheer gap in power allows him to dispatch monsters with ease. Their fighting spirit simply crumbles in the face of his overwhelming might. With admiration, she remarked that he stands as a hero beyond all comparison. Julius offered no reaction to the string of compliments. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the road ahead. A note of unease colored his voice as he muttered that an ominous feeling still lingered in his chest. Not far ahead, an imposing new adversary blocked their path, far more menacing than any foe they'd faced before. A headless horseman, clad in ominous black armor, loomed before them, a powerful presence radiating danger. His level, a daunting 50. Unflinching, Julius held his ground. As the horseman surged toward him, Julius unleashed a powerful swing, his blade crashing down onto the rider's head. To his shock, the sword snapped in two, the force of the blow overwhelming the steel. As with the goblins, Julius instantly erased the rider with his magic in a thunderous blast, and without pause, the group continued deeper into the labyrinth's twisting passages. As Julius and Venom pressed forward, their adversaries became increasingly formidable. Following their clash with the mounted foe, they soon faced a cluster of stone golems, towering and menacing, each already boasting a fearsome level 70. Next came a level 75 Hellbird, trailed by a menacing cluster of level 80 gargoyles and the formidable Harpy Queen Emberstroll, her power soaring beyond level 90. Yet each was obliterated with a single decisive blow. As they walked, Julius yawned, calling everything tediously dull. Venom, eyes full of admiration, begged him not to say such things, but Julius just shrugged, saying the monsters weren't challenging enough. The young man said Vera had never truly fought a monster alone, while the Demon Queen noted that heroes can be overwhelmingly powerful, regretting that Vera hadn't been there to prove herself. Curious, Julius asked Venom for answers. She explained that all monsters were originally created by the Demon King's magic, and their strength had always come from that dark power. After his defeat, the demons languished for 2 millennia before recovering their strength, while humanity stagnated. Suddenly, Venom saw a staircase appear before him. Astonished, the young man met her gaze and gratefully said her guidance pleased him. But curiosity made him ask how she knew their path so well. Sensing this, Venom coolly asked why he was so interested. Out of nowhere, they questioned whether the boy had truly remained oblivious all this time. With a knowing smile, she revealed the secret. This place was once a castle. The school itself had risen from the very grounds that once belonged to a king. Surprise flickered across Yule's face as memories of his first trip to the director's office returned, and suddenly, the déjà vu he'd felt while surveying the academy made perfect sense. The school radiated an eerie grandeur, as if someone had resurrected a demonic fortress brick by brick. Yet what could possibly have possessed them to do so? 2 millennia had slipped by, leaving only mystery behind the motives of long-gone souls. Venom remarked that for her, this labyrinth felt much like a personal garden. All at once, the girl cautioned them of an impending trap just ahead. Julius spotted it as well and expressed his gratitude to the Queen for the timely warning. Julius, curious about how to express his gratitude to the queen, voiced his question. The girl responded with a playful wink, suggesting that a few heartfelt words of praise would do just fine. The endless corridors gave way to a vast chamber adorned with a vibrant mosaic of colored tiles. At its center stood a pedestal, gleaming with something radiant perched atop it. Astonishment colored Julius's voice as he demanded to know what sort of chamber this was. Meanwhile, Venom's wide eyes remained fixed on the mesmerizing, radiant stone levitating at the room's center, his mind racing with wonder. Julius and Venom studied the stone with curiosity. Julius considered taking it and asked the Demon Queen. She nodded, suggesting it would be a memorable keepsake from their journey. Julius closely examined the jewel, but before he could react, the room shifted. The ground shook violently, knocking him off balance and leaving him briefly disoriented as his surroundings distorted. The table shuddered under the force of a clenched fist. A booming voice demanded to know what possibly possessed his accuser to make such a claim. To everyone present, the very notion sounded utterly inconceivable. The man pressed on, demanding to know how the principal could possibly justify sending students to such a perilous place. With tension mounting in his voice, he demanded what action the principal intended to take next. A heavy silence lingered as the director grappled with his thoughts, searching desperately for a fitting response. Leaning in with mounting impatience, the man suddenly barked out the director's name, his voice slicing through the tense air. Seeking to ease the men's tension, Izaris slid open a small drawer in his desk and withdrew a mysterious item wrapped in a handkerchief. With a silent gesture, he directed their attention to it, urging them to observe closely. Isa revealed that the shard once belonged to a mystical artifact, an object so formidable that no magic known to this world could shatter it. Yet in defiance of all expectation, Julius managed to break it. The group was shocked, murmuring questions about how this happened. The director, staying calm, explained they only intended to inspect the materials before taking any further action. Later, a voice from the group wondered aloud if the director had truly banished the man to the basement, a place shrouded in dread, for not a soul had ever emerged from its depths alive. All at once, a blazing pentagram erupted before their eyes, radiating an overwhelming force and searing brilliance. Collective astonishment swept through the crowd as heads whipped around, gazes transfixed by the dazzling spectacle. The nature of the magic remained a mystery to all, yet the overwhelming force radiating from it left no one in doubt. Fear crept through the crowd, prompting a frantic cry. This was too perilous. They needed to scatter at once. To everyone's shock, only Julius emerged from the pentagram, stepping confidently through the portal. As every eye in the room fixed on him in disbelief, the palpable surprise showed no one had expected to see him. Squinting against the glaring light, Julius remarked on the sheer number of men gathered in the area. Nearby, Venom speculated that some sort of festive occasion might be underway. Several men protested Julius's lack of courtesy and demanded to know how he had arrived. Unfazed, Julius calmly credited his appearance among them to the arcane art of movement magic. Astonishment swept through the crowd at the mere mention of movement magic. The very idea seemed inconceivable. Such wonders simply did not exist in their world, especially not in the hands of a child. Julius casually said he couldn't be bothered to walk, so he used magic instead. When he demonstrated, the robed onlookers murmured in awe, amazed that no one in their world had such arcane powers. With a playful glint in his eye, Julius quipped that this kind of magic is particularly handy during those late-night trips to the bathroom. The director, grinning warmly, turned to the boy and inquired how everything had unfolded. The men burst into mocking laughter, pointing out that the boy had returned empty-handed. Clearly, seeing him fail to claim the adventurer's stone gave them twisted satisfaction. Yuli quickly shoved his hands in his pockets as talk of a mysterious stone caught his attention. At that moment, Venom reminded him they were discussing the very item they'd taken from the previous room. The memory of the shaking room flashed through the young man's mind as he grasped their conversation's topic. Reaching into his back pocket, he announced he had managed to retrieve something from the next room. Julius dramatically produced a tiny gemstone that blazed with light and asked if it was the mentioned treasure. The group was stunned. None had imagined they were seeing a real adventurer's stone or that he had such powerful magic. Several men flung their arms skyward, voices trembling with disbelief as they insisted that a sacred beast was meant to protect this stone. The mystery deepened. How could an ordinary schoolboy have possibly laid hands on such a treasure? Pausing to reflect, Julius suddenly recalled that the earth had started to tremble the instant he lifted the stone. Without warning, one of the walls crumbled into a cascade of debris. Evidently, their mention of a sacred beast referred to the three-headed wolf that materialized in the chamber the moment Julius removed the stone from its pedestal. Without warning, the man lunged at Julius, his voice booming as he declared they were discussing none other than the legendary three-headed beast, Cerberus. With absolute certainty, he insisted Cerberus's presence was guaranteed. A burst of laughter escaped from Julia as comprehension dawned on her. Evidently, the men were recounting the tale of the very same dog. The one that had rolled over, exposed its belly, and eagerly sought affection. The room was filled with astonishment at the boy taming the sacred beast. Julius, eyes bright, wanted to bring it along, but Venom quickly refused, insisting it was far too troublesome to deal with. Julius pressed on with his tale, describing how the only things present in the room were a dog and a luminous stone. Soon after, he stumbled upon a concealed door tucked away within a hidden chamber. A chorus of men mourned the fabled Orichalcum wall, where the legendary unbreakable stone had rested. Known as the world's strongest resource, could he truly have shattered its legendary power? With a confident lift of his index finger, Julius declared the task to be child's play. Brandishing his sword, he effortlessly reduced the thick wall before him to rubble. In an instant, every listener's expression vanished, replaced by a single, overwhelming emotion. Julius's revelations struck them like a bolt of lightning, leaving them rattled and disbelieving. His words sounded utterly impossible. Julius went on to explain that as soon as he carved out a narrow opening into the hidden chamber, a trove of fascinating details immediately caught his eye. Julius simply remarked that he had no idea how to carry off all the treasures he desired. So many dazzling, priceless artifacts beckoned to him, each one more alluring than the last. For this very reason, Julius refrained from making any individual selections. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to clear everything away. With a swift motion, he unlocked the magical gates and swept all the items inside. Essentially, this was a technique rooted in space magic, one that allowed a rift to be opened. Catching sight of their wary gazes, Venom decided a demonstration would clear their doubts far better than any explanation. The sheer magnitude of the surge was not lost on Julius. He quickly realized it was sowing confusion among those unable to grasp its origins. Nodding in agreement with Ben, he proceeded to unveil the hidden wonders within the secret room, displaying every treasure it held. A frenzy broke out as the men eagerly searched the trove, where the legendary magic ball of infinite magic, the famed sword, Levantine, and a dazzling array of SSS-ranked relics gleamed among the treasures. Julius's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed the collection, hardly believing such artifacts existed here. Venom explained, with a hint of nostalgia, that 2 millennia ago, treasures like these were far from uncommon. With a curious tilt of his head, Julius addressed the men once more as uncles, his gaze puzzled. He wondered aloud what exactly had left them all so astonished. In an instant, the entire crowd thrust their arms forward, fingers outstretched and aimed directly at Yule. Voices rose together in astonished unison, all demanding an explanation for such an extraordinary event, one rarely witnessed in their world. Seated at his desk, the principal observed the pandemonium unfolding before him, a silent spectator to the chaos. A wide grin spread across his face, and peals of laughter escaped his lips as the uproar seemed to amuse him greatly. After finishing in the office, Julius returned to his friends. Spotting Eliza, he approached with a note. Curious, she examined it and, amazed, remarked that he had made it back safely from that place. As if that weren't enough, the young man departed with a mountain of treasures and an official document proclaiming him a distinguished student of the academy. Julius confirmed everything matched Eliza's description, then wondered if being a special student was as impressive as people said. Eliza was astonished he had no idea about the privileges he now held. Granted free education and exam priority, Julius joined the academy's elite as the sole annual prodigy. Eliza struggled to process this, while he calmly sipped his tea, unfazed by his new honor. Venom lounged beside him, having shed her school uniform for her trademark ensemble. A playful smile danced on her lips as she remarked with absolute certainty that Julius was destined to stand out as a student. Julius glanced at her, smiling warmly as he noted her happiness. Venom, breaking off some dessert, replied with satisfaction that it was a relief the boy's powers had lasted even after 2 millennia. Astonishment lingered in Eliza's eyes as she stared at Julius, unable to mask her awe. Meanwhile, Venom savored every bite of her dessert, offering exuberant praise for its delightful flavor. Out of the blue, Eliza remarked on Julius's remarkable transformation. Once upon a time, the young man had been distant, untouchable, a solitary soul who paid no mind to anyone around him. With unwavering conviction, the young man insisted that Julius was indeed the Julius of old. A sudden spark of intrigue lit up his eyes. Echoes of memories lingered, stubbornly surviving even through the cycle of reincarnation. Uncertainty lingered as Julius settled in. Most couldn't understand him. He seemed peculiar, his actions drawing wary glances and whispered speculation during his early days after the transfer. Reclining in his seat, the young man quietly pondered Julius's enigmatic nature, curious about who he was. Though he longed to meet him, he doubted such a meeting would change anything deep down. His gaze drifted into the distance as memories of the centuries unfurled. 2,000 years had slipped by. Once, life pulsed with untamed energy and thrilling uncertainty, a stark contrast to the calm that now enveloped him. Despite everything, near-total ruin stretched endlessly, with monster and adventurer corpses scattered across the land. Night lingered, longer, heavier, more oppressive than ever, as shadows deepened and darkness reigned. The world feels completely transformed. A serene 15-year-old savors his tea under the open sky, no longer burdened by thoughts of what tomorrow might bring. Each new day ushers in a world blossoming with life, as vibrant city streets overflow with cheerful crowds, pausing amid their strolls to share laughter and conversation. Back then, tranquility was nowhere to be found. Now, a profound serenity settled in, bathing everything in peace. People basked in newfound joys and delights, each moment brimming with gentle happiness and contentment. Spinning around to face his companions, Julius lifted his cup with a grin, remarking on the sea of cheerful faces surrounding him, a sight he found absolutely exhilarating. A serene calm washed over Julius, filling him with unexpected tranquility. Curious about his quiet words, Elisa asked his thoughts, then shrugged, noting that such peace had become the norm everywhere nowadays. With eyes closed, he let the street flowers' scent mix with Elisa's reassuring words. Maybe she was right. Then a crucial memory suddenly surfaced, an important detail he realized he could no longer ignore. Memories flooded him, visions of a world once alive with fantastical creatures. Yet now, with questions asked, he had no option but to invent a story about the mysterious fate that had befallen those monsters over the years. A burst of laughter escaped Eliza as she declared that their absence was hardly a mystery. They had vanished ages ago, utterly destroyed. With a teasing grin, she added that any attentive student would have learned this tidbit in history class. Gazing once more toward the horizon, where lush, vibrant tree canopies danced in the breeze, the young man released a gentle sigh. Contentment warmed his voice as he concluded, "These tranquil days truly are a blessing." A figure emerged on the distant horizon, striding boldly toward the cluster of boys. Startled, they spun around, an uneasy feeling prickling at the back of their minds. A shadowy figure weaved between the tables, arms full, as a youthful voice confidently claimed to know everything. The newcomer was revealed to be Guy, Julius's younger brother. Shrouded in gloom, Gaius clutched a large, mysterious bundle tightly wrapped in layers, frustration radiating as he seethed over Julius, usurping his title as the Academy's top student. A gentle smile played on Julius's lips as he confessed that becoming one hadn't been his own wish. If G so desired, his brother would surrender to that longing without hesitation. Gaius set the mysterious object down, the clang of metal echoing beneath it. With a frustrated sigh, the young man muttered that Julius constantly made him out to be an absolute fool, a reputation he hardly deserved. Fury flared in Guy's eyes as he vowed never to pardon his elder brother for such an outrage. His fingers clenched around the wrapping, shredding it into fragments with seething agitation. Elisa and Venom watched in astonishment as Guy acted. Instantly, the elven girl understood Julius's younger brother's moves, and, mouth agape, eagerly explained the curious item he held. Worried, she said the artifact was in a museum with tight security, yet its wrappings kept slipping off as clips fell to the floor, and soon the object was fully exposed. Julius sat frozen in astonishment as the mysterious object materialized. Before he could react, Eliza excitedly announced that Guy was already clutching the legendary sword in his grasp. Astonished, Guy watched his brother's actions when a voice loudly proclaimed his behavior disgraceful. After all, how could anyone justify arguing with their own sibling amid such commotion? Gaius silenced the crowd with a commanding gesture and fixed Julius with a piercing stare. Voice brimming with challenge, he demanded a duel, gripping the Thunder God's legendary, energy-hissing sword with clenched fingers. Brimming with confidence, Guy believed that toppling his older brother would instantly restore his rightful status as a distinguished student at the Academy. Unruffled, Julius stood his ground, extending a steady hand toward Gaius. In a measured voice, he assured him it wasn't worth the trouble. The elder brother, after all, was prepared to yield this place to Gaius without contest. Outraged, Gaius demanded to know how much longer Julius planned to coddle him like a mere child. His features twisted in anger as he challenged his brother, warning him to ready himself for the fight ahead. A massive thunderclap burst forth from the sword, roaring straight toward Julius. Yet the elder brother remained rooted to the spot, his composure unshaken as he coolly awaited the explosive force drawing near. Guy appeared instantly, swinging his sword, but you calmly sidestepped his attack without taking your hands from your pockets. A simple gesture that clearly showed your quiet dominance. With a sharp flick of his head, Julius drew Eliza's wide-eyed attention. To her, the motion seemed lightning quick, almost dazzling in its speed. All the while, his grin lingered, refusing to fade. Diaz declared the battle far from over and launched a new barrage of strikes. His legendary sword danced through the air, each slash more stunning, while Julius watched in awe, amazed by the blade's extraordinary power. Lightning-infused magic surged within this sword, propelling its blade to match the blinding speed of a thunderbolt. It became clear to Julius that expecting Guy to match his pace was futile. With a thunderous yell, Guy declared that Julius would finally pay for every slight endured during their days at the academy. Eliza, her voice trembling with fear, called out desperately, urging Julius to watch out. In the midst of the clash, as Guy braced himself for another assault, Julius nonchalantly reached out and caught the sword's blade as it whistled by. With an unfazed expression, he simply remarked, "Oops." Astonishment swept through the room, leaving even the formidable Demon Queen Venom motionless for a heartbeat, her teacup poised halfway to her lips. Amid the chaos, Guy's voice rang out, disbelieving and insistent. This couldn't possibly be real. Julius grinned as he slowly pivoted, casually noting Guy's impressive speed since their last encounter. Guy, stunned, stared in disbelief at how easily Julius fended him off, now moving with lightning-like swiftness. A sly grin spread across Julius's face as he decided to tease, claiming that he too was lightning itself. Guy's temper flared further. His voice thundered as he demanded Julius quit spouting such nonsense. A sudden cry split the air. Someone had finally found it. Spinning around, the brothers caught sight of a portly man, his face flushed with outrage, accusing Gaius of being a barbarian bold enough to steal the precious sword. Flustered, Guy rushed to defend himself, eager to clear up the misunderstanding and explain his side of the story. Meanwhile, the man's furious shouts echoed, demanding that Guy come over immediately. With an easy smile, Julius gestured for everyone to settle down. The man shifted his glasses, eyeing Julius with a spark of recognition. "You're that special student, aren't you?" he remarked, his voice tinged with familiarity. Bursting with newfound understanding, he dashed over to Yule, a broad grin lighting up his face. In a reassuring tone, the man assured him that nothing serious had occurred, and that all he needed to do was ask. With a casual wave of his hand, the man told the boys to give him a heads up next time. No point in having him rush around for nothing. Without waiting for a response, he strode away, leaving the two brothers rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. Grinning broadly, Julius flashed two fingers at Guy, and with a mischievous glint, declared that thanks to his intervention, fortune had favored Guy, helping him avoid a whole host of troubles. Guy admitted his strong dislike for that trait in his brother. Julius calmly urged him to relax and have some cake. Watching them, Venom admired their warmth and camaraderie, commenting on the bond the boys shared. The director stood by the window, observing the busy street below and noting every detail. He saw Julius handle his brother with effortless confidence, staying calm and composed throughout the entire situation. Narrowing his eyes ever so slightly, he brought his hands together in a sharp clap. Instantly, a chorus of noise erupted behind him, as though figures had materialized from thin air, filling the space with their sudden presence. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Without warning, a group of youths, clad in school uniforms, materialized behind the director. Their eyes shimmered with an eerie, unnatural radiance, reminiscent of tiny light bulbs flickering in the shadows. At once, the boys pivoted toward their director, eager to know if he had summoned them. Without tearing his gaze from the window, the director launched into his remarks, speaking to the assembled group of boys. With a satisfied smile, he declared his prediction had indeed come to pass. In that instant, the students shed their disguises, revealing their monstrous true forms as the transformation took hold. With excitement, the director announced the long-awaited moment had come. It was time to reveal their true strength. He stressed that every detail must unfold with flawless precision, exactly as foretold. With a wide grin, the director announced that this young man was the chosen reincarnate. All that remained was to demonstrate their true power and finally exact their revenge. After the day's turmoil, Julius returned home, where several maids bowed respectfully and softly announced that dinner was served, inviting him into the dining room. Stomach growling with hunger, Julius hurriedly swapped outfits and made a beeline for the dining hall. Awaiting him stood his parents, radiant smiles lighting up their faces. With a booming voice, his father declared his son an exemplary young man. His mother, eyes brimming with pride, affirmed that he was truly the family's shining star. The home's atmosphere had changed overnight, surprising Julius. Where doubt once lingered, admiration now prevailed, at both the academy and home. Except for a glum young man at the table, out of place amid the newfound joy. The father placed a gentle hand on Guy's shoulder, stepped closer, and warmly reminded him there was no need for sorrow. Their eldest brother was truly someone to be proud of, a shining example to follow. Julius realized dinner had started without him, and to make it worse, there wasn't even a seat left. He had to fetch a chair himself, and these were his own parents. Gaius, the prodigious younger brother, is praised, while Julius, the elder, deemed worthless, fades into obscurity. Reincarnation shrouds the cause of their estrangement. Has Julius truly suffered neglect for all 15 years? Choosing to brush off the awkwardness, Julius pressed on, inquiring about the subject of the parents' conversation. Instantly, he found himself under the weight of two uneasy, scrutinizing gazes. The father shifted his gaze to the young man and inquired about his presence. For a moment, Julius seemed puzzled by the question, but soon, with quiet composure, replied that he was simply enjoying his dinner. A wide smile crossed his face as he said, "We're a family." Julius thought that's how families should be, until the man's voice turned ominous. "You're not one of us. You're not our child." A shadow fell across Julius's features at those words. How heartless to speak so bluntly. Memories of his grandfather, ever gentle and warm, stirred wistfully in his mind. Amazement shone in the man's eyes as he praised Gaius, still astonished from receiving the Academy's letter. After all, Gaius had achieved something exceptional and earned his place as a special student. The father firmly expressed his complete faith in their youngest son. Startled, Julius paused, mid-bite, looking up from his plate with curiosity as he tried to understand his father's words. Radiant with pride, the father declared that Gaius was undeniably their own flesh and blood, a child destined to carry their family's name to every corner of the world. With a measured and refined laugh, Mother announced her plans for the near future, her composure unwavering. Meanwhile, Guy clenched his teeth, straining to keep his emotions and embarrassment tightly in check until the very end. Out of nowhere, Gaius cleared his throat loudly, a clear attempt to command the room's attention. With a firm voice, he clarified, ensuring no one would misunderstand. The boy had not been granted the title of special student at the academy. Astonished, the father stared at his youngest son, seeking an explanation for the unexpected scene, while the equally perplexed mother rushed over, her voice filled with confusion as she asked what mistake could have happened. The father insisted he'd unmistakably heard Carlyle's name mentioned. In that very moment, the maid swept into the room, announcing to her master that a letter had just arrived from the academy. With a commanding gesture, the man requested that the item be brought into the dining room. Grasping the sealed letter, he lifted it for all to see, declaring to Gaius that this was the very evidence of the claims he and his mother had made. With a note of assurance, he mentioned that a letter had arrived, complete with tangible proof. Yuli paused mid-bite, glanced up at the letter in question, and calmly claimed it as his own. With a flash of irritation, the father spun around and demanded to know what Julius had just uttered. Startled by the sudden scrutiny, Julius met the man's gaze and calmly reasserted, "I'm the one who will be chosen as the Academy's special student." Without missing a beat, the parents pounced on their eldest son, declaring that with grades like his, he had no right even to speak about such prestigious academy honors. With a hushed tone, Mother confided in Father her worry that Julius had grown far too full of himself. Father agreed it was odd, then carefully unfolded the letter, remarking it could only be from Gaius. As soon as their eyes scanned the first lines of the letter, disbelief escaped their lips. This couldn't possibly be true. Utter shock rooted both parents in place, their gazes fixed on the trembling page. Yet there it was, spelled out plainly. Julius von Carlyle had been chosen as a special student by this very school. Upon reading it, Father dismissed it at once, insisting there must be some sort of error. The father slowly remarked, "In that case, it's impossible not to conclude Gaius is even worse than Julius." At this, the younger son jumped up, his chair scraping, and rushed out of the dining room they shared. Night had fallen, darkness filling the room. Gaius skipped dinner and retreated to his room, sitting curled up on his bed with arms around his knees, solitude settling heavily around him. A shadow lingered over the young man's face, his pallor a haunting reminder of the moral torment that had plagued him for weeks. The significance of this title utterly escaped him. What made it so extraordinary remained a mystery. Remaining rooted to his spot, a sudden curse slipped from his lips. Only now did the realization dawn. Just days earlier, his brother had become a stranger. Julius's entire demeanor had shifted into something utterly unfamiliar. The brother remembered from those days had always been a quiet, timid soul. Since childhood, ridicule followed him everywhere, taunting fingers and jeers branding him as nothing more than a failure. In that instant, the parents' decision crystallized. They knew exactly on whose shoulders the hopes of their distinguished family would rest. Since childhood, Father had always insisted that Gaia would never end up resembling his foolish brother. Their hearts brimmed with hope that Gaius would inherit the family's legacy and bring greater glory. Now the memory returned. Gaius recalled how different his childhood self was compared to who he was now. Back in the days of their carefree childhood, when the two of them would sit side by side, absorbed in their toys, not a trace of animosity clouded the bond between them. In one such innocent moment, he turned to Julius and spoke. With a confident grin, Guy leaned in close to his brother, vowing he would become strong and impressive. In that moment, the younger sibling truly believed him, sensing that this promise would reshape the course of their lives. In a sudden burst of determination, the boy sprang to his feet, his tiny hands balled tightly into fists. Proclaiming his resolve, he vowed to protect his older brother and warned everyone not to even think of causing him harm. At first, Julius reacted with his usual laconic surprise, a single eyebrow arched. Gradually, a gentle, boyish smile blossomed on his face. His gaze met his brother's, and with a quiet nod, he expressed his agreement. As children, Julius and Guy were inseparable. Julius always stood by his younger brother, right or wrong, silently comforting him through hardship by sharing a bed and offering wordless reassurance in the night. The brother he adored became a stranger on a bitter winter's day, a memory forever etched into his mind from when he was just 5 years old. That day, everything shifted in a way he could never forget. The entire family set out for the mountains, a sense of ease settling over their escorts who believed the area to be free of monsters. But just as comfort lulled them into complacency, calamity struck without warning. Icy winds sapped their remaining strength, leaving the group shivering and weary. Suddenly, a monstrous, unnatural bear lumbered onto their path, its savage fury unleashed as it shredded several of the family's guards. Strewn ahead were the lifeless forms of those claimed by the bear's fury. Panic seized Guy as he rushed to his older brother's side, clutching desperately at his clothes. With wide, fearful eyes, he stammered that he had no idea what to do next. Spotting 2 boys nearby, the bear lunged with a thunderous roar. Paralyzed by fear, one boy fell to the ground before its fierce gaze, tears streaming as he screamed his brother's name. Resignation overtook him as he accepted death's inevitability. They were just helpless children here. But then, unexpectedly, fate intervened with an unforeseen twist. Julius sprang up and landed on the bear's back, gripping its head with one hand. With a powerful motion, the eldest son tore the monster's head clean off its shoulders. Astonishment gripped God as he dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by the bewildering turn of events. The bear, unmistakably vanquished, lay headless in the snow, its lifeless form crumpling instantly upon the frozen ground. Blood pooled on the ground, instantly crystallizing into crimson ice before Gaius's wide eyes. Trembling from head to toe, he turned to his brother, voice quivering, desperate to understand what had just transpired. At last, Julius shifted his gaze and shattered the lingering silence between them. A gentle smile curled across the elder brother's face as he asked Guy with genuine concern whether all was well and if the boy had come to any harm. Guy gazed at his brother in stunned silence, his mouth agape as icy tears clung to his cheeks. In that moment, Julius seemed every bit the gallant prince from those enchanting fairy tales Guy remembered reading long ago. To the young boy, his older brother emerged as a true hero, undeterred by the whispers and judgments of others. Where the world saw flaws, he alone recognized the hidden strength and untapped potential shining within his brother. In the wake of Julius's actions, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, stealing his senses. He collapsed, crumpling to the ground. Terror gripped Gaius as he rushed to his brother's side, desperate for any sign that Julius might awaken. At the sight of the fallen bear, the crowd instantly elevated Guy to the status of a hero. He basked in their admiration, his bold deed celebrated by all, while his brother, faded quietly into the background, unnoticed and forgotten. Only then did Guy finally see his true brother, Julius, and realize he'd hidden his powers from everyone. What made him keep this secret? As confusion swirled in Guy's mind, a sudden knock sounded at his door. Gaius, tense with anticipation, lifted his head as Julius's voice softly called from beyond the door, asking if he was asleep. The unexpected late-night visit left Gaius startled and deeply intrigued. Guy's voice rang out in surprise as he demanded to know why Julius was here. With a faint chuckle, the older brother simply smiled, then reached for the tray of food resting atop a petite maid's cart, lifting it with casual grace. According to Julia, that fellow couldn't manage a meal without trouble. So, his older brother took matters into his own hands, preparing a special dinner and personally delivering it right to his room. With a scowl, Guy muttered that he wanted none of this, his voice thick with irritation. He then told Julius to go away. Unfazed, the older brother pressed on, gently insisting he'd poured both effort and affection into his attempts to help. With a strained effort, Guy pushed himself up from the bed, each movement slow and labored as he limped toward the door. A weary sigh escaped his lips before he demanded to know the reason for Julius's intrusion. From beyond the wooden door, Julius's thoughtful pause lingered in the air before he finally spoke, carefully choosing his words. A gentle smile crossed his face as he declared, "Guy, you are my younger brother." Despite high hopes, Guy hid his older brother's true power. Left in the dark, the younger sibling persevered relentlessly, determined to close the gap through sheer effort. Yet those surrounding him persisted in viewing his brother as nothing but a failure, blind to the potential that simmered beneath the surface. Maybe Julius concealed his true talents, choosing obscurity over the glare of scrutiny. Whenever doubts crept into Guy's mind, a surge of anger would begin to boil within him. Yet, against all odds, Julia astonished everyone by unveiling his hidden talents and soon earned the distinction of becoming a special student. The brother, once silent and feigning insignificance, finally began to reveal his true nature. Guy replayed those words in his mind, then hammered his fists against the door in frustration. Guy, furious, declared his hatred for Julius and accused his older brother of constant trickery. Julius stood awkwardly in the doorway, bewildered and clearly unsure what had triggered such hostility. The thought stung, for in recent days, Julius had done nothing but strive to mend fences with his brother, willingly setting aside his own needs and offering every ounce of his attention in hopes of reconciliation. With a sigh, the older brother announced he'd set the food down by the door. Conversation tempted him, but deep down, he recognized it would be futile. Before stepping away, Julius urged, "Make sure you finish it all before it gets cold." Julius vanished down the corridor, leaving silence behind. O waved goodbye to his brother with a gentle smile, while Guy lingered by the doorway, listening to fading footsteps echo through the quiet hall. After Julius left, footsteps echoed as Guy exited his room. Spotting the cart, his curiosity led him closer. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted the lid to reveal a single dish and a solitary spoon. The dish tempted the senses. A golden pastry crust enveloped everything beneath, with just a hint of sauce trickling over the pie itself. Curiosity piqued, Guy mused about what secret made this meal stand out. With a dismissive snort, Guy firmly resolved he'd never touch such food. Yet afterward, curiosity gnawed at him. Had Julius truly prepared the dish well, or was there room for critique? He carefully lifted the spoon, silently carving a piece, while lingering in the hallway shadows. Warmth rose, revealing steaming fried rice and tender vegetables inside, the savory filling still fresh. Guy slowly raised the spoon and parted his lips, resolutely telling himself the meal was solely to uncover Julius's cooking secrets, though each deliberate move revealed his determination. With deliberate slowness, the young man chewed his food, allowing each complex note of flavor to bloom on his tongue. Suddenly, tears welled up and spilled down his cheeks as he declared, voice trembling, that the dish was absolutely delicious. Kneeling before the food cart, the boy muttered under his breath, cursing softly as he couldn't help but rave over how astonishingly delicious and masterfully prepared his older brother's dish was. A commotion echoed through the hallway, prompting Venom to call out for Yuli. Peering outside, the girl reported back, her voice tinged with concern. His brother was collapsed on his knees, tears streaming down his face. She raised an eyebrow and asked Julius if he'd tampered with the food. From the corridor, he grinned mischievously and confidently replied they'd soon find out where they stood with each other, one way or another. Julius grinned at Venom and confidently revealed love as the secret ingredient. Gradually, each step brought them closer to the bright promise of becoming a family again. The following morning found Julius en route once more, his carriage rattling forward beneath the guidance of an ordinary cab driver. Suddenly, Veden's voice rang out, breaking the quiet as she called after him and inquired about their destination. News spread that tonight's Grand Palace Ball would gather all the aristocracy under its chandeliers, and Julius Yand was also invited, granted entry under the prestigious name of the Carlyle family. A familiar reluctance swept over Julius. Exertion felt exhausting. For as long as he remembered, he had felt this way whenever his family placed the heavy burdens of aristocratic duty on his young shoulders. A sudden sensation jolted the young man, prompting him to fling open the carriage door, even as it thundered down the tracks at full speed. With practiced agility, Julius vaulted onto the roof, determinedly forging a path forward. Confused and bewildered, Venom turned to Julius, bombarding him with questions in a desperate attempt to make sense of the situation. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sun, the young man announced, "Someone's coming to attack, about 6 kilometers out." Narrowing her eyes, the girl focused intently before channeling magic to sharpen her vision. Her gaze stretched out across the landscape for miles, probing the distance for any sign of impending danger. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of several armed figures, bandits by all appearances, encircling one of the carriages farther ahead. That carriage, it seemed, was bound for the ball as well. Venom confirmed her suspicion with a curt nod. Julius insisted there was no possibility of error. Venom observed with admiration how the young man detected danger instinctively, without the slightest reliance on magic. As she showered Julius with praise, he merely closed his eyes, quietly affirming her words. Venom, sporting a sly grin, interjected with biting sarcasm, suggesting he might not even bother to thank her. Curiosity gripped me. What would Julius do next? As panicked passengers poured from the carriage, cursing and trapped, the bandits grinned in satisfaction, reveling in their triumph. Relief washed over the gang as they realized the nobles had no route for escape. But then, out of nowhere, a sharp command pierced the air. A voice called out, demanding they halt immediately. To everyone's astonishment, Julius appeared in the clearing. The bandits, noticing something magical descending, stared in confusion at the bold stranger. Standing firm, Julius calmly declared he would be the one asking questions. Surveying the ragtag throng of bandits before him, Julius quickly judged them to be villains. With a commanding voice, he declared that if they surrendered their weapons and withdrew at once, he would graciously allow them to go free. Eyes narrowed in irritation, the bandits fixed their gaze on the boy, uncertain if he truly posed a danger. With a sneer, one of them drew his blade, dismissing the young man as nothing more than a worthless insect. He quickly drew his dagger and raised it, intent clear. The bandit sneered, boasting his technique would finish the youth instantly. Yet, as the threat lingered, it was obvious. The dagger's blade was already broken and useless. The strike came with such lightning speed that the bandit's mind hadn't caught up before his weapon was reduced to scrap metal. Staring in disbelief at his cleanly severed dagger, a scream tore from his throat. Julius faced him, offering the broken blade's half. The boy bowed in apology, admitting he broke it, explaining he had no choice. When he only asked a question, weapons were turned on him. Outrage flashed in his eyes as he demanded when Julius had done this, but it quickly turned to a smug grin. With quiet satisfaction, he revealed the blade was poisoned. Julius's end was only moments away. With a casual flick of his wrist, Junior discarded the dagger, declaring with a smirk that the poison had failed to faze him. Confidently, he revealed that he'd been enveloped in a protective barrier from the very start. With a sly grin, Venom declared it was nothing more than a simple demonstration for the fellow. The bandit, overwhelmed by shock, erupted into furious disbelief, shouting that such a thing was utterly impossible. Weapons flashed as the remaining attackers prepared for battle. Julius calmly laced his fingers, realizing they couldn't be trusted. Sensing his doubt, the bandits instantly demanded to know what he had muttered. Immediately, a bandit jumped in to encourage his comrade, scoffing at the idea of fearing the boy. "No way we'd lose to a runt like that," he declared, then pressed 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. A sharp whistle sounded, a signal the others in the bushes instantly recognized. Without hesitation, they burst from hiding and charged toward the carriage, ready to give the support that was needed. In no time at all, the bandit ranks had swelled to nearly triple their former number. Fresh reinforcements arrived, brimming with excitement. Grins stretched across their faces as visions of loot and plunder danced in their eyes. The group pressed on, but a voice piped up, suggesting that perhaps Julius wasn't such a villain after all. After all, there were 30 of them, and only one of him. Cautiously, Julius swept his gaze across the crowd, assessing the situation. With a swift incantation, Julius cloaked himself in the shadows, vanishing from the thug's sight. Silently, like a spectre, he slipped through their ranks, drawing ever closer to each unsuspecting foe. The bandits barely had a moment to react, still convinced the stranger had fled. In a blink, the young man materialized behind them and, with a casual flourish, swept his hands through the air in their direction. In the next instant, a single, precise strike landed at the base of the skull, felling each bandit where they stood, so swift and forceful that many collapsed in utter silence, never given the chance to cry out. Armed warriors fell almost simultaneously as Julius moved with impossible speed. Amid the chaos, a desperate scream tried to make sense of the sudden carnage. Rooted to the spot, Julius rested his hands casually in his pockets. The boy explained that he had summoned the aura solely to weave an illusion of invisibility around them. With a confident grin, the boy lifted his index finger and declared, "Even a child could pull that off." The bandits, however, stood dumbfounded, clearly amazed by his unexpected skill. A bandit scoffed, accusing the stranger of simply toying with him. Startled, the attacker declared the poison had no effect and called Julius's magic bizarre, demanding his identity. Moments later, he told the teacher they could handle things themselves. Julius could barely hide his astonishment. Emerging from the shadows of the forest, another man stepped forward and confessed their own helplessness. With a discerning eye, he sifted through his options before declaring that the bandit gang numbered nearly 30. All had been swiftly defeated. Dismissing them as mere weaklings, he now turned his attention to a Julius. Towering above the rest, the gang's leader dwarfed even the burliest bandits who defied Julius. Gripping a hefty meat chunk, he smirked, admitting he'd never imagined he'd end up joining the fray himself that day. Julius leaned in, scrutinizing the peculiar teacher. A sense of déjà vu washed over him. The man's scent stirred memories, as vivid and unmistakable as if it hovered directly beneath Julius's nose the moment the teacher approached. With composed grace, Julius clasped his hands once more, and, in a tranquil tone, inquired whether their teacher might truly be a monster. The bandit wielding the venom-tipped blade stared at the boy, astonished by his question. The bandit wasted no time, demanding clarification. After all, every last monster had vanished nearly 2,000 years ago. Cutting through the tension, the teacher interjected, praising Julius for his impressive instincts and keen sense of smell. In an instant, the teacher transformed into a giant, gorilla-like beast with fearsome horns and a single, gleaming eye in his brow. Terrified, the bandit wailed that the teacher truly was a monster. Echoing the teacher's words, Julia remarked that a power like his would never go unnoticed. The whole class would spot it instantly. A wide grin spread across the guy's face as he declared, "Things are getting more and more interesting now. For ages, monsters were just a distant memory, once easily sensed by all due to their vivid aura. But as the world changed, many learned to hide as humans, blending in unseen and waiting for their moment among the population. True monsters exist solely to wreak havoc and bring death, finding twisted delight in their acts of violence. Every rampage serves not only as entertainment, but as a brutal display of supremacy overall, with humans as their favorite targets. Massive hordes would sometimes gather, clustering in overwhelming numbers. Throughout the ages, this shadowy force struck terror into every heart, even in a land where monsters freely roamed the continent. Yet Eugene managed to bring an end to it all by slaying their king, an act that caused the monsters to vanish without a trace. Nowadays, only those who delve into the chronicles of the past remember their existence at all. Terror-stricken, the bandit stared in disbelief at the colossal beast before him, his face streaked with tears and snot. Never in his life had he encountered such a monstrous sight, and raw fear seized control of him. In the blink of an eye, the creature ballooned to an immense size, dwarfing the tallest trees in its shadow. Fixing its gaze upon Julius, the bandit's frantic cries rang out, insisting that their teacher truly was a monster. Kong Hard Hand let out a guttural laugh, smacking his lips as if savoring a meal. Looming over Julius in his white suit, he sneered and mocked him for being speechless at the true face of the so-called leader of this gang of losers. With innocent wonder lighting up his face, Julius lifted his gaze and, utterly astonished, spoke directly to Kong. Insisting upon his earlier inquiry, the boy reminded the beast that he was owed an answer. With a sudden spark of curiosity, Julius turned to Venom and inquired whether a king of monsters still ruled this era. The girl pondered for a moment before confirming that, to the best of her knowledge, such a sovereign truly did exist. Venom replied coolly that she had no such information. Julius turned to the hulking creature, called it a gorilla, and loudly asked if anyone else was there. then mocked its weakness, causing the creature to slump in humiliation. Peering from behind the tree, the bandit demanded to know what madness was happening. Unfazed, Julia assured him there was nothing to fear. It was just a gorilla, though twice the size of its less intelligent kin. With a thunderous roar, the enraged monster lunged at Julius for his words. Its 3 eyes blazed with fury, jaws of fangs wide. "For your insolence, boy, your life ends now," it bellowed. Yet Julius remained rooted to the spot, his hand unmoved, as if he hadn't the slightest intention of letting go. In an instant, the fist slammed down toward the boy sprawled on the ground. The strike itself wasn't overwhelming, yet the sheer force behind it sent tremors rippling through the earth. Towering hundreds of meters above the battlefield, the colossal beast had already declared victory in its mind, confident that the cocky boy with the keen nose now lay crushed beneath its massive fist. Clumps of earth flew from an unseen force. A desperate bandit clung to a tree, crying for help, while a nearby horse reared and pawed the ground, frantically trying to pull the carriage free. Oblivious to the turmoil outside, those gathered within the room remained entirely unaware of the powerful force unfolding beyond their walls. The creature stood its ground, unfazed, as plumes of steam hissed and billowed from the spot where the blow had landed. Kong showed no defiance, just grinned slowly as he yanked his fist from the ground. Chuckling deeply, he declared Julius had no chance. After all, he was no ordinary human. At first, he dismissed the man as useless, but was completely wrong. The tremendous blow never hit the ground, but struck the stranger's outstretched hand. Kong stood shocked, unable to hide his amazement at such strength. With a casual shrug, the guy confessed his boredom, prompting Kong's eyes to fly open in shock. Never before had he encountered someone who handled him with such effortless nonchalance, especially now when everything about their kind had shifted. Julius called it a magical night, standing guard over the man with a shell of magic. He noted few have the vision to see such wonders, but in his eyes, Kong seemed like someone who could truly perceive everything. Astonishment flickered across the monster's face, his eyes stretching wide as he insisted he had no clue what sort of magical shell Julius meant. His gaze darted nervously about, yet nothing revealed itself to him. He was truly at a loss. With an exasperated sigh, Julius cast a weary glance at Kong, his patience clearly worn thin. "Honestly, these are the absolute basics, things everyone ought to know by now," he remarked, his tone edged with frustration. Kong's jaw dropped in astonishment at the scene. Venom chuckled, noting this move was all the rage 2 millennia ago, while Julius grinned, admitting he had often relied on it himself. Fury surged within Kong as he unleashed another round of furious swings, each one more forceful than the last. Eyes blazing with intensity, he roared a vow into the air. He would never grant the boy forgiveness. Panic gripped the crowd as they scrambled for cover while furious, rapid strikes landed. At that moment, Kong resolved to end Julius, certain no upstart could match his strength. Clinging desperately to the tree, the bandit shouted triumphantly, certain the boy was dead, utterly destroyed. There was no doubt in his mind. Kong stopped, caught his breath, and laughed heartily in near relief. Kong stood tall, stretched his massive arms, and laughed deeply as he asked about the boy's fate. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, relishing the memory of crushing the boy as easily as squashing an insect. Yet the outcome defied his expectations. As the dust slowly settled, Julius emerged upright and unscathed. With a hint of bravado, the young man challenged, Is that truly the extent of Kong's power? The young man surveyed the scene. The earth was flattened, debris scattered everywhere, yet amidst the devastation, only a small, untouched circle remained, exactly where Julius stood, preserved and unharmed. At last, the spotlight shifted to Julius. With a swift parry, he intercepted the strike yet again, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Not even a trace of magic in that attack. Did you really think victory would come that easily? He taunted, voice edged with challenge. Peeking from behind the tree and clutching it tightly, the band member shouted in panic. Something was wrong. After all, this guy had just stopped the teacher's attack with a single hand. With a snarl and a curse, the monster demanded to know what Julius had just done. Planting his hands firmly on his hips, Julius shot back, his voice brimming with offended pride. "Are you seriously telling me you can't see it, Kong?" With practiced precision, Julie shifted into a combat stance, muscles coiled and ready to strike. Abruptly, a brilliant aura ignited around him, bathing the battlefield in luminous energy as he unleashed the magic fist spell. Julius seemed truly committed to encouraging this rivalry, throwing himself wholeheartedly into the brawl. The instant the monster caught sight of him casting a spell, it lunged in an attempt to halt him immediately. In an instant, Julius's spell streaked toward Kong, striking the beast with unyielding force. The monstrous creature stumbled backward, jaws agape in shock, while its eyes narrowed, bunching up from the overwhelming impact. Yet the force of the strike built up slowly, each moment intensifying the brilliant flare until it blazed with even greater radiance. Jagged teeth of the gorillas cracked and splintered, while the monster's howls grew exponentially more ferocious, echoing far louder than when the ordeal first began. With a surge of Julius's power, the world shattered. Trees splintered. Much of the forest was destroyed, and where Kong once stood, only uncertainty remained, his fate lost amid the ruins. After the spell, a deep furrow scarred the earth where Kong had stood, now vanished. Julius, with disdain, said the boy must have thought Kong was just a weak monster who surrendered too easily. Witnessing the eerie spectacle unfold, the bandit hastily scrambled down the tree, confusion clouding his thoughts. A single chilling idea seized his mind, a certainty that he now stood face to face with the devil incarnate, cloaked in human form. At the bandit's cry of "Devil," Julius snapped to attention, his gaze sweeping the area with urgency. In a terse, commanding tone, he demanded to know if anyone other than Kong was present. Band members accused the young man, suggesting he meant Julius. If so, what else could he be, unless he was connected to the underworld, wielding unimaginable influence? In the blink of an eye, every bandit had been thrown behind the iron bars of a sturdy stone prison. Pressed against the cold door, they stared out in disbelief, voices trembling as they wondered aloud if capture had truly sealed their fate. As the portal sealed, Julius brushed off his hands with a satisfied grin. "That's the last troublemaker dealt with," he said. With the threat gone, he looked ahead and asked if they could finally move forward. Taking a few cautious steps, the boy said he'd seen the carriage while setting up the barrier, and it should be unharmed. As he approached, he asked with genuine concern if everyone was all right. Without warning, the crankcase door flew open, and a figure leapt out at astonishing speed. Only when it finally came to a halt did its features become clear. Frozen in place, a girl with animal ears knelt on one knee, hand poised to draw her katana at a moment's notice. Eyes sharp with warning, she commanded Julius to stay where he was. One more step, and she would cut him down without hesitation. Astonished, Julius was captivated by the girl with cat ears, called her adorable, then asked if she was a samurai or perhaps a mysterious beastman. Curious about her true identity, Venom voiced her curiosity as Julius realized the stranger had spoken of a nearby devil. Pointing sharply at the young man, the samurai mocked him, declaring he himself was the devil in question. Julius insisted it was impossible for him to be a monster, but the samurai erupted in outrage, calling out Julius's lies and immediately listing every incriminating thing he had personally witnessed. He immediately noted the staggering magical power radiating from the young man, whose intense aura warped the air. And even more astonishing, he clearly mastered secret arts strong enough to destroy monsters. Julius smiled with pleasure as he listened, but the samurai swiftly stood, gripping his sword. His gaze hardened, denying any compliment, then accused Julius of plotting against the carriage, vowing to stop any treachery. Julius observed the man poised in an IAI stance, a hallmark of Japanese martial artistry, where mastery is measured by acute awareness and the lightning-fast draw of the sword when danger strikes unexpectedly. The samurai surged forward without hesitation, unleashing a secret technique, a lightning-fast jab at his foe's jaw. In one fluid motion, his katana flashed from its sheath, displaying remarkable speed and deadly precision. As the razor-sharp edge of the Japanese sword hurtled toward Julius, a stray thought darted through his mind. Once before, he had surpassed the very lightning wielded by Guy, a reminder that even now, time bent in strange ways around him. Credit where credit is due. The samurai's attack, as Julius remarked, was executed with impressive skill. The whole display proved to be remarkably captivating. Yet, when survival took precedence over everything, Julius forced himself to regain composure. Summoning every ounce of focus, he unleashed his technique, Sight Slash. In the blink of an eye, his hand shot upward, swift as a striking viper. Relief flooded the samurai girl's face upon spotting Julius safe and sound. Her attention swiftly shifted to her sword, just in time to witness it fracture cleanly into two distinct pieces. The sword's blade, razor-thin and flawlessly honed, faced Julius's unthinkable feat. He cleaved it in two with flawless precision, accomplishing what should have been impossible. Tears in her eyes, the girl stared at her sword and demanded how the young man had achieved such a feat, accusing him of being a true demon. Julius calmly raised his palm and said the impossible was done with just this. As the samurai pressed on with their indignant questions about the young man's feats, a melodious voice chimed in from behind Yuli. A girl praised his performance, calling it truly magnificent. Bursting with concern, the samurai girl cried out, warning the princess not to even think of stepping outside. Urgently, she insisted that danger lurked all around and begged her to remain safely inside the carriage for the time being. Julius's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing such a distinguished title. The princess explained that in her homeland, escorts receive rigorous and extensive training, preparing them for remarkable responsibilities. To everyone's surprise, the mysterious young man dispatched her with remarkable ease. With a graceful flick of her fan, the princess remarked that such effortless skill could only mean the newcomer possessed formidable strength. With a graceful flick, the princess snapped open her floral fan, hiding part of her blushing face. Flustered but radiant, she shyly asked Julius if he would consider marrying her. A look of astonishment flashed across Julia's face as she fixed her gaze on the girl, completely at a loss to grasp the situation unfolding before her. The samurai thundered a warning not to let arrogance cloud judgment. The princess of the Eastern Kingdom, Sakura, stood before Julius. Stunned, he watched as she bowed gracefully and politely introduced herself, honored to meet him. Julia realized the girl's noble title made her a target. The samurai sharply warned the boy against addressing the princess informally, while the princess laughed, shrugging off the incident as though nothing serious had happened. With a spark of intrigue, she admitted to Harutora she couldn't handle that formidable gorilla. Grinning, Harutora joked that failing such a task warranted nothing less than committing harakiri. The princess stopped the girl, insisting she thank their true savior. Julius's gaze lingered on the princess, curiosity in his eyes as he noted her striking, unusual appearance, unlike anyone he'd seen before. The princess laughed again, her cheeks flushing as the young man flustered her further. With playful eyes, she moved closer to Julius, just as Zarathustra's voice thundered, warning him not to touch her at all. Despite everything, they now shared a carriage. The princess hugged the young man, joyfully insisting their joint invitation to the ball was destiny, while in the corner, the samurai quietly seethed with unresolved resentment. An intrigued smile flickered across Julius's face as he acknowledged the curious coincidence. Prompted by the princess's inquiry about his name, realization struck. He had completely neglected to introduce himself from the start. Spinning on his heels, Julius flashed a broad, dazzling smile and introduced himself as Julius von Carlyle. With genuine warmth, he expressed how delightful it was to make your acquaintance. Jaws dropped as uneasy silence fell over the girls, who eyed Julius in disbelief, doubting he was from the famed Carlyle family. As confusion clouded his face, they began to explain the reason for their astonishment. Meanwhile, the carriage thundered down the road, wheels rattling as the driver whipped the horses into a frenzy. Every second counted. They were already running behind for this grand society affair. Cloaked in shadow, his hood obscuring any glimpse of his features, the stranger extends a worn photograph of the boy. In a voice as cold as winter stone, he declares his sinister request to see the child dead. Rumor is, their target will pass that forest by cart tomorrow. With a sly grin, he asks if the crew's ready. Laughter erupts, 30 strong. They mock any doubts. How could he ever question their skills? A hired assassin snaps his picture, studies it for a moment, and a sly grin spreads across his face. He recognizes the look of yet another troublesome kid. With a flourish, the killer tosses the photo up, draws a gleaming sword, and skewers it mid-air. He'll be dead, no doubts, he promises with a smirk. Absolute certainty, for a price. The client grins in satisfaction. All these moments linger, only in memory now, as history gazes upon the ball with a perplexed expression, wondering, what foolish bandits were those, and where on earth did every last one disappear to? Julius von Carlyle sits in lively health, savoring his meal with obvious contentment, his face alight with a warm, untroubled smile as the evening unfolds around him. Doubt floods the girl's mind as she questions the reality of their failure. Disbelief grips her. Could this truly be happening? In an instant, every carefully crafted plan unravels before her eyes. Grasping her head in dismay, she realizes with dread that her father's anger is inevitable. No matter what, those two must never cross paths. Should she taint his meal with poison, there's no doubt he would succumb to its deadly grip. Suddenly, Julia appears from behind, her voice cutting through the air as she questions whether the conversation is about him. Startled, the girl jumps and lets out a sharp cry of surprise. He demands to know why she's hiding. She scowls and retorts with malice, dismissing his concern and mocking his survival after a roadside attack. He meets her gaze, genuinely confused, having no idea what she means. After a moment's reflection, He responds that he wasn't attacked himself. No, the bandits targeted others. With a small, confident smile, he adds that he stepped in to rescue those in danger, arms folded across his chest in quiet satisfaction. She realizes they picked the wrong target. Counting 30 foes, she wonders if any escaped. Calmly, he assures her, no one got away, he defeated them all. In her mind, she scoffs at their feebleness. Numbers mean little, he declares. Dispatching the entire group was a trivial task for him. Overwhelmed, she collapses, distraught over losing nearly all her savings. He watches, confused by her grief and how she even knows 30 people, questioning why she's so devastated. A wild scream escapes her as panic sets in. She insists on her innocence, but he coolly says only the guilty claim that. Desperate, she protests. Another figure arrives, remarking how her emotions always betray her, causing them to turn. With a gentle smile and a fluttering fan, a girl steps forward, her eyes gleaming with confidence as she declares she knows all, especially your failed attempt on his life. With astonishment, Julius von Carlyle demands to know if his death is truly necessary. The girl, gripped by panic, shrieks in protest, frantically questioning the origins of such a notion and insisting on seeing any actual proof. Historia responds, noting her odd behavior. She investigated thoroughly, questioned the bandits, and learned they were hired for money by a mysterious benefactor, who, to her shock, was herself. A frantic scream bursts forth, insisting these are mere excuses, thin veils for intentional cruelty. From the side, another voice interjects, suggesting that if this is meant as an insult, perhaps the engagement was recently broken off. Julius von Carlyle fixes his gaze on Historia, who stands frozen in anxiety, bracing herself for whatever pronouncement he might deliver. As soon as he begins to speak, Sherry jumps in, her words tumbling out in a flustered rush, insisting, despite her nervous stammer, that it isn't true. Historia's father suddenly emerges from the shadows behind her. A furious glare burns in his eyes as she catches sight of his menacing expression. With hope shining in her eyes, Historia gently asks, trusting in her innocence and believing the truth of her words. In a sudden burst of anger, the father delivers a stinging slap to his daughter's cheek, sending her sprawling to the ground, wide-eyed with shock and disbelief. Stunned silence sweeps over the crowd, with even Julius von Carlyle left utterly speechless. Furious, the father denounces her brazen attack on Mr. Julius von Carlyle as pure treachery, then orders the guards to seize her immediately and throw her into the dungeons. Guards seize her firmly by both arms, one on each side. Confusion and panic flicker across Historia's face as she struggles to comprehend the situation, desperately turning to her father for answers. Shaking violently, she screams in confusion and begs for release, insisting she doesn't belong in a cell. Frantically denying everything, desperation in her eyes, she turns to her father once more for rescue. Tearfully pleading, her anguished voice trembles as she asks why she alone must be blamed and sent to prison. Again and again, she begs for release, her sobs growing louder and more frantic with each word. Memories surface, prompting her to wonder if guilt had always shadowed her steps. Within the palace walls, a mere 7-year-old, she once inquired about another groom. Long ago, her father arranged for her to marry the Carlyle family's eldest son, seeking power and alliance rather than love. Even as a child, this made her curious, and she often wondered what kind of bride she'd become. The day of the meeting arrived, and upon catching sight of Julius von Carlyle, she greeted him warmly and offered her introduction, expressing genuine delight at their acquaintance. Yet Julius von Carlyle left her question hanging in the air, casting her into an uncomfortable silence. His behavior toward her was nothing short of callous. No matter what words she offered, his silence persisted, his gloom casting a shadow as he wandered the school halls. A sense of hopelessness crept in. Surely, fate had paired her with the most disappointing suitor imaginable. Yet everything shifted in a single day. He called off the engagement, shattered her heart, and then simply walked away, leaving her behind. Through a torrent of tears and smeared snot, she wails that Julius von Carlyle is to blame for everything. Every disaster, every misfortune. Desperation echoes in her cries as she insists over and over that none of it is her doing. The father, suddenly furious, loses control, his arm raised to strike, voice booming in outrage over her words. But before he can hit, another hand seizes his, stopping him mid-swing. Julius von Carlyle grips his hand with resolute firmness, while his father gazes at him in astonishment, unable to believe what he's witnessing. A grave intensity gleams in Julius von Carlyle's eyes. Julius von Carlyle reminds him to recall every moment and memory woven through the bond of parent and child, gently insisting that no parent should ever treat their children in such a manner. At this moment, his story shifts. She can't believe him. As her father accuses her of plotting his death, Julius von Carlyle steps forward, about to reveal a new truth. Julius von Carlyle, smiling casually, dismisses the matter as trivial. The shocked king asks if his life was truly at risk. Julius just shrugs, calling it a pointless game rather than an assassination attempt. Outrage flares within him as he launches into a tirade about his daughter's conduct. After a moment's contemplation, Julius von Carlyle decides to overlook the matter, announcing with a measured tone that he will simply turn a blind eye. The princess, her cheeks streaked with tears, suddenly opens her eyes in shock. Her father, equally incredulous, leans forward to question the truth once more. Yet Julius von Carlyle merely responds with a faint, enigmatic smile. Rooted like an unyielding pillar, Historia ponders how, after trying to kill him and shamelessly flirting with his younger brother in class, he remains completely unfazed by it all. In her eyes, his ignorance runs so deep that he remains blissfully unaware of everything unfolding before him. In this moment of silent confession, affection blooms within her heart, and sparkling hearts flutter in her gaze. Julius von Carlyle stands before her, no longer the man she once knew. A delicate aura of blooming flowers seems to linger at his side, enchanting her senses. In this moment, she realizes her heart has yielded. Adoration for him blossoms within her. Father, startled, screams, but soon recovers and calmly suggests reviving the engagement. Sakura gently shakes her head, regretfully explains it isn't possible, her voice filled with sorrow. With a discerning gaze, she questions the king's eagerness to seize the opportunity, her words laced with an unmistakable hint at the true reason behind her inquiry. Thoughts churn within him as he considers the weight the Carlyle family carries in the nation's corridors of power. Missing this chance could tip the entire political landscape. With a gentle smile, Sakura explains that all of this is simply because Julius von Carlyle will be her husband, not some musty old historian. Shock ripples through the room as both Historia and her father reel from this unexpected twist. Julius von Carlyle, confused, asks Sakura what she means. Smiling teasingly, she notes he hasn't found steady work here, then boasts her hometown's food, scenery, and friendly vibe. Sure, he'll fall in love with it. Unable to resist, Julius von Carlyle admits with a smirk that she has captured his interest. The king bellows in outrage, but before tensions rise, Sakura reminds him not to forget compensation for his daughter's damages, leaving him baffled. He angrily insists the nation is blameless. His daughter acted rashly. Unmoved, Sakura gently questions if a true king can avoid responsibility for his child, implying this isn't royal behavior. The king, flustered, struggles to respond. Bursting with excitement, Julius von Carlyle's petite companion announces that things are really starting to sizzle. Meanwhile, Julius himself slips into quiet contemplation, eyes reflecting the storm of thoughts within. A restless murmur ripples through the ballroom as elegantly dressed guests whisper, wondering if a dispute has erupted and nervously speculating whether the mounting tension could escalate into something more serious. Concerns ripple through their conversation as they question if all is truly well in that place. Meanwhile, the other participant insists that such a situation must be averted at all costs. The burning question lingers. Could a single word from his lips truly ignite the fires of war? At last, breaking the weighty hush that had settled over the room, Julius von Carlyle lifted his voice. Instantly, all conversation ceased, and the assembled guests turned their attention toward him, anticipation flickering in their eyes. With arms calmly folded, Julius von Carlyle remarks with casual indifference that he has absolutely no desire to fade into the past as the fiancée once more. Tears streaming down her face, Historia sobs in anguish, longing for his reply. Her father, dismayed and bitter, demands how this is true. Amid the turmoil, Sakura's eyes shine with hope as she eagerly wonders what happened to her. Julius von Carlyle gently declines her proposal, saying they've just met and he doesn't want to rush into a relationship. When she presses, he suggests a compromise. They could begin by building a genuine friendship. Intent on stopping their argument, he ignores Sakura's attempts to sway him, firmly clasping both her hand and the king's. He pleads with them to set aside their differences, especially on his account, insisting that he isn't worth such conflict. History itself stands astonished, mirroring the stunned expressions of every guest. Gradually, realization dawns. The bonds of peace have been sealed, and a new era of harmony begins to unfold. Julius von Carlyle turns to Sakura, his gaze searching. "Do you object?" he asks. Sakura averts her eyes, her voice soft and uncertain. After a pause, she murmurs, "If that is your wish, then I have no reason to oppose it." A realization dawns upon the king. His ties with the Carlyle family may soon dissolve. Yet, an opportunity for a fresh alliance glimmers on the horizon. One way or another, fortune is destined to smile upon him. With a hearty cough, the king flings his arms wide and proclaims the brilliance of the idea. Beaming, he extends his gratitude to Julius von Carlyle. Cheers erupt as the crowd celebrates an unexpected foreign alliance. Some faces show disbelief as reality sinks in. Voices unite, pledging a grand celebration and raising glasses to honor Mr. Julius von Carlyle. With a relieved sigh, Julius von Carlyle massages the back of his neck, a bright smile spreading across his face as he glances around and announces that the conflict has finally been settled. As Julie's lively party unfolded, with her playful car, Lil leading, deeper in the forest, a monstrous misshapen creature with a jagged broken tooth and bloodied mouth prowled ominously among the trees. Gasping for breath, the monster manages to lift his head, a rasping cough escaping his lips. With a trembling voice, he vows through clenched teeth that he will never forgive this. Eyes widening with a fierce glint, he vows that next time the kill will be his. No questions, no mercy. A sudden footstep behind draws his attention. Instinctively, he swivels his head toward the approaching presence. Before him stands a man with striking blonde hair, sharp glasses perched on his nose, and a uniform lavishly adorned with gleaming ornaments, none other than Isaurus. The monster spins to face Isurus, grins and demands magic to regain his strength, promising to return fiercer and settle the score with that boy. Isurus, wary, steps closer as a hungry gleam lights the monster's eyes. Approaching him with a sharp gaze, she scolds his reckless behavior. The unexpected remark catches him off guard, but he quickly retorts, promising to break it down so clearly that even a clueless monkey would grasp his point. Before you stands a hero who has returned after 2 millennia, an adversary far beyond his reach. Within him flows the magic of the Demon King himself. A startled shriek bursts from the monkey's lips, astonishment splashing across its face. How could this be? Heroic sorcery, entwined with demonic magic. The two mightiest forces joined in unlikely unison. Acknowledging the truth, he adds that their fierce battle, combined with the lingering effects of magic, has made it possible for demons to return to this world once more. Bewildered, the monkey tilts his head and asks for clarification. With a sly grin, Isaurus responds, praising the monkey's brilliant performance. Fortune, it seems, favored Isaurus in their encounter, and satisfaction flickers in his eyes. Realization dawns on the monkey's face, and with a furious cry, it accuses him of betrayal. In a chilling display, Ceres snaps his fingers, and in that instant, something dreadful unfolds. A rain of stones buries the monkey, pinning him to the ground. With a final glance, Isurus offers his gratitude, assuring him that his sacrifice will not be forgotten and his efforts will be duly recognized. According to him, the slumbering beast in the abyss will soon stir once more. Even now, the land still trembles beneath the weight of that colossal, untamed power. Looming in the heart of the building, a colossal beast writhes beneath a cloak of countless eyes and rattling chains. Its massive form rivals a 3-story house, dominating the space with its grotesque presence. The heavens erupt in fury as storm clouds gather, swelling and darkening, while a thunderstorm ignites, unleashing its wrath upon a single, fateful spot. Julius von Carlyle let out a sharp sneeze, nearly spilling the drink he clutched in his hand. Just then, his girlfriend lovingly calls him her hero, and, worried he's caught a cold, peers at him. Smiling, Historia calls him my dear, offers succulent meat, and urges him to open wide, thinking someone may be missing him. With a playful glint, she teases, "Don't we look like newlyweds?" He politely declines more food, but Sakura, undeterred, tugs his jacket and stubbornly insists she won't let him off that easily. Certain in the depth of her feelings, Historia vows inwardly that her love is genuine, and one day, without a doubt, she will win his heart. Meanwhile, Sakura's mind races with determination. A man of such caliber surely belongs among their ranks, she resolves. No matter the price, she will make him hers. The young girl looked up curiously and asked if any brides had come before her. Smiling gently, he shook his head. "No, not one," he said. "Life's demands always kept me far too busy for that." She muses that love feels like sweet romance from a shoujo manga. Smiling, she promises the hero her unwavering loyalty. Confused, Julius von Carlyle tilts his head and asks what her words truly mean. Historia lovingly calls him her darling and asks him to stay tonight. Socrates protests the unfairness, saying they're going too far. Meanwhile, only 10 days remain before one of the demons returns. Desperation on their faces, the defenders stretch their arms, forming a shimmering barrier against the demon. Strained and sweating, they confess to the archbishop their strength is fading, and collapse feels inevitable. The relentless monster thrashes to break free as the exhausted archbishop, barely standing, shouts at onlookers to stop whining and warns that if the seal fails now, disaster is inevitable. Humanity's hopes vanish as the monster roars, viscous fluid dripping from its many maws, its wild eyes darting through the darkness, desperately seeking a glimmer of salvation in someone's soul. Exhausted, the revered maiden Mary Tendo, known as Number 224, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders, sinks to one knee and breathlessly confesses her inability to continue. The archbishop thunders, urging her to endure. She alone carries the sage's legacy and last hope. If she fails, disaster will come. Gasping for breath, she begs her father's forgiveness as her eyes glaze and strength fades. Several voices urge the archbishop to see the virgin, her endurance nearly exhausted after 3 sleepless nights as she sustains her divine magic. Without her unwavering strength, the seal would have failed long ago. He nods solemnly. The Holy Virgin Mary, tandem number 224, stands and boldly claims she's fine and still strong, but her trembling hands grip her staff as she sways, then collapses forward, dropping it as those around her gasp and cry out in concern. An intense radiance bursts from the monster, its howls rising to a deafening crescendo. Panic grips the others as they cry out in terror. Its power surges, overwhelming their efforts. The seal, barely holding, trembles on the edge of shattering. A deep rumble shakes the ground, rattling bones and toppling structures into chaos. Blinding brilliance floods the scene, forcing every magician to shield their eyes, not only in terror, but to escape the overpowering glare. Tension marking his face, the archbishop stares at the creature, realizing it's not just any monster, but the god of destruction, one of the ancient evils that plunged the world into terror 2 millennia ago. Suddenly, the malevolent spirit, Gandus Blood, appears in a terrifying new form. Huge horns curve from its skull. Grotesque, fanged creatures burst from its hide. Bones jut oddly, and writhing tentacles twist in a nightmarish display. A figure collapses, drained, gasping shakily. It's enormous. Dread overwhelms them as another, eyes wide with terror, stammers, "What is this miasma? Is it his presence or his monstrous magic?" A low, sinister chuckle ripples from the evil spirit as it declares that 2 millennia have slipped by since its last awakening. Each subsequent laugh swells with mounting menace, echoing ever more horribly through the darkness. An invisible force hurls the mages into walls with anguished cries. Stunned, the archbishop watches as the beast's laughter unleashes a shockwave, making even the bravest tremble and earning the spirit the title of true monster. The monster, indulging in his own twisted sense of glory, pondered whether to celebrate his rebirth with a touch of mischief, or perhaps by wiping out the entire world. The mere thought seemed to amuse him. Lost in their web of lies, the Magi despair, convinced they've unleashed a calamity beyond hope. Doom settles over them as they believe humanity faces annihilation, destined to be crushed with no chance of salvation. Horror grips the archbishop as helplessness sets in, until a figure strides forward, exuding confidence, his foot landing defiantly. His booming voice cuts the silence. This is not the end. Spinning around in astonishment, the wicked spirit finds himself face to face with an unexpected visitor. There, standing before him, is none other than the Holy Virgin Mary. Gasping for breath, Mary declares herself the Holy Virgin, vowing to restore his seal. Clutching her staff with trembling hands, perspiration trickles down her face as she braces herself for what lies ahead. The evil spirit marvels at her radiant purity, a vision of holiness, but sneers at her weakness. After 2 millennia, he wonders contemptuously, has humanity become this fragile? The sight seems utterly pitiful to him. Fury flares in Holy Mary's eyes as she commands not to be underestimated, channeling her full power. Her staff morphs into a radiant bow and arrow, which she draws, flooding the surroundings with blinding sacred light. Hope rises among the mages as one marvels, this is surely one of the most powerful divine spells. Meanwhile, Mary nocks an arrow blazing with hatred and justice, releasing it with resolve to ensure he finally gets his due. From afar, an arrow whizzes toward him. With a weary sigh, the evil spirit murmurs at the folly before him. Shadows unfurl around him, smothering all in velvety darkness. No matter how true its aim, this arrow never finds its mark on the evil spirit. Saint Mary reels in astonishment, questioning whether the reflection truly encompassed everything. Had he genuinely mirrored the full force of the unleashed magic? Suddenly, monstrous tentacles seize the Holy Virgin Mary, her screams echoing as she struggles. Amid the chaos, the Archbishop steps forward and commands the malevolent spirit to release his daughter immediately. Grabbing the Holy Virgin Mary, the monster calls his father defiantly. Furious, the father accuses him of being a scoundrel for using such vile tactics and demands how he dares to claim his daughter. In an instant, waves of supreme divine magic surge forth from him, crashing down upon the monster. With a stern voice, he commands the crowd to cease their clamor, dismissing them as useless fools. An arrow whistles toward the magicians, striking the Archbishop's chest just before he casts his spell or shields his daughter. Blood gushes from his lips as his magic unravels and fades away. A sudden cough escapes his lips, bewilderment clouding his thoughts. What just happened, and how? The moment of defeat slipped by unseen, lost in confusion. His body collapses, face first, into the unforgiving earth, tears streaming down her face. The Holy Virgin Mary cries out to her father in despair as the malignant spirit draws her closer, whispering her time is near. Convulsing with fear, she begs him repeatedly, her voice trembling for release. With a wicked grin, the evil spirit parts his jaws, promising that once he is reborn, she will be his very first meal. Paralyzed by terror, she helplessly draws closer to the gaping maw. The evil spirit delights in the Virgin's look of utter despair and terror, certain that such exquisite agony will make her flesh all the more delicious. The magicians stand frozen like stone, unable to accept the Holy Father's fall. A crushing silence fills the room as the Holy Maiden weeps and trembles, her cries fading, haunted by a single question. Is there still hope for this world? Perched confidently beside the monstrous form, a figure in a sharp suit calls out with steady composure. It's none other than Julius von Carlyle, summoning the evil spirit with unshakable resolve. With a stern finger raised in warning, he admonishes him, reminding him sharply that it's hardly gentlemanly to treat girls so disrespectfully. The Holy Virgin Mary's jaw drops in astonishment, while the gathered sorcerers recoil in shock at this unexpected figure, their eyes darting between each other as they struggle to piece together the identity of the mysterious newcomer. Bewilderment flickered in the evil spirit's eyes. Who was this mysterious presence perched on his shoulder? And when had it arrived? Could it truly be possible that such a shadow crept so close without him ever noticing? Julius von Carlyle strolls in nonchalantly, feigns ignorance about being the topic, then says he sensed an evil spirit's return nearby and came ready to deliver a thorough thrashing if his suspicion was correct. Julius von Carlyle's words hang in the air, laced with smugness, forcing even the malevolent spirit, the sacred Virgin Mary, and every magician present into an uneasy silence. Aghast, the Holy Virgin Mary cries out in disbelief. He speaks so casually, as if discussing a market trip. Such ease is unthinkable. No ordinary soul like him is ever permitted in this sacred place. Cries ring out, warning Julius von Carlyle that the substance is, in fact, the blood of the wicked spirit, Gandus. Yet not a word escapes his lips in reply. Julius remains lost in thought, his expression betraying nothing but serene detachment. With a startled cry, the magician insists he couldn't care less, making the others wonder if he's been hit on the head. They can't stand to go near, yet he sits unbothered atop the shoulder of that malevolent spirit. The malevolent spirit demands to know his identity. At last, he breaks his silence, humbly seeking pardon for appearing so soon after the spirit's resurrection, assuring that they live together in harmony. With remarkable gentleness, he asks the evil spirit to quietly return beneath the seal and politely requests its departure, leaving the spirit utterly bewildered by such unexpected courtesy. With a furious bellow, the spirit claimed unholy blood ran in his veins. His body convulsed, throwing Julius von Carlyle off. Dark energy swirling, he thundered that only eternal death could repay such mortal insolence. With a chilling roar, the evil spirit lunges, shrieking a curse for his demise. The sheer force of its dark power surges outward, engulfing not just him, but the surrounding magicians as well. The whole structure trembles violently before crumbling into countless fragments. A sinister chuckle escapes the evil spirit as he proclaims that any who dare defy him will meet the same fate as this hapless fool. His laughter grows, echoing with even greater malice and twisted delight. As the smoke clears, everyone is huddled inside shimmering barrier spheres. One man awakes suddenly, assuming he's dead, while another, more alert, realizes he isn't but struggles to understand what has happened. A voice shatters the stunned silence, marveling at the unprecedented spectacle, questioning if it's truly high-level barrier magic. As the group, amid the evil spirit's devastation, realizes no one is even scratched. Astonished, Julius von Carlyle gently cradles the Holy Virgin Mary, calmly assuring her all is well amid chaos. The evil spirit, stunned by their impossible serenity, stares in disbelief, confused by the mysterious forces at work. With gratitude shimmering in her eyes, the Holy Virgin Mary, along with the steadfast Julius von Carlyle, expressed heartfelt thanks for their rescue. In response, he confessed his profound joy at being able to help. Stunned, the evil spirit demands to know first how he's still alive, and then when exactly his prize was snatched away. Fury rising, he spits, "Idiot, who do you think you are anyway?" With a calm yet pointed gaze, Julius von Carlyle reminds him that he has already explained this moments ago. With a casual gesture, his index finger leads the way as he announces that he's merely an unremarkable student, wandering through after being reborn in another world. From his fingertip, a tiny orb emerges, drifting leisurely through the air as it makes its way toward the sinister spirit. Rooted to the spot, he simply waits, anticipation flickering in his eyes. The moment the tiny sphere makes contact with his body, realization dawns in the evil spirit's eyes, dread flooding his expression. Pleading for just a brief respite, His words are swallowed by a thunderous explosion, echoed by a desperate scream. With a voice quivering in disbelief, the Holy Virgin Mary demands to know if he truly wielded photon. The astonishing force behind his magic stuns her, a power utterly unlike her own. A wave of jubilation swept through the magicians as they marveled at the astonishing feat. One decisive blow had utterly vanquished the evil spirit, erasing every trace of its existence and leaving nothing behind but the thrill of total victory. Julius von Carlyle pivots sharply, his voice slicing through chaos to remind everyone of the injured. The mages rush to the archbishop, concern etched on their faces, with his daughter close behind as she remembers her wounded father. Julius von Carlyle extends his shimmering enchanted hand, speaking calming promises as mystical light gathers, first healing, then reviving the fallen. Once finished, he gently regains his own consciousness. A rush of vitality surges through the mages as their wounds close and exhaustion vanishes. Rising to his feet, the father glances around in disbelief, quietly questioning whether he had truly lingered at death's threshold. The Holy Virgin Mary embraces him, joyfully praising God. Bewildered, he stammers questions about what happened and the evil spirit's fate. The magicians jubilantly proclaim the spirit is gone and all is finally over. The archbishop, astonished, demands to know how such miracles occurred, especially the revival of the dead, a lost, forbidden art. As his curiosity grows, Julius von Carlyle watches from behind, a sly grin on his lips. With all issues neatly resolved, Julius von Carlyle decides it's time to take his leave. After all, keeping friends waiting is hardly polite. With a casual farewell, he vanishes into thin air, leaving behind a stunned gathering of magicians, frozen in astonishment at his abrupt departure. A magician claims it's impossible, noting the mysterious visitor left without revealing his name. No one has thanked him for their salvation. The intrigued archbishop asks who this enigmatic figure could have been. With unwavering conviction, his daughter replies that she cannot say for certain, yet she firmly believes he will come to the people's rescue in their hour of need. To her, there is no doubt, he carries the mantle of a divine messenger. Soaring across to the far side, Julius von Carlyle becomes the focal point of destiny. With serene authority, the Holy Virgin Mary proclaims him as the destined savior, the one chosen to rescue their world from impending ruin. Touching down right in the heart of the street, he spots Eliza and Mushan waiting expectantly outside the cinema. Eliza, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, immediately inquires about his sudden disappearance. He rushes over, urgently apologizes, and says he has a quick errand, but the others respond with irritated disbelief. How can he leave at such a crucial moment? Clearly, his manners are seriously lacking. Curious, he asks how the film ends. Excited, they reveal the shocking twist. The villainous boss is the protagonist's father. Amazed, he exclaims in disbelief and is now eager to watch the movie himself. The demon lord chuckled, catching Julius von Carlyle's attention. Curious, he asked what amused her. With a sly smile, she said she hadn't expected the climax to interest him more than the spirit's exorcism. Julius von Carlyle inquires whether she witnessed the entire scene, only for her to remind him that their fates are already intertwined. Nearby, Eliza listens in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind their cryptic exchange. Mao Chang recounts to her master the harsh way he confronted the sinister spirit. Julius von Carlyle cuts her off, urging her to drop the subject once and for all. Eliza, meanwhile, puzzles over Mao Chang's words. What evil spirit does she mean? A bright smile lights up her face as she wonders aloud. Is this evil spirit the very being that once tried to annihilate the world 2 millennia ago? And could the legend be true, that a hero dispatched by the gods themselves vanquished it ages past? With sly grins, Muchang and Julius von Carlyle shared a quick glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, Mao Chen lifts a huge burger packed with juicy meat and crisp veggies, savors each bite, and declares it delicious. Curious, Eliza asks if he likes it, noting she picked this highly rated place to share with him. Delighted, she exclaims her love for this so-called hamburger, savoring its new flavor. Her companion gently corrects her. It's just a hamburger. Meanwhile, Julius notes that oil-fried potatoes are also remarkably delicious. Julius von Carlyle laughs and praises Eliza's intuition, candidly admitting he's a hero reborn from another time. Eliza bursts out laughing, teasing, "That's quite a tale, especially from someone with sauce on his mouth." After dabbing his lips, Julius von Carlyle saw doubt in her eyes. She didn't believe him. It made sense. Even among the Demon Lord's lineage, the secret art of time travel was a mysterious, rarely shared enigma. Eliza admits a fondness for tales featuring knights from bygone wars who somehow leap through time. With curiosity piqued, he presses her once more. What exactly is a time jump? With a curious tilt of her head, Eliza pressed him. Had he truly missed the point about transcending time itself? Didn't he realize that, in manga and movies, such feats unfolded all the time? Could it be possible that he honestly had no idea? With a candid shrug, he admitted his ignorance, saying such things were foreign to him. Earlier, he'd experienced cinema for the first time, marveling that 2 millennia ago, nothing like a vivid, moving image on a giant screen existed. Mao-chan admits she often escapes into shoujo manga. Julius von Carlyle, curious about her change, wonders what caused it. Gratefully, he thanks Elisa for inviting him to the movies, and she responds with a hesitant, uncertain nod. Today was meant to be her long-awaited movie date with Julius von Carlyle, whom she'd finally had the courage to invite. But Mao Chang appeared nearby, and suddenly, Julius forgot all about her. Disappointed that the outing wasn't like a date, she fell silent. Julius von Carlyle, confused, asked if he'd upset her, while Mao Chen, enjoying his burger, teased with a grin. Who's to say? Alisa clings to hope, convincing herself she can still win his heart. As she rises and asks about their next destination, a familiar voice interrupts, exclaiming, "Well, what a coincidence running into you here." Sakura calmly asserts that fate still binds them. Julius von Carlyle's eyes show recognition as he looks at her, while nearby, Mushan whispers that she is a princess from the distant east. With a hopeful twinkle, she asks if it suits her, then proudly announces she'll attend Julius von Carlyle's academy as part of an exchange program. Julius, surprised, marvels that the Eastern princess will now be his classmate. Harutora notices her in a crisp uniform, curiosity in his eyes. Was she joining their lessons? Smiling gently, she explains her duty. She can't leave the princess. Still, she admits, wearing this attire wasn't her plan for the day. Julius von Carlyle inquires, his curiosity piqued by how well it suits her. Hotora, however, bristles with irritation, vowing to teach him a lesson. Bewildered, he struggles to grasp why she takes offense when his words were meant as praise. At the table, Eliza sits in stunned silence, flanked by Sakura's adorable features and the imposing presence of Haritora's massive frame. Her mind races over the many warm, intriguing newcomers drawn to Julius von Carlyle, each unique, yet to her surprise, it's Julius himself who stands out most, agile and unexpectedly quick-witted. Sakura laughs, predicting a lively school life together. Eliza, uncertain, reveals she also attends Julius von Carlyle's school. Mao-chan beams, saying Julius has already sparked events, promising him lots of excitement. Reclining in his chair, Julius von Carlyle releases a wistful sigh, lamenting, "It's still such a shame. I only wish Gaia had told me to come along as well." The girls curiously ask about Gaia, and Eliza calmly explains he's Julius von Carlyle's younger brother. Gaia repeats her question, noting the tournament is about to start, prompting Sakura to lean in with interest. What tournament? Each year, the grand 20th Annual Martial Arts Tournament electrifies the Colosseum as the season's main event, where students fiercely compete for glory. Julius von Carlyle proudly notes his school traditionally hosts this epic showdown. Eliza notes the tournament finale attracts many spectators from nearby schools, and its results can impact participants' future opportunities, so each student approaches the competition with utmost seriousness. Sakura laughs, claiming it's completely over the top. Memories of the martial arts tournament bring a warm glow to Harutoro's face. Julius von Carlyle remarks that, in truth, his younger brother tends to take everything quite seriously. Assurance fills the air as they promise that his younger brother is destined to grow even tougher. Meanwhile, his brother pushes himself to the brink, training so intensely that blood seeps through fresh wounds. Long hair tumbles down his shoulders, framing a physique now sculpted with powerful, rippling muscles. Newly arrived at their school, Sakura and Harutora find themselves standing shyly before the class, their presence sweet and endearing as they're introduced and encouraged to break the ice with their peers. Excitement fills the classroom as a boy announces they're seeing the Eastern Kingdom's first princess. Another marvels at their beauty, drawing attention to the dazzling princess and her voluptuous, cat-eared sister. Julius von Carlyle, eyes curious, asks if Sakura is in his class. Just behind him, Historia's indignant voice demands to know what Sakura is doing in her academy. With a sharp cry, she orders Sakura to leave at once, mockingly dubbing her the village princess. In response, Sakura boldly declares that the 8th princess attacked him without any provocation, and naturally, she cannot stand for such injustice. Sakura leans in with a sly grin, wondering how many hoops it takes to end up in Julius von Carlyle's class. Historia instantly jumps in, her voice sharp but playful, firmly warning Sakura not to offer any bribes at the academy. Mao-chan surveys the scene with approval, such poise befitting a famed Eastern princess. Meanwhile, Eliza lingers on the edge, wondering how long Mao-chan has attended and whether familiars are allowed at the academy. Sakura smiles hopefully, wishing to befriend Julius von Carlyle, but Historia sternly orders her to stay away, calling her the village princess, while a displeased young man grumbles in a secluded corner. The teacher announces it's time to reveal the rules of the famous annual martial arts tournament. Weapons, magic, and familiars are allowed, and every student will battle in intense one-on-one duels to test skill and resolve. 2 representatives from each academic year will be selected, totaling 12 from years 1 to 6. These will compete until only 2 finalists remain. Julius von Carlyle is amazed to hear that children as young as 6 are present, and imagines that among first-year top rankers, 2 outstanding students have already been chosen to represent their peers. The announcer calls out 2 names, Julius von Carlyle and Gaius, declaring them as the first-year representatives. Shock flashes across Julius's face, while Gaius greets the news with serene composure. Eliza shrieks in disbelief. Mao-chan insists such feats are normal for their master. Sakura proudly praises her fiancé, and then Historia bursts in, declaring emphatically that he is her future husband. Suddenly, the notorious school bully Jikoshi raises his hand, loudly declaring he understands Gaius's top ranking, but strongly protests the second nominee, calling their abilities mediocre and unworthy of recognition. As the teacher tries to clarify, Jikoshi interrupts, angrily accusing him of discrimination. With just 2 vacancies and us excluded, how is that fair? Jikoshi demands, frustration boiling over. The teacher argues that the academy's director personally acknowledged him as a scholarship student, yet the crowd jeers, insisting his family simply bought his way in. To them, it reeks of corruption, a brazen act of bribery they refuse to accept. Mao Chang scoffs, calling them fools unaware of a hero's true power. Julius von Carlyle calmly explains, their ignorance comes from inexperience. They've only seen the hero fight once, during his battle with Salamander. Julius von Carlyle, with a dismissive wave, shows indifference. No objections, but no interest or involvement in the tournament. Tukoshi questions this, as Julius was chosen chairman, yet steps away from the role so easily. Gaius suddenly rises, meets his brother's gaze, and firmly declares he'll never let him back out. He joined the tournament for one reason: to face and defeat his own brother. Startled, Julius von Carlyle meets his resolute brother's gaze, neither yielding. Julius slowly smiles, then tells the teacher he'll participate. Gratefully, she assures him his decision will be a great help. Zakoshi, voice tense, says nothing about this feels right, and he can't support it. Julius von Carlyle replies with a wry smile, asking what he should do, while accusing Zakoshi of being a self-centered egoist. With a bright smile lighting up her face, Sakura declares that she has a proposal. Instantly, all eyes in the room swivel toward her, curiosity piqued. She wonders aloud why they shouldn't unite against him. In the end, Julius von Carlyle is tightly bound to a chair in the town square, surrounded by students staring intently at the once formidable man. Any who hold a grievance against Julius von Carlyle step forward and prove it in combat. Seated confidently in his chair, Julius von Carlyle surveys the room, as the assembled students steel themselves, eager for the challenge. With wide eyes, Eliza exclaims how terrifying it is to face 30 opponents alone. Historia glances nervously at the massive crowd, her voice uncertain as she wonders aloud if things have become too dangerous. Furthermore, Julius von Carlyle will be stripped of all weaponry, magic, and familiar summoning. Bound and immobilized, he must face battle utterly defenseless. Excitement fills the group as students eagerly discuss delivering a beating. Laughter comes from confident victors. Whispers call the princess ruthless, and all eyes turn to Julius von Carlyle to see if he'll accept such daunting odds. Julius von Carlyle merely shrugs off the question, his indifference clear as day. Outraged by such a nonchalant attitude, the students lash out at him without hesitation. Terror grips Eliza as the echoes of history roar in her mind. No matter how formidable her beloved may be, the sheer number of their foes is overwhelming. Worse still, he remains bound and helpless. Could fate be any more cruelly absurd? United, the students prepare to attack Mao Qiang, who taunts them, doubting they can land a blow. One student, eyes blazing with hatred, thrusts his arm forward, cursing Mao as humanity's enemy and vowing to kill him. Fierce gusts of wind surge toward Miss Julius von Carlyle from the students, yet she remains almost motionless. Their attacks miss the mark entirely, leaving them baffled and unable to grasp the bewildering scene unfolding before their eyes. From behind, Sakura challenges Julius von Carlyle. "If you're too fast to see, how is this a battle?" With a cool, teasing smile, Julius turns and replies, "So, am I not allowed to move at all now?" The other students focus, charging magical energy, one at level 15, the other at 16, then launch spells. A fireball arcs from one, an icy spear from the other, both striking together with flames and frost at their target. Julius von Carlyle took a deep breath and exhaled with such force that he shattered the enemy's assault. Both mages stared in disbelief, amazed that overwhelming magic was defeated by a single breath. The girls, wielding their own magic, bristle with anger at the boys' actions. Meanwhile, one among them channels her power to bolster her teammates, enhancing their abilities and providing vital support to the group. The beastman appears, and Vorok calls out, urging everyone to trust in him. Muscles bulging with each surge of power, he continues to push his body to its limits with relentless enhancement. With a ferocious cry, he lunges forward, boasting that his claws are sharp enough to slice through steel itself. The blow lands squarely on Julius von Carlyle's head, yet he remains utterly unfazed, as if the strike never even touched him. Bispen Vorak stares at his bleeding palm, stunned by his broken claws and lost pride. Julius von Carlyle, smiling wryly, apologizes for his hard head as the swordsman enters, his silhouette hinting at an imminent battle. With a fierce cry, Heratora lunges forward, brandishing her sword. Determination blazes in her eyes as she declares her own ambition to become a representative participant, challenging him to prepare himself for the coming clash. A heavy sigh escapes Julius von Carlyle as he murmurs, "Did she come here as well?" A deep breath fills his lungs right before a thunderous sneeze bursts forth. The force of the sneeze rips every stitch from Heratora's body, leaving her utterly exposed. Crimson embarrassment floods her cheeks, fueling her rage even further. Across from her, Julius von Carlyle bows his head, hastily begging for her pardon. Startled, she screams, drawing every student's attention. Annoyed, Sakura exclaims that girls can't just go around naked in front of everyone. Don't they have any sense of shame? From afar, Guyast observes the clash unfolding before him, his gaze sharp and unwavering as chaos erupts on the battlefield. As exhaustion sets in, students collapse to the ground in weary heaps. Rising above them, Julius von Carlyle surveys the scene and calls out with a challenging edge, "So, have you all had enough of me?" Jikoshi storms in, his angry voice berating the ineffective vanguard. Unease ripples through the students as they whisper to each other about his formidable strength and the threat he now poses. Takoshi raised his hand, revealing a glimmering ring. Hesitant, he confessed, "I never wanted to use this, but I must. This isn't any ring. It's my ultimate technique." The cursed, magically forged relic pulsed with ancient family seals. Students shouted warnings, urging him to discard the cursed ring before it destroyed him. Unfazed, Jokoshi vowed to defeat Julius von Carlyle at any cost, while Julius watched in awe and reluctant admiration. Jikoshi claims he sacrificed his very life force to conjure it. Retrieving that power is no longer an option, so he simply glares back, daring the fool to meet his gaze. A level 48 flame gallium suddenly appears behind him, electrifying the air. Students gasp in disbelief at its power as a voice warns that such a formidable creature is far beyond his control. With a sly grin, Jikoshi inquires about Julius von Carlyle's feelings toward his most formidable familiar. Confidently, he declares that Julius will soon be ground into dust beneath its power. With a forceful stomp, Julius von Carlyle crashes his foot onto the earth, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath the gallum. The terrain ripples and warps, dragging the gallum down into a sudden collapse. The entire class freezes in disbelief, girls included. Kakashi has already burst into tears, lamenting the loss of his precious golem. A student boasts of shattering the earth with one step and felling a golem with a single blow, leaving the class in awe. Julius von Carlyle scans the room and sharply asks if anyone else wishes to object. Cheers and excited shouts erupted from the girls, their faces alight with joy as they exclaimed just how incredible it all was. Tears stream down Zakoshi's face as he mourns his lost flame golem. The sting of defeat fresh. Sakura notes his display of power will deter challengers, while Mao Tian nods, calling such foresight truly princess-like. Gaius calls out to Julius von Carlyle, who turns, sensing the challenge. Gaius says Julius hasn't shown his true strength, vowing not to fall in the tournament before he gets the chance to battle him. With unwavering confidence, Gaius declares that he alone possesses the strength to overcome his brother. Julius von Carlyle, caught off guard by such a bold statement, responds with a gentle smile, his eyes alight with curiosity. The clock strikes midnight, and a quiet game of chess unfolds beneath the soft glow of lamplight. Mao Chang, curious, asks the hero why he's been so upbeat since lunch. Julius von Carlyle, skeptical, questions if fighting 30 foes was really that fun. The hero grins and says yes, but Mao presses for the real reason behind his excitement. A broad grin spreads across his face as he explains that his younger brother is to thank. Apparently, it's thanks to him that Gaia turned out so adorable. Mount Chang, visibly taken aback, questions whether he's also interested in boys. Quickly he protests, insisting that wasn't his intention at all. What he meant, he explains, is that the two of them never quarreled like brothers might. Resigned, he admits brothers were never part of his life, so none of this should be surprising. She notes his younger sibling always lives in his shadow, striving non-stop to surpass him. Julius von Carlyle remarked that up until now, not a single soul had dared to confront the hero head-on. That was precisely why the thrill of a good-natured sibling rivalry filled him with unexpected delight. Moshan observes their strong bond, marveling at their blood connection. Doubtfully, she asks if they're truly a family. Reassured that they are, she thanks sincerely for granting his heart's desire. Mu Chang smiled softly and sighed, admitting his happiness meant her own. Curious, Julius von Carlyle pressed on. After besting her, what motivated her to go to such great lengths for him? With a thoughtful smile, she replies that during their last clash, something unique connected them, a special bond forged in the heat of battle. Curiosity flickering in his eyes, he presses her to explain just what kind of bond she means. With a knowing smile, she explains it's much like a brawl between hooligans. Once the fists settle, camaraderie often blooms. In that instant, clarity dawns on Julius von Carlyle. The whole picture comes into focus. A gentle smile plays on Mu Chang's lips as he muses that perhaps these emotions mirror the affection he holds for his own brother. You could call it love, she says, leaving Julius von Carlyle taken aback by the unexpected confession. With a sharp, clipped tone, Mao Chang calls out, insisting that if she's going to talk to him, she should also get herself checked, and while she's at it, see if she can outplay him at chess. Confused, Julius von Carlyle barely understood what happened as Mao Chang laughed victoriously. His chess defeat was sealed, and escape impossible. Grinning, she teased if he'd surrender, promising if he begged one last move. Mu Chang realizes Julius von Carlyle's next move will seal her fate. There's no escape, only checkmate. With a chill, she wonders if he lured her king from the start, orchestrating her defeat and turning the tables. A cry bursts from her lips. He's just too powerful, unbeatable, even when it comes to board games. Accusations of cheating fly as she insists his victory simply isn't fair. Collapsed on the floor in hysterics over a single chess loss, she listens as Julius von Carlyle calmly yet earnestly reminds her it's not the end of the world, his grave tone emphasizing he wants her to truly understand. Recalling their earlier conversation, he confides his own feelings of love and gratitude toward her. Mao Chang, taken aback, can't help but declare him a hero once more. Rising suddenly, she challenges him again. Julius von Carlyle, half amused, notes she's lost 100 times. Does she really want to continue? Baffled by her persistence, he asks if she's learning anything. She shouts she'll never forgive him if he escapes. With a mischievous glint, Mao Chan insists he hand her a uniform next time. When he asks if victory will suffice, she laughs triumphantly, declaring it's all that matters, and he can't help noticing her resemblance to the Demon Lord. At last, the long-awaited tournament day dawned. The arena bursts with eager spectators, the thunder of drums echoing through the air as musicians set the stage. Meanwhile, contenders stand at the ready, their anticipation palpable as they await their moment to shine. Glancing over the list, Liza raises an eyebrow and inquires if this happens to be the league standings. Sakura notes that Julius von Carlyle is at the bottom of the tournament bracket, needing to win 4 battles to claim victory, while Harutora looks on in silent envy, wishing she could join the competition. Worry clouds her features as she thinks of her beloved, longing for his victory to mirror that of his wife. Meanwhile, Eliza seethes with anger. With a sharp tone, she accuses her of betraying Gaius and questions her loyalty, scornfully referencing her breakup with Julius von Carlyle, and insults her as an elf commoner, suggesting she avoid meddling in nobles' affairs. Mao Chan realizes she'll have to wait for the finals to see the proprietor face his younger brother. Her anticipation builds as she watches the exciting lineup of challengers ready to enter the arena. Sensing unease, Mao Chang reassures the girls with a confident grin, insisting their master is fine. He's probably just tucked away in a quiet corner, calmly sharpening his fangs in secret. Within the quiet confines of one chamber, Gaius and Julius von Carlyle sat together. With bubbling excitement, Gaia calls out for his brother, but Julius von Carlyle remains lost in slumber, a contented trickle of drool escaping as he dreams on. Hujuro Sakura, eldest northern princess, met Julius von Carlyle when he rescued her from night robbers, sparking her love. Composed and gentle, with an Eastern accent, she is 141 centimeters, 35 kilograms, 67-52-67, and adores fine sushi. Anticipation crackles through the arena as the crowd holds its breath for the combatants to appear. Meanwhile, tucked away in the dimly lit locker room, Julius von Carlyle and Gaiasa prepare in silence, the air thick with tension. With a note of irritation, Diaz demands to know just how much longer he's planning to stay asleep, while the other mutters nonsense in his slumber, rambling on about the eyes of a goose. Impatient, Gaius yanked Julius von Carlyle, urging him to wake as the tournament was starting. But Julius, stubbornly half asleep, mumbled for 5 more minutes, just like he had during the last tournament, prompting Gaius's frustration. In the midst of slumber, Julius von Carlyle murmurs that Mao Chang has robbed him of his nights lately, leaving him perpetually short on rest. With a weary sigh, he pleads for just a little more time to sleep. Gaius, filled with curiosity, speculates about whether the enchanting Mouchon truly stays by his brother's side throughout the entire night. In a furious outburst, he accused his brother of shamelessness, confusion on his face as he tried to understand why. Gaia sharply warned that any overstep, no matter the reason, would result in immediate disqualification. Suddenly, the creak of the door signaled an unexpected visitor, someone clearly having listened in from the hallway. With exaggerated formality, the newcomer strode into the room and boldly requested permission to step inside. Claiming he merely dropped by to say hello, the stranger finds himself met with Gaius's steely gaze. Gaius wastes no time, demanding to know his purpose and identity. A burly man, clutching a bottle, chuckles heartily and admits he never expected to sleep so deeply right before the match. Gaius, meanwhile, remains baffled by the curious scene unfolding before him. Whispers echo through the halls that every rumor was fact, leaving the Carrier family cloaked in scandal. Could it be that victory in the selection was snatched through deceit? Fury ignites in Guy as he bellows that he doesn't know this stranger and outsiders are strictly forbidden. Tension crackles as his words are met with mocking laughter and the figure calmly opens the bottle he's been holding. He lifts the vessel and gulps the liquid in one motion, bright fluid spilling over his mouth and cheeks. He wipes it away with his forearm as Gaius watches, bewildered and unable to comprehend what's happening. The man swiftly shatters the bottle with his bare hands, fists clenched around glittering shards. Gaius watches tensely, unsure of his next move, while Julius Van Carlyle sleeps deeply, unaware of the unfolding drama. With a confident flourish, the student places a chunk of glass in his palm, demanding to know how they could dare act so boldly when they don't even recognize him. Astonishment spreads across Gaius's face as he witnesses such unexpected behavior. Meanwhile, Julius von Carlyle slumbers on, blissfully unaware, a gentle trail of drool escaping as he dreams in perfect tranquility. Seated in the bustling arena, Eliza wondered aloud if the match had started. Anticipation bright in her eyes, Historia asked when she'd see her beloved. As Sakura grinned and clarified, she meant her future husband's upcoming bout. Tension crackles in the air as the girls' voices rise in another argument. Meanwhile, Mao Chang releases a miniature replica of himself into the corridor, stealthily setting it on a mission to track down Julius von Carlyle. Murmuring, Miao Chan paced quietly, her mind swirling with concern for her master and guilt over the girls. Determined to fulfill her familiar's duty, she resolved to use body division to check on everyone as she hurried down the empty corridor. Stepping into the locker room shared by Julius von Carlyle and Gaius, she swings the door open and inquires with genuine concern about the hero's condition. A moment later, she sees a student grab Julius von Carlyle by the collar and shake him, scoffing, "How long will you sleep like a lazy tanuki? I came to greet you. Get up," he fumes, grumbling that his brother has no manners. Julius von Carlyle declares his thoughts between ravenous bites, then suddenly refuses another morsel. Frustrated and darkening, he growls, demanding if his words have failed to snap anyone to their senses. Observing intently, Moshan notes something is clearly off about him. Curiosity tinged with disdain flickers in her eyes as she questions what sort of muscle-bound buffoon stands before her, marveling at the extent of his heartlessness. Gaius roared for his brother's immediate release, insisting the tournament hadn't started. Suddenly, Julius von Carlyle appeared in a dreamlike vision, cordially inviting Gaius to share a peaceful meal together. An uneasy hush falls over the room when the senior admits, his voice low, that never before has he endured such humiliation. Clenching his fist with determination, he boldly declares that he'll most likely finish things before the first round even ends. Lost in thought, Mao-chan observes the hero, cloaked in a shimmering shell of magical energy. Should her attack land, she doubts her fist would escape unscathed. Yet, a flicker of indifference passes through her. Such matters hardly bother her at all. Gaius demands if Julius forgot his promise, and accusing him of cowardice for planning to lose before facing him, deeply disappoints Julius, whose face tightens with pain, until his eyes suddenly snap wide open. Springing to his feet, he bellows a warning not to even think of making such a mistake about his brother, punctuating his outrage with a sharp wave of his hand. Gaius and Mauchamp, caught off guard, exchange startled glances from the sidelines. Julius Vuncalili stands motionless, hand raised, confusion on his face as he demands an explanation from Gaius and Mauchamp about their sudden presence, but both remain silent, offering no answers, lips sealed in enigmatic hush. Letting go, he notes there must have been a martial arts tournament. He finally woke in time. Suddenly, something falls from the ceiling. Curious, Julius von Carlyle looks up and spots dangling legs, wondering what's above. Was this always here? The host entered with a radiant smile, captivating the eager audience. After greeting them as the famed idol of Mime Academy, she vowed to explain the situation and invited 12 representatives, one from each year, to join her on stage. She admires the first student for his impeccable blend of magic and swordsmanship. As an executive bureau member, he's affectionately known as the Prince of Smile. Here stands Nursen, a third-year student known as the magical swordsman of Havado. With a striking mane, half golden, half jet black, Nursen expresses heartfelt gratitude to both the host and the entire gathering for their gracious words. Next arrives a figure with a truly singular funnel-shaped hairstyle. Slung across his back is an instrument renowned for conjuring melodies of doom. Meet the battlefield's haunting minstrel, a fourth-year prodigy and nomadic bard, Lester Dramephodon. Striding from the shadows is Beastman Nijuka Tiger, a formidable, aggressive boxer who speaks only with his fists. A sixth-year student, he exudes confidence, embodying his kind's wild spirit and never letting challenges off easy. A man in a stark black uniform, radiating composure, enters Kung Fu fighter Takamichi, the formidable second-year student, known as the Avenger of 10,000 battles and master of countless martial arts. The next contender, sixth-year student and Dark Knight Benedict Freddy, enters clad in impenetrable armor, face hidden, injuring all who approach as he sweeps through the arena like a cursed, unstoppable storm. A small boy, the youngest contestant at just 10, outshines peers with his magical prowess as a fifth-year prodigy of the Karutangarevs, astonishing veterans. Yet he sighs, wishing only to return home soon. A striking girl atop a majestic panda with a snake and vibrant bird turns each wild challenger into a loyal companion. Meet Gigamo Robinson, famed beast mistress, queen of the untamed. In my world, there are no outcasts. A tall, blonde figure commands attention, gripping a mystical, enchanted silver katana, Manomad, infamous for its bloodlust. This is Samurai Kogurasu Maru, a seasoned third-year student. From the shadows, a figure in a pitch-black cloak emerges, face and form hidden. His presence stirs suspense, as she wonders aloud what power he hides, until the crowd learns he is Wang Jie Shido, the elusive fourth-year phantom. The next contestant, a debuting academy prodigy from a renowned family, steps on stage in a sharp suit and patent shoes, exuding distinction. Excited girls scream and cheer, their hopes set on this promising newcomer. Enter Gaius von Carlyle, a freshman whose silence speaks volumes. He offers no words, nor a single hint of introduction. At this point, the conversation turns to his elder brother. Julius von Carlyle, visibly slighted, bristles at the offhand introduction bestowed upon him. Surely, others must sense the lack of proper regard as well. Without hesitation, the host ushers in the next competitor, a figure who has captured the spotlight in this tournament. Dubbed the explosive locomotive firing meat shells, this man commands awe with his unparalleled might. Anticipation electrifies the crowd as eyes fixate on the stage, eager for the next act. The host announces the arrival of Rod Rugg, a fifth-year student. Yet silence lingers. No one emerges from behind the curtain. Once more, she dials his number, confusion knitting her brow. Silence answers her call. He remains hidden within. Worry creeps in. Could something have gone wrong? A figure approaches and speaks, capturing the presenter's full attention. In disbelief, she exclaims, "How can that be? It's impossible." Assuring him she understands, she solemnly tells the audience, "I've received vital information." Roderick remains in the locker room, unable to continue, leading to his swift elimination. The audience gasps in shock as the host announces the tournament chart will determine what happens next. By default, Julius von Carlyle advances through the first round of the tournament. A look of astonishment crosses his face as he realizes the announcement concerns him. Discontent spreads as confusion grips the crowd. Murmurs rise. How did a frontrunner fall so soon? Rumors fly about Rodrugg's defeat and possible foul play. Outrage erupts. The audience is stunned by chaos before the tournament starts. Eyes narrowing in suspicion, Julius casts a glance at von Carlyle's imposing figure, unease creeping in. Doubts gnaw at him. Could it be that his fight alone is being postponed? The thought leaves him bristling with irritation. Wide-eyed, Historia marvels, "Amazing. Defeating an enemy, hands-free. That's the brilliance I expect from my darling." Sakura playfully nudges her, grinning. "Luck is a skill too. Would you expect less from your fiancé?" A sudden realization strikes Mao Chang. The adversary awaiting him in the opening round is almost certainly that very same man. Every participant wears a look of utter seriousness, their expressions unwavering and focused. Anticipation crackles through the crowd as they await the thrilling clashes ahead. With a flourish, the host proclaims that every contestant has finally arrived, setting the stage for an unforgettable showdown. With a commanding voice, she proclaims that these Elite 11, undisputed masters among masters, are about to commence a grand martial arts tournament. Perched on the upper floors, Sarah greets the world with a radiant smile. Just then, someone strides over, casting a skeptical glance at the pitiable figure below, and pointedly questions whether such a man is truly worthy of the Demon King's crown. He chuckles softly, warning, "Don't make me repeat myself." They've clearly awaited someone like Julius von Carlyle. One man scowls at Azaris to stop joking. Another refuses to follow a mere boy. A weary sigh escapes Euceris as he recalls how those who once echoed similar boasts ultimately perished by his own hand. With a sharp glance, he questions if they have already forgotten that bitter lesson. Disbelief lingers, as he claims Gon's defeat is still hard to accept. Isaris, narrowing his eyes, questions if their doubt persists, and pointedly asks the group if that man also remained unconvinced. Confusion overtook the crowd as his words bewildered them. Suddenly, a door swung open and a new figure entered, furious skeletons swarming at his feet, their burning eyes instilling fear in everyone present. Sporting a hint of grey in his hair and glasses perched on his nose, the man claims he concealed his aura. He confidently believes his technique, the series, is impressive. As this man steps forward, the skeletons swirling around him reveal themselves to be mere extensions of his formidable aura. Even his most loyal subordinates recoil in fear, desperately steering clear of these eerie manifestations. Curiosity fills the air as the question arises: what manner of sorcery could this be? A flawless, enigmatic curse radiates from the center, its arcane aura seeping into every corner of the room. A chilling sensation rakes across their hearts, an overwhelming terror born from a presence infinitely greater than their own. The demons exchange uneasy glances, troubled by a single, unspoken question. Could it truly be that Viserys greets him grandly at the academy, calling him either a vile spirit in draconic form or even the dragon? The assembled demons gape in shock, jaws dropping as the revelation echoes through the hall. They drop to their knees before the dragon, realizing it's the evil spirit who nearly wiped out their kind 2 millennia ago. Now, they wonder in terror. Has this dreaded, exalted being truly returned to life? The massive dragon surveys the scene, acknowledges the situation's gravity, allows the demons to lift their heads, and concludes the child is Gandus Blood's vanquisher, which Icarus solemnly confirms with a nod. The demons are stunned. News of the evil spirit's defeat is unheard of. The dragon calmly reveals that, incredibly, the evil spirit fell asleep the instant it awakened. Yet among all the evil spirits, Gan revealed himself as the feeblest. No sympathy stirred for him. In fact, the display seemed a disgrace for a demon. Word has spread of a lone child defeating the dreaded spirit, a rumor that irritates him deeply. Frustrated by such tales, he bristles, but the demons urge restraint, vowing to handle the troublesome child themselves. Isaris, by the window, watches the dragon and declares Julius von Carlyle wields godlike power, doubting that even the most formidable evil spirits could overcome such overwhelming strength. Astonishment flickers across the demons' faces as they whirl toward Isaurus, demanding an explanation for his baffling words. With a sudden fierce twist, the dragon whips its massive head around to face Isaurus. With an unwavering, intense glare, he commands the trembling demon's attention. Provoked, the evil spirit lord spreads fear. Desperate, a demon begs the mighty dragon to calm his master's wrath and prevent disaster. Suddenly, a dragon knocks on Ice Russ's shoulder, grins slyly, and calls Russ a comedian for stirring people up. Nearby, Easter smirks and nods in full agreement. The demons freeze in shock at the dragon's twist. He came to hunt the child. Afterward, he'll tour the city, but warns them, interfere, and he'll cut them down without hesitation. Saris informs him that their school's tournament is currently underway. The dragon, exuding calm confidence, assures them not to fret. He promises to handle everything with grace and sophistication. With a sly grin, the dragon announces that, as an extra incentive, a magnificent prize of his own choosing awaits the tournament's victor. The thrill of anticipation now fills the air, urging all to eagerly await the tournament's grand finale. The door clicks shut behind him, leaving silence. Isaurus stares at it, lost in thought, then sighs. How predictable these evil spirits are, he muses, a sly, razor-edged smile curving across his face. An unwavering certainty fills his mind. The dragon is destined to become the future Demon King's feast. Not a shred of doubt lingers. Announcing her decision with a bright smile, The host declares that the second round of the tournament is about to begin. Instantly, the arena erupts with thunderous cheers and animated shouts from the excited crowd. Julius von Carlyle, freshly awake and ravenous, delights in every bite. Noodles twirling on his chopsticks, tearing into a savory meat pie, declaring the meal delicious as hunger sharpens his senses. Spread out before him are plates of crayfish, chicken, and rice. Meanwhile, Mao Chan sits nearby, savoring her ice cream and marveling aloud at how he manages to eat so much right before a match. Daya, with a wistful gaze and ruffling his hair, calls him brother, his voice heavy with sorrow. Nearby, Mao Chen looks up from her ice cream, a smear on her cheek, and beams, declaring the real fun is just beginning. As the Royal Academy Y Martial Arts Tournament finals neared, anticipation grew for the 12 champions. Roderick's defeat shocked the crowd, while Julius von Carlyle's unopposed advance sparked intense speculation among spectators. In second place stand Kutori Maru and Lester. Claiming the third spots are Gaius and Takamichi. Following close behind in fourth, Gigamo and Karutan round out the lineup. As Julius von Carlyle walked down the corridor, someone shouted "Brat!" and threw an egg at him. With calm composure, he caught it mid-air and coolly remarked that such behavior could be dangerous. Amid the commotion, Mao Chan just rolls over and asks about the disturbance, then sniffs, recoiling at the rotten egg smell. The boy who threw it grows frustrated that his prank failed to get a real reaction. A young boy unleashes a torrent of insults, hurling sharp words with abandon. His jet-black hair is styled in a cut reminiscent of Roderick's own. Mu Chang suddenly realizes it's just a child. She asks Julius von Carlyle if he knows the troublemaker. He shakes his head, says he doesn't, and warns the boy firmly, "Don't throw food at others." Bursting with anger, he yells, accusing him of feigning intelligence. He insists the victory over his brother was nothing but a sham. Meanwhile, Julius von Carlyle stands in bafflement, unable to grasp who this supposed brother might be. A sudden voice interrupts, addressing the boy as Dominic and urging him to stop. Spinning around with a spark of excitement, Dominic meets the caller, while Julius von Carlyle watches in utter bewilderment. Addressing him as Nelson Senpai, the boy listens intently as the man with hair divided between striking blonde and deep darkness asserts, "You can't accuse someone without evidence." Julius von Carlyle studies the man, recalling each detail as his challenger stands by in the tournament. Dominic, incredulous, says his brother's pre-duel defeat makes no sense, while Mao Chang is confused about the supposed prior battle. Realization dawns on her, and she murmurs, "So that's it, Dominic. He's Jox's younger brother." Memories resurface of the last encounter, when Julius von Carlyle, almost absent-mindedly, felled Roderick in a single, effortless move. Julius von Carlyle inquires about the mysterious muscle-bound stranger. In response, Mao Chang shrugs apologetically, admitting that he'd been fast asleep at the time and remembers nothing at all. A shout bursts from Dominic. His brother is unbelievably strong. Just this morning, he vowed to claim victory. Yet now, something feels off. He didn't even show up for the match. A sharp twitch betrays his agitation as he spits out an insult, branding Julius von Carlyle a scoundrel and insisting that his true colors are obvious. Nelson quickly intervenes, grasping his arm and urging him to regain his composure. Nelson praises his brother as a truly formidable fighter, yet finds it hard to believe that Julius von Carlyle would take such action. With an awkward grin, Julius scratches his head and mumbles a bashful thank you for the compliment. Dominic demanded to know what Nelson meant, and whose side he was on. Nelson just laughed amid the chaos, grinning slyly. "Looks can be deceiving, you know," he teased. With a sudden flourish, he unsheathes his sword, curiosity blazing in his eyes. Advancing toward Julius von Carlyle, blade in hand, he declares his desire to uncover the truth. With the gleaming tip of his sword leveled at his opponent, he declares his eagerness to discover just how formidable his adversary truly is. A newfound confidence flickers in Nelson's eyes as he fixes his gaze on Julius von Carlyle. The shift in demeanor is so striking that even the small child in Mushang looks on in astonishment. Chaos erupts as Nelson discovers a sword thrust through his forehead. Agony, like 1,000 blades, engulfs him. Waves of pain surge, and although he tries to scream, not a sound comes out. Sweat streams down his face, yet he remains rooted in place, sword poised unwaveringly before Julius von Carlyle, his stance unchanged, defiance written in every line of his body. A strangled cry claws its way up his throat as his breaths come in ragged gasps. Confusion clouds his mind. What just unfolded before his eyes? Could this truly be a vision? Gazing at Julius von Carlyle, who remains poised and serenely smiling, realization dawns. It's the very presence of this man, his tranquil aura, that commands attention. Nelson slides his sword back into its sheath with a confident smile and a pointed exhale. The move stings Dominic, who bristles with indignation and demands to know why Nelson would put away his weapon when he could win so easily. Nelson gently ruffles Dominic's hair, softly suggesting they withdraw for now. Internally, he weighs the fatal risk of striking first. The news breaks Dominic. Disappointment flashes across his face before hysteria sets in. A satisfied smile spreads across Julius von Carlyle's face, pleased with the turn of events. With a courteous gesture, he stretches out his hand, proposing a fresh introduction. "Nelson Havard," he announces, the name rolling off his tongue. "A third-year student, and as luck would have it, your opponent in the second round." With a confident gesture, Julius von Carlyle offers a handshake. Nelson, however, remarks that he'll need to forfeit that right, suggesting defeat before a single blow has been struck. An uneasy laugh tumbles from his lips, betraying his nerves. Julius von Carlyle remains silent and unreadable, as Nelson, grinning broadly, grabs Dominic's arm, promises to cheer him on, and urges him forward, declaring it's time to act and leading them off with lively determination. Julius von Carlyle stands frozen, his hand still extended, bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events. With a thoughtful nod, Mao Chang observes, "You really are a remarkably kind young man, I must admit." Julius von Carlyle, incredulous, notes that victory is his again before any blows are exchanged. The second round ends with an official announcement. Julius von Carlyle wins by technicality. The arena roars with ongoing battles, fists flying. Launched by a powerful strike, Guyus hurtles through the air but steadies himself, dragging his arms and legs on the ground to slow down. The third round commences with an electrifying matchup. Gaius faces off against Takamichi, a renowned kung fu grandmaster and a virtuoso in multiple martial arts disciplines. Takamichi stands frozen, steam rising from his fists after the blow, awed by Guy's size and strength. The announcer energizes the crowd, urging attention, as Guy has already unleashed a magical technique. With conviction burning in his eyes, Gaia declares the vow he once made to his brother, a promise to face him in the ultimate match. Resolute, he advances a step closer to Takamichi, the air thick with anticipation. With unwavering resolve, he sends his familiar soaring directly at his opponent, voice ringing out as he declares his intention to fight for this cause. Commanding his companion onward, he refuses to waver, fiercely determined to seize victory. As the final round unfolds, Takemichi succumbs to defeat, leaving Gaius to claim victory. Undeterred, the rest of the students press on, their fierce clashes revealing the true champions among them. Energy crackles through the air as the presenter announces the arrival of the next contenders, declaring that excitement is reaching a fever pitch. With a triumphant flourish, the announcer opens the semi-finals. Julius von Carlyle faces Lester. Smiling confidently, Julius steps on stage, eager to unleash his fighting spirit and finally test his strength in battle. Eliza enthusiastically cheers for Julius von Carlyle, waving a fan with his face and sporting a matching headband. Annoyed, Historia wonders how this girl appeared, while Sakura admits the scene puts her on edge. Uncertainty dampens the crowd's excitement as whispers spread. Since Julius von Carlyle has yet to appear, many doubt if he truly has the legendary strength rumored, and skepticism shadows the stands. At the Karenni threshold, Mao Chen stands with his brother Gaius, whose steady gaze shows gravity and hope, while Julius von Carlyle greets them with a warm, knowing smile and encouraging, twinkling eyes. Julius van Carlyle began his warm-up as promised. After watching his younger brother's wins from the sidelines, it was finally his turn. Kneeling, he stretched his thigh, feeling the deliberate pull in his muscles as he prepared. Lester gently lifts his cherished, polished instrument from its case, its shine catching the light. Across the room, Julius von Carlyle's eyes sharpen with curiosity, captivated by Lester and the musical masterpiece. With a flourish, Lester pulls out his guitar, laughter bursting from him as he mocks his adversary. His hair, wild and unruly, sports bangs that stretch out like an overgrown bird's nest, adding a ridiculous flair to his appearance. Wide-eyed with awe, Julius von Carlyle gazes at him, lips parted in amazement. A rosy blush blooms across his cheeks, and he completely forgets about his warm-up. Lester begins his performance, fingers deft on the strings and a confident strum filling the air. Grinning, he claims fortune is with him. After all, facing the famed Carlyle heir, a living legend, feels almost unreal. With relentless energy, Lester strums his guitar and loudly accuses Julius von Carlyle of being the infamous Carlyle, known for dropping out of school, while Julius stands still, calmly acknowledging the accusation. Amazed, Julius von Carlyle wonders if Lester really plans to fight with only a musical instrument. In 2 millennia, he's never seen such a thing. Lester chuckles, smirks, and insists his weapon is much more than an instrument. He raises his voice, proclaiming to the arena that his enchanted guitar boosts his mystical powers. Confidently, he vows to win in one strike and promises the audience the greatest performance ever, at least in his own mind. The host announces to the crowd that Lester is preparing to challenge his adversary using the power of music. Perhaps this unexpected tactic will be the key to his triumph. Mao Chan's eyes light up as he watches the unconventional guitar-wielding act, while Nelson enjoys the crowd's applause. Beside him, Dominic sits in pain and resentment, unable to share their excitement. With the host's booming announcement, the arena crackles with anticipation. No sooner do the words leave his lips than Lester surges forward, launching a lightning-fast assault that blurs the line between thought and action. With every ounce of passion, his fingers race across the guitar strings as he throws his whole body into the rhythm, swaying from head to toe in a wild, electrifying performance. Rising to his feet, Julius von Carlyle muses on the true nature of sound. waves rippling through the air, born from the restless dance of oscillating particles. Recognition dawns. This phenomenon is known as sound waves. Lester's true magic, it seems, lies precisely in conjuring or magnifying these invisible vibrations. Perception of sound waves is aided by three semicircular canals nestled just behind the eardrum. Seeking victory over his adversary, Lester aims a precise attack directly at the eardrum. The task at hand, to shatter this barrier and push beyond its limits. A deafening noise ripples through the crowd, forcing spectators to clutch their ears in pain as complaints become frantic shouts. Amid the chaos, Eliza's eyes fill with worry as she searches for Julius von Carlyle. With a defiant roar, Lester declares that no amount of training could ever strengthen an eardrum. Its limits are inevitable, soon to shatter beneath the force of his music. Let this be the final sound to ever grace his opponent's ears. Unfazed and utterly composed, Julius von Carlyle nonchalantly cleaned his ear with a finger, remarking that the noise was perfectly tolerable, hardly loud at all. Astonishment floored Lester. The answer left him reeling, unable to fathom how he remained alive and unscathed. Disbelief stretched across his face, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets in sheer surprise. With a note of hysteria in his voice, he demands to know exactly how it's not so loud. And what about his poor eardrums? Julius von Carlyle feigns ignorance, blinking innocently as he replies, "Eardrums? Whatever do you mean?" According to him, their position lies astonishingly deep beneath the surface, rendering water pressure a mere triviality. A dive down to 100,000 meters poses no threat. The depth hardly phases them at all. The sight leaves Lester stunned. An icy chill of horror grips him as he struggles to comprehend what stands before him. With a playful glint, Julius von Carlyle muses about the thrill of launching a sonic assault, considering trying it himself. His companion nervously admits he has nothing, no instrument at all, to contribute. With a deliberate clearing of his throat, Julius von Carlyle prepares to speak, a faint smirk playing on his lips. At the very least, he remarks, he still possesses his voice. Frozen with terror, Lester braces himself for the worst, only for Julius von Carlyle to suddenly burst into song, his voice ringing out boldly. The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience, left Lester stunned, and even caught the presenter herself completely off guard. With an adorable expression lighting up his features, he bursts into song. Yet misery spreads to all, for his complete lack of singing ability turns every tune off-key, leaving everyone wincing at the discordant notes. A mere tremor of his voice sends pain rippling through the air, the sound waves crashing mercilessly against Lester. Tears stream down his face as the revelation hits. His own anguished cries carry a terror deeper than any magic spell. Ultimately, Lester found himself utterly defeated, left sprawled on the ground in total disbelief. With a swift flick, the presenter cleaned her ears, pretending disbelief, as Julius von Carlyle easily defeated his challenger before the audience, exploiting the poor soul's obvious lack of vocal talent. Convulsing on the ground, froth bubbling from his lips, Lester lies vanquished. The host proclaims his triumph with unabashed pride, declaring Lester's defeat to all. Announcing the verdict, she declares Julius von Carlyle the victor. A spark of surprise lights up Julius's face as he murmurs, "Wow, that actually worked." A newfound confidence wells within him. Perhaps he truly does have a gift for music. Jeers erupt from the audience, condemning the performance as dreadful. Amid the uproar, they called for Julius von Carlyle. The presenter, nodding in agreement, admits that the song, in many respects, was remarkably harsh. After the song fades, the girls devoted to Julius von Carlyle fall silent, lost in thought. Observing the scene, Mao Chang remarks that it appears even the mightiest hero of legend is not without his own weaknesses. Relief washes over Nelson as he realizes they were spared from clashing as opponents. Meanwhile, Dominic remains beside him, grimacing and clutching his ears in lingering pain. Julius von Carlyle suggests with a mischievous grin that perhaps Mouchon ought to pursue music in earnest. After all, he's intending to form a band. Mouchon, aghast at the prospect, begs him to abandon the idea entirely. At last, the moment of the final showdown arrived.